Ahoy! Why, welcome aboard to the Swords and Starships frigate. I am your host, Captain Garrett. We have Star Wars to talk about. We have shills. There are shills out there defending something. What were they defending? Mr. Producer? The Goonies one? Yeah. It was Skeleton Crew. They're out there feverishly defending Skeleton Crew. And Dragon Age the Veilguard is a total disaster. BioWare is absolutely captured. However, it is my duty to report to you, my dear sailors and starnauts, that there is one piece of good news. I told you. I told you week after week after week that the Orange Man would return, and he has returned. The Orange Man returns. Long may he reign. It was practically a fait accompli. I just couldn't say that because that would jinx it. So, the captain is a little superstitious. I mean, I'm a nautical man. Sailors are notoriously superstitious for good reason. The sea, or the stars, as the case may be, is a fickle mistress. So, in any case, but it is... as you may have noticed from the thumbnail, why is the thumbnail the MAGA crew of the MAGA Enterprise? Well, that's because that's what they are. It's funny. I put way too much effort into that thumbnail. And the reason is, A, because I felt like it, and B, as I was creating it, well, it's not really the reason, but as I was creating it, it just reminded me of what a Starfleet crew is. What a Starfleet captain is in original Star Trek. That would be the original 5 series. Original series, Next Gen, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, and Enterprise. Pre-Kurtzman. Pre-Abrams. They are a competent crew of professionals exploring the absolute most dangerous frontiers of the unknown. That's what they are. And you and I, my dear sailors and starnuts, are on that same journey. I don't care if you voted for the Orange Man. You're welcome here. I have a friend of mine every time I talk to the guy, I convince him to vote orange. The minute I leave his house, he immediately goes back to voting blue because he just, whatever the NPC patch is, it just overwrites whatever I told him. It's the most amazing thing I've ever seen. So I told the guy, thinking he was solid, get out. You got to make sure you go vote. What does he do? He texts me the day after Tuesday, and I'm all excited. And he says, oh, I'm not very happy. And I'm like, why? And he says, because both candidates were shit. And I'm like, damn it, the NPC patch overwrote the program. It's so funny. Anyway, now why is this important? Because, folks, all the destruction, the wackos that write for Disney, Lucasfilm, the wackos that have been deconstructing all of our characters, Indiana Jones, Luke Skywalker, Han Solo, all these characters, Marvel's, they cannot make a Blade movie because the wackos want to make it a not Blade movie, right? So they keep deconstructing everything. They're the minority, folks. What have I told you on this channel? I've told you that we will inflict defeat after defeat after defeat on woke storytelling. And, folks, we delivered the Mac Daddy of defeats on wokeness. We have sent a message to the woke hive mind. This far, no farther. The line must be drawn here. So, That's what's happening, folks. That's what's happening. Mr. Producer, I'm not used to restream. There's a video I had that seems apropos.
Defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender!
We shall never surrender! And as such, I haven't given up on BioWare yet. I haven't given up on it. I think that if we send a strong enough message with the Veilguard and with the messages we've already sent over the last couple of years, there's a chance, a small one, but a chance, that we might turn the tide. But whether or not Mass Effect can be saved, we will build new things. We will create a new Iron Age, a new Golden Age of storytelling. The woke mind virus is in its death throes, my dear sailors and starnauts. It's on its last legs. It just doesn't know it yet. And we are here to give it a firm shove off of this mortal coil. So now, with that being said, let's dive into the chat. Grandmaster is here. He says it's scary how some of them look like actual crew members. Vivek looks like Bashir. He does, doesn't he? I put him in the blue uniform, right? The science officer uniform. VP looks like Riker. Of course. Of course. Vance he's number one. And Elon looks like the Chinese guy. Well, I don't know what that. You're talking about Harry Kim from Voyager. Yes. Played by Garrett Wang, a fellow Garrett. Skunk's Workshop is in the chat. Says here, but I'll have to be lurking today. Can't wait for the show. You'll be joining Tom in the lurking room, as is his custom. Hail, Tom. Fu Man Blue, hail. Anthony Timmons, hail. Ahoy, Starshippers, ahoy. Anthony Timmons says it was a massacre, metaphorically speaking, referring to the return of the Orange Man. Referring to the return of the Orange Man, long may he reign. Yes! Yes! He reigns! It's beautiful, isn't it? It's morning in America. It's a brand new day. We have not lost our civilization. We have not lost the belief in freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom of assembly. The consent of the governed. It's incredible, isn't it? All the people melting down are like, democracy died. Democracy died. Democracy is what elected him. It's unbelievable. The majority of the country. When I tell you that the woke mind, I say it all the time. Wokies don't have principles. Oh, they believe count every vote. Everybody gets a say. Every voice matters. All are welcome. Inclusion. Democracy until they lose. Then democracy. Oh, there's no such thing now. Now, a majority of people voting for something is not democracy. That's exactly, it's a sick worldview, folks. Have I told you? I told you. Mr. Producer, did I tell him? That's what I'm saying many times. Welcome to the Swords and Starships channel. We are happy today. Staffire says, no sex for you fascist conservatives. Oh, what the fuck? My butthole is now closed. Star Fury. Star Fury's on a sex strike. All hail, you sane sons of biatches. Anthony Tibbetts says some voted blue, some people voted red, I voted orange. Yes, exactly. But I don't care how you voted. You're welcome here. Nobody's ever going to be, I am never going to shame anyone for how they voted. Never. I welcome all comers. But I'm also not going to not tell you what I think, which is I think this is a victory. You know, one of the most important things that's been observed this week is that, all of Hollywood has gone all in on wokeness. And I'll tell you something, having once lived in Los Angeles, California, in the belly of the beast for many years, I can just tell you that the pervading opinion is that their opinion is the majority opinion. The Hollywood wackos, the crazy shills, the Z, them, and they, them, pronoun police, the defund the police, like all that wacko nonsense. They think, number one, that's the majority opinion. Number two, it's the educated, enlightened, sophisticated opinion. And B, anyone who doesn't have that opinion is insane and crazy. It is the most chauvinistic worldview extant in the world. That would be wokeness. Quasi the quasi-communistic secular woke worldview. It is the most chauvinistic worldview because it simply does not believe anyone else could ever disagree with it. And guess what? They were wrong about all of the above. We proved them wrong. Now, do the craziest among them understand? No, they're wacko. Why do I call them wacko? Because they're wackos. That's why. Okay? They're wackos. They're not going to figure it out, which is good. Which is good. Because I'll tell you something. Never, ever underestimate your enemy. Don't do it. It's the biggest mistake anyone can make, is to underestimate your enemy. At least, I should say, I do my very best to never underestimate an enemy. Even if I think a particular character, is maybe not that smart or whatever, I don't underestimate him. I think, yeah, maybe there's something else going on there. I look for the signs, right? Mr. Producer, this is entirely unacceptable. We have to fix the mic stand. There we go. There, hang on. I gotta fix my mic stand because it's too low. It's triggering an OCD reaction. All right, there we go. Yeah, it's like take Leslie Headland, for example. I mean, in terms of as a writer, dumb as a box of rocks. But as a corporate climber, like if I were in the industry with her, like I would never underestimate her. She survived Harvey Weinstein. Like she was his personal assistant. She learned all of his dark secrets, man. I would never underestimate her. I bet she could stick a knife in you. Like it'd be like Talia al Ghul at the end of Dark Knight Rises, she just slips the knife into Batman. He's like, oh, how could you? It's like, that's what happens, man. Now, the mistake that all the meltdown, all the wokies melting down is, they're just doubling down. Oh, you're a bunch of racist bigots. America sucks. Well, we knew you thought that. But it's like, they underestimate us, which gives us the advantage. So, there's this line in the film The Founder with Michael Keaton where he plays Ray Kroc, the guy who basically took over McDonald's from the original McDonald's brothers and turned it into McDonald's, what it is today. And there's a great line in it where he's on the phone. Ray Kroc is on the phone with the McDonald's brothers, who are pissed because he's taken their company and he's just done all this stuff with it. It's a really good movie. You got to watch it. Well, they're just mad at him because they wanted to keep McDonald's like this small town little, store, and he took it sort of global, and then he sort of he edged them out. He basically bought it out from under them, and they're mad at him because it would have never been anything under them because they just didn't know how to build it into this mega franchise, but Ray Kroc did. And so they're on the phone, and the McDonald's brothers are basically telling Ray Kroc, you're such a scumbag, you're such a piece of shit, whatever. And he's like, you guys didn't have what it took. He's like, listen, if I see my competitor drowning somewhere, just drowning in a lake, I'm going to get a garden hose and just stick it right down his throat. And I laughed so hard and it's Michael Keaton delivering the line. It's so good. It's so ruthless. So when it comes to the woke mind virus, it's out there floundering and drowning right now. And we're going to take a garden hose and just stick it right down its throat. That's basically what we're going to do. See you later. We're going to inflict. You think this is the end of it? This is not the end of it. The woke mind virus is finished. Do you hear me? Finished. So say we all. Now, returning to the chat. That doesn't mean that it doesn't have any fight left in it. It certainly does. It certainly does. But we have it on the ropes. Now, where are we? We shall fight in the porta potties. No, Anthony Timmons, we shall not. Morbius of Krell says, hail, Captain. Hail, crewmates. Hail, President Trump. Hail, freedom. That's right. Hail the return of the Orange Man. Long will he reign. Staffyeri says, the Orange Man for Emperor of Man. It'll be his first Ultramarine. Yeah, no, God Emperor Trump. Yes, absolutely. In all seriousness, it's like, it's just, thank God, you know? That's all. Fu Man Blue says, you're ultra all right. Anthony Timmons says, Tulsi Gabbard flipping to Republican was pretty big too. Of course, we all saw that coming a while ago. Yeah, absolutely. Staffyeri says, as long as I can get my blue armor, bolter, chainsword, I'll happily explain true democracy to Democrat commies with extreme prejudice. So, yes. Tulsi for Secretary of State. Well, I'm not going to get into like the nitty gritty of political stuff because we got lots of nerd culture, entertainment culture to talk about. But I think that's kind of a lame position for her. I'm not saying she wouldn't be good at it, but like, there's got to be better uses of her time. I just think you can get someone else to do that. I'm not saying she wouldn't be great at it. Don't misunderstand. I came up with a new introduction for my videos on swords and starships. It's going to go something like this. These are the voyages of the Swords and Starships channel. Our continuing mission to explore endless horizons of the fantastic, to seek out heroes and their manifold adventures, to save our stories from the woke hold. Are we live, Mr. Producer? Can you dump the last 10? What do you mean you don't have that feature? Why do I pay you? Our continuing mission to explore the endless horizons of the fantastic, to seek out new heroes and their manifold adventures, to save our stories from the woke horde once and for all. I think it needs some work. I need to work on that a little more. All right, here we go. What's our first story? Mr. Producer. Oh, yes. Hat tip Critical Drinker. Critical Drinker had a video. I have not seen it yet. I saved it for you, my dear sailors and starnuts, in honor of you. Regular humans. Regular Americans and Brits, as the case may be. And wherever else you may be in the world. You know that RRR review I have on this channel? It's still going. It still gets all kinds of views and engagement over in India. They love it. They absolutely love it. Share screen, Mr. Producer. Here we go.
It might have come to your attention that there was an election in America this week.
No way!
I know, right? If only someone had told us. Now, I'm not here to talk about the election itself because, believe it or not, I'm generally smart enough not to stick my nose into things that are none of my damn business. But do you know who isn't?
Hi, you guys. Hi, Avengers.
Hey, Scarlet.
That's
Oh
right.
my
Whenever
God.
there's a major political or social event going on, you can always count on the professional pretenders to find a way to make it all about them. Because truly, who better to guide the common working man on which candidate best represents their interest than a group of elite multimillionaires living in a gold-plated echo chamber whose entire careers consist of saying words written by someone else. The list of actors and celebrities that are apparently going to leave America because the election didn't go the way they wanted is longer than my criminal record for public intoxication. But like, what kind of threat is that even supposed to be? Why do you think anyone even cares where you live? Do you really think there's people out there that are deeply invested in keeping you in the same zip codes? Like, if you threaten to never appear in any movies or show your face in public ever again, I guess that might be something a bit more meaningful, but then that would actually mean putting your career on the line. No more big paychecks, no more private jets, no more awards ceremonies where you sniff each other's farts and talk about how good it smells. And we all know you'd never...
You know what's incredible about this point that he's making here? This is so funny. Basically, if they actually threatened to not make movies anymore, that would be a real threat. Right? If they say, oh, if the Orange Man gets elected, we're not going to be in any more movies. We're going to go back to regular work. Oh, that would be a threat, wouldn't it? You're not going to get no more Iron Man for you. Robert Downey Jr., I'm canceling my Doctor Doom appearance. Oh, no. Oh, no. Still would have won in a landslide. Wouldn't make a difference. But the point is that would be a threat where they're actually putting something on the line, right? And by the way, why am I talking politics? Not that much, but why am I talking politics on a stream about culture and pop culture? Because these assholes never shut the fuck up about politics, do they? They lecture us about everything. Anything happens in the world, and we have to listen to a train of all of our celebrities. Iron Man, Captain America, the Hulk, Luke Skywalker. We have to listen to all of our childhood heroes tell us what pieces of shit we are, how terrible America is, how America hates immigrants and hates women and hates black people, and it's evil and it's bad. It's a colonizing country. We should tear down the Washington Monument. It was built by slaves. And they sit here downloading on us all their garbage, their disgusting rot that hates America while claiming, oh, but I love Hamilton. Hamilton is such a great play, and it's so inspiring, but America's a piece of shit, and it's founded on slavery, but Hamilton was so great, and I love my country. Fuck you! Nobody wants to hear your stupid innate opinions. You play Iron Man. You play Captain America. Go do your job and shut the fuck up. But they don't, do they? So we're not going to shut up either. We're going to give it right back. We're going to throw it right back in their faces. Because at the end of the day, we the people... think about this, folks. I want you to think about people you were talking to on the street, family members, whatever. I bet you a lot of people could feel that this was coming. A lot of people could feel that this was going to be a win. We were nervous. We were afraid. We obviously knew that things can happen. Wink the other eye. We knew, right? We had to be careful. That's because we don't underestimate our enemy. But we had to be careful. But we all kind of knew the mood of our fellow Americans, their fellow people, was this is not right. And we got to change things, right? These wackos had no clue. They completely underestimated. They have no idea what average people think. We were right. They were wrong. Mr. Critical Drinker, resume tape.
Or do that, because if you don't have fame and attention anymore, what do you really have left to keep you going? And now that it actually is all over, I wonder how many of those people are actually going to go through with it anyway. Probably about the same number who left the country 8 years ago when the same exact thing happened.
Stephen King is such a dumbass. He is one of the dumbest, most NPC downloaded liberals out there. I am a great fan of some of Stephen King's work. I'm a great fan of his book On Writing. I still recommend it. If you are a aspiring writer, it's a great book called On Writing. He's conquered addiction in his life. He's been through some things. He's got a lot of great insights on how to write, and he is, like it or not, a pretty good writer. I would argue his latest work sucked, though. His latest stuff is boring as hell. And I don't know what he's doing there. So I downloaded his book Fairy Tale on Audible, returned it after like 3 chapters. Fuck that. It was boring as hell. The guy thinks he's still living in the 1960s. He thinks he's still living in the JFK liberal era while failing. I bet he hates RFK Jr.'s guts. I bet Stephen King hates RFK Jr.'s guts without understanding that RFK Jr. is more like his father and his uncle than Stephen King's current politics are like either of them. In other words, he's an NPC. He is told He is just told by his social circle that Democrats good, and he just believes it. He just believes it. So his political takes are awful. However, his advice on writing is pretty good, and I recommend it.
Damn, man, they even managed to bribe. Sorry, persuade the Avengers cast to do a totally authentic Zoom call where they gushed about how much they loved chosen candidate.
Hi, you guys. Hi, Avengers.
See, now here's the thing. I don't begrudge any celebrity from having their political opinions and speaking their mind about what they believe. I don't mind it at all. You know, it doesn't ruin movies for me because since I have been alive, 90% of actors are, if not liberal, full-blown progressive crazies. Okay? That's been true for as long as I've been watching movies and TV shows. So it just goes without saying that, you know, for me, I've never been the type of person where if I find out what a celebrity is like in their normal life, I can't enjoy them in movies anymore. I've never been that way. I've never had that feeling, ever. Because to me, of course they're like that. Of course they are. They've always been like that. Just assume it. Just assume it. So for me, I separate the work of the professional from their personal hang-ups and whatever lunacy they engage in on their free time. That's their time. However, look at what they're doing here. They are invoking their work. They are invoking the Avengers specifically. So the Avengers was created for everyone to enjoy. The Avengers was created for all of us. And it was something that any walk of life could enjoy. But they are using that work to promote their own political views. That's what I object to. You know, it's an interesting thing. Like, I've written 2 books, Blood and Oak and Wolves Will Eat, rousing adventures of sword and sails. And I have another book I'm working on called Galaxy Born, which is going to be way better than Star Trek, way better than Star Wars. You'll see. More on that later in the stream, if you're good, chat. Now, I'm never going to stop speaking my mind, but within the realm of those books will always be for everybody. Those books will always be for any reader who wants to read it and enjoy it, any fan who wants to, if it, you know, later, eventually, movies, video games, I will welcome all fans, and they will always be valued and listened to as fans. Those books, those properties that I'm working on they will exist to tell a good story. That's it. They will never exist to push a political view. Now, will some aspects of my worldview seep into the story? Of course they will. I'm human. You know, I do my best to tell a story that has many different facets, obviously. I never want to write a story that doesn't, in some ways, even challenge my own worldview. However, it will never be for the purpose of propagandizing or lecturing anyone. The work is the work. My beliefs are separate. And that's just how it is. I would never, but these people think that they can steal the valor of the MCU phases 1 through 3 and invoke that to push their sick worldview. And guess what? They lost. They lost.
Scarlet.
Jumping on the call.
Whoa. I think you mean assembling.
Oh my God.
Assembling. Don, that's pretty good. No, that was funny.
Oh my god.
Dude, that meme has never been more appropriate. Oh my God, it's so disgusting. It's as bad as let's Pokemon go to the polls. Isn't it incredible? You know, Robert Downey Jr. can be so funny. He can be so awesome as Tony Stark. He is absolutely magnetic as that character. He turned the Tony Stark character into one of the best comic book characters of all time. He just did. In movies, I mean. One of the best movie comic book characters of all time. Isn't it astounding how when it's him on a Zoom call trying to promote Kamala, it's like the most cringe, pathetic. He's like an old dad trying to be cool. It's wild.
Goodness, this is almost as authentic as Brie Larson's YouTube channel. Everything from the empty threats to leave the country to the half-hearted monotone endorsements where you could practically see the dump trucks full of money depositing their load in the background, to the endless Twitter posts ranting about how the orange...
Yeah, dude, they paid Oprah Winfrey $1 million to endorse Kamala. Now, I want you to think about this. Think about this. The woman is out there on stage saying, Kamala's so wonderful, she's so great, everybody needs to vote for her. Where's my $1 million fucking dollars? What kind of person who believes the country is at stake, democracy is at stake? If Oprah Winfrey believes that, wouldn't she do it for free? Wouldn't she be out there campaigning for free? Why would she ask for compensation if she believes in what she's doing? That's Elon Musk spent, agree with him or not, and if you're here, you probably do agree with him. He spent $44 billion of his fortune to save, I would argue, democracy, but more specifically, freedom of speech on the X platform. He spent $44 billion because he believed in it, and when they tried to tell him, they tried to bully him with a threat of losing advertising dollars, he said, go fuck yourself. You're not going to control me or blackmail me. That's belief. That's actual belief. Oprah Winfrey needed a paycheck.
Man is going to blow up the world or something. It all just came across as so fake and hollow and out of touch. Just another performance by people who spend their whole lives pretending to be some...
Morbius asks, Stormcrow, which Dark Tower book is your favorite? Which is an interesting question. I read the first Dark Tower book and I never continued. It's marvelously written, but I don't know if it really speaks to me.
Someone else. And when that's your job, when that's literally the only thing people know you for, it's kind of hard for them to take you seriously when you're trying to be all earnest and authentic. And when I think about it, the whole concept of celebrity endorsements just seems so tired and dated now, like some weird relic from a different time, a time when people actually used to look up to actors and celebrities, like the simple fact of being famous somehow injects you with wisdom and knowledge far beyond mere mortals like ourselves. Well, whatever bubble that once existed as well and truly burst now, because honestly, I think 2024 might go down in history as the year when people finally, completely and totally stopped giving a shit what movie stars have to say about politics. I mean, the writing's been on the wall for a while now. Social media gave us an unparalleled insight into the minds, and I'm using that term pretty loosely here, of our favourite icons of the big screen, but instead of making them more accessible and giving them a new platform to influence the masses, all it really did was lift the curtain on how dull, mundane, petty and needy.
Ron Perlman is a very unfortunate looking man. Just a very, very unfortunate looking man.
So many of them are, driven by a constant need for attention and validation, parroting the same predictable and safe talking points, or trying to shill the overpriced crap that they've decided to slap their name on. The more
They're all selling whiskey. They've all got a freaking whiskey or tequila company. Isn't that weird? They've all got some freaking tequila or whiskey they're selling. I saw Bryan Cranston and Aaron Paul, that would be Walter White and Jesse Pinkman, respectively, from Breaking Bad, I was at a Chili's and they were shilling on a poster. They were shilling some kind of tequila brand. And I'm like, who fucking cares if you're making tequila? I care about your characters in Breaking Bad. I do not care about your stupid tequila.
To act like regular people, the more fake they ended up looking. The relevance and respect they command has been declining for years now, and it's been reflected in the creator and viewing figures for all their big awards shows, which had gradually devolved into political soapboxes that nobody was interested in listening to. Things only got worse during the unspecified virus of unknown origin, where celebrities had never looked more preachy, arrogant, and out of touch with reality. Yeah, sure, you guys sit in your $20 million mansions in Beverly Hills with private gyms, hot tubs and acres of land to walk around, and tell the rest of us why we have to stay indoors in one-bedroom apartments because we're all in this together.
Shite. Oh yes, that's shite.
Yeah, you guys must have been crying into your champagne while all this was going on. I honestly don't know how you made it through. But holy shit, I think this is the year when any shred of cultural influence they had just went right out the window, and I think they know it. There was like 24 hours of complete radio silence after the election. I mean, even Mark Hamill couldn't think of anything to say, and normally you can't get that guy to shut the fuck up about politics. It was like the whole celebrity ecosystem had just taken a giant slap to the face and simply couldn't come to terms with it. Well, that is why I'm here to help. Now, this is going to be a bitter pill to swallow, Hollywood people, but just like Tatiana, swallow you must. And not to worry, because Dr. Drinker is here to administer your medicine. The cold hard truth here is that nobody gives a fuck about your political opinions anymore. You are some of the least qualified people in the world to be lecturing normal people on how to think and vote. Because
Amen.
You're not normal people. You don't work normal jobs. You don't live normal lives. You exist in a nice, comfortable bubble that protects and insulates you from reality, where you're surrounded by other people just like yourselves. And the thing is, we don't actually hate you for that. There's nothing wrong with being rich and successful if you've earned it. And part of
Great point. I totally agree with that. Yeah, no, we don't hate you because you're celebrities and you're wealthy and you live in mansions and you drive fast cars or whatever. Just stop fucking talking to us about politics. We don't care. We don't care. Honestly, I could completely live with them talking politics if they could lay off of the accusing our entire civilization of being racist, misogynistic, homophobic, etc., etc., etc. The maliciousness of their lies, the narcissism, the absolute temper tantrums that they throw publicly, the fact that they work around the clock to destroy, dismantle, and subvert every childhood hero and storytelling we've ever had. That's what I could do without, Hollywood. That's what I could do without. Morbius of Krell says, Captain, don't bother reading the other Dark Tower novels. The first book is great, but it goes downhill after that. Noted. A good warning, Morbius. I appreciate that.
Of being rich and successful is that you end up getting a bit detached from the mundane reality of daily life. Again, we understand. And let's be honest, it's kind of fucking cool to be an actor. You guys get to do stuff and go places that most of us could never dream of. And we're happy to cheer and boo the characters that you play. We're happy to be captivated by the performances you deliver. We're happy to listen to you talk about your craft and share stories and insights into what it's like making movies. But what we're not prepared to do anymore is be lectured by you, or told what causes we're supposed to support by you, or how to think and vote by you. This next bit is going to take a bit of humility and self-reflection, which I realise are two qualities you're not exactly hot on, but it's time to shut the fuck up about this stuff. It's none of your business, it's not your area of expertise, and it never was. Learn that lesson and you might just get back the respect and attention that you want. Learn it not, and well, you might just find out how fickle a mistress fame really is. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Yes, that would be the critical drinker. Mr. Producer. Mr. Producer. There we go. There it is. Just an absolute stem winder. Absolute stem winder. How's the audio? Let me know if there's any popping or whatever. So far, Restream has been better, but one never knows. So, yes, I totally forgot. I totally forgot to put anything in the... I didn't put any hashtags in the Twitter stream. Let me see if I can do that now. Can I do that now? I have to go to profile. Maybe. Can I edit the post? Oh, yeah, there we go. I'll just put in some hashtags. What do you think of that? Wait, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to put that hashtag in there. We're going to talk Star Wars. We're going to talk Skeleton Crew. We're going to talk Dragon Age, the Veilguard. Hashtag MAGA. There it is. We'll update it. Yes. Okay. I think that where is I just probably screwed up my whole broadcast stream. I probably just ruined the whole thing now. So it says I'm live. I've got this broadcast. Oh well. One day I'll figure it out, my dear chat. Moving on. Now I wish to address something in the Discord. By the way, our Discord is there. A link to the Discord awaits you in the description of this video. Join us. We are the Swords and Starships channel. Okay, so there's one of the shills out there is named A Guy Who Loves Star Wars. And Grandmaster has this to say in the Discord. In all caps, as is his custom. it's always in all caps. I say this every week. Okay, I won't read it in all caps. I say this every week. This has to stop. This guy has no sources, but he pretends he does. He is also gay, and his channel is filled with gay people. He also continuously begs Star Wars for a job. He begs Star Wars. Okay, please tell Grizzy about this guy and his horrible channel. Now, a couple of things, Grandmaster. I appreciate the post. Thanks for the engagement in Discord and for suggesting I actually took a look at his video. It's like a 2-hour live stream. I'm not going through the whole thing. He's in a lot of the shill videos. Grizzy knows about him. Now, number one, I don't know Grizzy. I can't tell Grizzy about him. But Grizzy already knows about him because he's in the shill videos all the time. Second, you say he is also gay. And his channel is filled with gay people. Well, so is this one. Because your dear captain swings both ways. I've mentioned this before. Maybe you're late to the channel. Now, I don't bring it up very often because it's personal. It's not really something that's the subject of this channel. But what I would say is I have no objection to people being who they are. People are who they are, and everyone's welcome here. People vote for who they vote for, and they're welcome here. And so are you. And you always will be. So, if that's a reason to unsubscribe, I mean, that's your decision. And I'm fine with that. But on the other hand, what I would say is he's already on the radar, man. Grizzy's already got him on the radar. And we're going to be talking. We have a shill video. It's coming up. So, look, here's what I object to. Okay. What I object to is lunatics telling everyone in society that it's not enough for you to tolerate, right, certain people. It's not enough for you to simply agree to disagree or live and let live. You have to like Drag Queen Story Hour. You have to declare proactively your pronouns. You must agree with the delusion that a male with a Y chromosome who is in a dress and uses she, her pronouns is actually, truly a woman. You must agree, you must bend the knee, and you must like them. They even go so far as to say that if you're like a woman on a dating app and you don't want to date a trans woman, that makes you transphobic, and that's bad, that's evil. Right? In other words, you must like that. You are under no obligation to like anyone for any reason. And that's part of the problem with the Hollywood celebrities. They think we are obligated to like them and appreciate them, and we're not. So that's what I have an objection to. I have an objection to people bullying and abusing power. And what bothers me about the shills is not that honestly, they're more fun than bothering. I want them to have their channels. I want them to have their channels. I want them to be telling us all the things they love about the Acolyte. I think it's funny. But by the way, I am a free speech absolutist. That means that even people saying things I find detestable, I will always defend their right to say it because that is the only sane way to live side by side with people you disagree with peacefully. It's exactly the reason why I hate the epithet that we are fascist, because I am as anti-fascist a person as you are ever going to meet. I believe in democracy because, well, I just do. I just do. I believe in the founding principles of this civilization, which means I am okay not always getting my way. I am okay with compromising. Both sides are a little bit happy. I'm fine with that. What I object to is people who use their platform to attempt to de-platform, silence, or socially excommunicate other people. That's called bullying. We call it cancel culture. That is fascism. That is totalitarianism. That is authoritarianism. That's what that is. And that is what I object to. So listen, if a shill's not coming after my channel and try to get me deplatformed or someone else deplatformed, I got no issue with them. I'm going to laugh at them, and they're free to laugh at me. They're free to, clip me out and make all kinds of memes about, look at this dumb idiot. He's got the MAGA king. No, they wouldn't say that. He's got Donald Trump as the captain of the Enterprise, and that's sick. That's gross. Have fun. Have a ball. I don't care. I live my life as I see fit, and I am happy for others to live their life as they see fit, so long as they don't seek to trample my rights. So I thought I would just address that. Some housekeeping. Look, I'm not here to mislead you about any of my opinions that I have. I'm not here to pander to anyone. I speak my mind. I say what I believe. I live my life as I see fit. And if you enjoy coming along for the ride on this channel, you are welcome here, and I don't care who you voted for, and I don't care what walk of life you hail from. And if you don't want to be here, well, water under the bridge, c'est la vie, no hard feelings. No hard feelings. Nobody is under any obligation to like or approve of anyone. So that's what I have to say about that. What's next in the stack of stuff? Because we got more, folks. Oh, I had some X bookmarks I wanted to show you. That's a different thing than X-rated bookmarks. That's not what I have to show you, I promise, my dear sailors and star nuts. Mr. Grizzy has this one, though. Okay, you ready for this? Hey, I gotta cue it up. Okay, here we go. Mr. Producer, if you would. Skunk's Workshop saying, compelled speech, no thanks. I agree. Morbius says, I don't care if you like to hump zebras. You're fighting the good fight along with us. I do not hump zebras. No, I don't. That's no. Actually, okay, bestiality, that's a bad thing, okay? That's bad. Animals can't consent. Someone needs to tell Chunk Uger that animals can't consent. Someone needs to tell Dave Filoni that dogs can't consent. Now, Morbius says Drinker was saying that to celebrities. Go away now. Fu Man Blue. Oh, yeah, I got that one. Be rich, just don't... What was it? Be rich, just don't talk to me like you know something about life down here. Yes, I agree with you. Now, share screen. Share. There we go. Mr. Grizzy, Disney shills are rage quitting Twitter X. Oops, no, wrong one. Play.
So I just wanted to make an announcement.
Oh, this is my favorite shill. This is the one. This is the passive-aggressive little shithead. You know, he's a perfect example, man. This is the one that's like, oh, I'm such a nice, wonderful little man. I would never say anything bad about anyone. It's just that if you don't like Acolyte, you're a racist, and you're a homophobe, and you're a disgusting, evil person, and you should die. But I don't understand why there's so much toxicity. I love Star Wars. Passive-aggressive little asshole. He's such a shithead, this one.
So I just wanted to make an announcement before we get into the video that I've moved over to Blue Sky permanently. I'm now off Twitter. The account is still there, but I'll no longer be posting. So I just wanted to make an announcement before we get into...
How fucking dumb are these people? They are literally as petulant as little toddlers. I'm taking my toys and I'm going home. Nobody cares. Who cares? It's unbelievable. They think it's some kind of like bold, rebellious statement. I'm leaving the X platform because there's people I disagree with on X. Dude, then be there, stupid. Like, be there. Make your case. Why don't you attempt to persuade some of the Trump supporters on the X platform? Why don't you use... Dude, you know what's incredible? This is the thing. This is what happens. It's like what Bane said to Batman in The Dark Knight Rises. Victory has defeated you. Victory has defeated these people. They've owned everything. They've owned the culture. They've owned academia. They've owned Hollywood. They've owned gaming. They've owned everything. They had the power just a few short years ago, folks. Twerps like this had the power to kick people off of Twitch. They had the power to get people deplatformed. They had the power to false flag and ban people. They removed the dislike so that you couldn't criticize them. These people have had unchecked power for decades. They have run our entire society, and they have had the benefit of being able to silence anyone they didn't want to hear from. And now they've lost that power, and they can't handle having to actually defend their ideas. They can't handle having to engage in debate. They can't handle living with people who don't agree with them. There is only one kind of civilization where you do not have to live among people you disagree with. There's only one type of civilization. It is a totalitarian civilization. That's the only one. Because in a totalitarian civilization, you simply eliminate or threaten into silence anyone that you disagree with. So, you know, if you're the party in power, that's what you get to do. It's called a one-party state. It seems to me that that would be more to your liking, Mr. Twerp. I think that's more to your liking. We don't live in that society. No thanks to you, we still live in a free, pluralistic, democratic republic. Guess what? That means your ideas don't get to go unchallenged. We're going to challenge them. Deal with it. I think I had something else in my bookmark. This was kind of fun. Grums had this one. The woke mind virus has you.
Oh, I'm a model. Wow, like runway model? OnlyFans model. Damn, are you expensive?
The Matrix is a system, Neo.
Subscribe to my OnlyFans.
That system is full of degenerates. When you're inside, you look around, what do you see? Businessmen, teachers, lawyers, carpenters, the very minds of the people we are trying to save. But until we do, these people are still a part of the woke system, and that makes them our enemy. You have to understand, most of these people are not ready to pick up a biology textbook. And many of them are so inert, so hopelessly dependent on their pronouns that they will fight to protect it. Were you listening to me, Neo? Or were you looking at the dude in the red dress? The dude? Look again. Who is it? That wasn't a woman?
No. It's another training program designed to teach you one thing. If you are not one of us, you might marry one of them.
What are they?
Transformers.
Transformers.
They can move in and out of any gender, regardless of their chromosomes. That means that anyone coming out of the female bathroom is potentially a ladyboy. Inside the Matrix, they can identify as anything, but in reality, it's just delusion.
We have survived by hiding from them, by running.
No, that ended too soon. We've survived by hiding from them, running from them, but one day someone will have to fight. Fantastic. Fantastic. Okay. Stop screen. What is next in the stack of stuff? So we've got a lot of Star Wars news we have to get into, my dear sailors and Starnuts, and we will. And thank you, Fuma and Blue, for your suggestion. You were saying that you like the new intro, but try it out a few more times. I definitely will. I definitely will. Morbius of Krell saying this is why the red pill is so important. Vital, Morbius. Vital. I'll tell you, I was so wrong about Abrams' Star Trek because, I mean, I didn't love it and I didn't feel like it was real Star Trek, but I thought so mistakenly that it was a good thing. I thought, well, at least it's introducing a new generation of Star Trek, and it's like, oh my God, I'll never have to go through that lesson again. But in any case, we've got to get to this trailer of Brave New World because it just dropped. We have a new Captain America Brave New World trailer. It should be called Stunning and Brave New World. Because it is stunning and brave, isn't it? Here we go. Is that the view I want? No, that's not the view I want. I'm getting used to the restream layout, which I'm not super wild about. Okay, roll tape.
You asked for me. Here I am. You want to help me? Is there anything you remember?
You know what's really dumb about the Falcon and the Winter Soldier? Gets the opportunity to actually take the super soldier serum, and he doesn't. They could have eliminated the entire plot issue of him not being superpowered like Steve Rogers, and they literally made the story about how he chose not to do it. So he's not real. He doesn't have the strength of Captain America.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Thaddeus Ross.
Whatever this is, Cap, be careful. What do we know?
There were 5 shooters. This was a coordinated terrorist attack, sir.
I was a wartime general.
I mean, I have to say, I like the gritty tone. I feel like I do enjoy the fact that they're trying to make this like almost like a Bourne kind of thriller, spy thriller. Winter Soldier was a fantastic film. I absolutely love Winter Soldier.
Now I'm a wartime president. Your inner circle's been compromised. Let me fix it. Watch yourself. You're not Steve Rogers. You're right. I'm not. Wait for it. We're on the brink of war. I can't trust anyone. Nothing about this feels right. Captain America. You ever ask yourself?
The brink of war with who? With who? This is what I can't stand about modern trailers. They're trying to give you a hook, but they don't give you a clear sense of like, well, what are the sides? Like, who's against what? I don't understand.
Who's playing who?
It's not even clear to me, based on this trailer, whether there was an assassination attempt on Ross, right? I mean, I'm presuming that. I presume that, because that's what we saw. We saw a bunch of guys storming the White House or whatever. But it was so confusing, the blocking of that part of the trailer, that I honestly don't understand exactly what happened. Why not have one simple line of, the president was under attack. It was an inside job. We need someone we can trust, right? An outsider. Whatever, right? We're compromised. In other words, a couple of lines to establish the hook for the story. I don't understand why it's so vague. I can see that they are making good use of his flying ability since he has no superhuman strength. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess you'd have to use his flight ability to kind of compensate for that. It just makes me think it would be so much better if he were just an upgraded Falcon. Like if it were just The Falcon was the movie. and you give him even like he has Cap's shield. Like that would be cool. It's on loan from Cap. He's got Cap's shield. He's the Falcon. And he's doing all this. I think that'd be rad.
Someone's been pulling the strings on everything.
You're under arrest?
I don't want a variable out there that I can't control.
Stop!
Captain America caught without his wings.
You like to play dress up and blindly execute the state's orders.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
What if this is a trap? You don't even know what this is.
Since when were they red?
You want me? Come and get me!
Wow, that was so cool. That's my shill reaction. You know what strikes me about this trailer? I feel like we can't tell an interesting story about an American spy thriller because, and when I say we, I'm not using the true we. I'm using we as in what Hollywood thinks we is. We don't know what we believe about America anymore. And therefore, we can't tell a simple story about America is under attack. We need Captain America to save us. Like our president is under attack. And now, listen, I'm not saying you can't have a twist at the end. The president's evil. But what's kind of odd about it is that whole trailer gives away the game because look, this is what's happening. The president's evil. That's what's happening. And he's going to have to find that out. And you know what's so weird? Now I'm ahead of the story. I'm going to be watching this movie and I'm going to be ahead of the story because I know that Thaddeus Ross is bad. I don't know exactly why. I don't know exactly what the details are, but I know that he is. I know that government bad. American government bad. That's the story, right? And so I'm just going to be spending this whole movie checking by watch, waiting for Sam Wilson to figure out what I already know. This is exactly the problem with Secret Invasion. This was the problem with Secret Invasion. Frankly, it's kind of the problem with a lot of these Marvel and Disney Star Wars things. It's like we already know what's going to happen because it's so damn obvious. We're just waiting for the story to say it. That's what it is. So why give all this away? But more to the point, this is a trailer that does not establish any side for the audience to be on. I mean, I guess this could be essentially, you know what this is looking like? It's looking like it's an institutionalized story. That's what it is, based on that trailer. It's an institutionalized story. Sam Wilson is our protagonist who, by the end of the film, he'll have to make the choice that always comes at the end of an institutionalized story, if it's executed well, that is. Which is to either join the system, burn it down, or be sacrificed on the altar, which it's a Marvel movie, so we know that's not going to happen. So he's going to burn it down. So I already know the ending of the story. It's going to turn out that everything he believed in is a lie, and he's got to fight the president now. And we know the president is the Red Hulk. What's up with that? Why are you telling me the ending? It's such a weird trailer in so many ways. So there's no clear hook for the story. This is the wrong approach, I think, for a Captain America story. It should be, I think a why done it would be cool, right? I think a why done it would be neat, which is like Captain America has to figure out which is kind of what Winter Soldier was. Winter Soldier was kind of a why done it story, which this could work. This could work the same way. The problem is, number one, Steve Rogers is Captain America. That's number one. But number two, what happens if Sam Wilson loses? Who loses if Sam Wilson loses? Is it America? I mean, it's not clear to me. It's not clear at all to me. Anyway. Morbius says wings are okay for girl characters, but still kind of lame. Oh, come on. Angel's like one of the most famous X-Men. Sarah, you can't possibly be as cold-hearted as that, Morbius. I don't believe it. Those wings make him look gay. Well, you know. Look. I think he should just be Falcon. No, Siri, settle down. He should be Falcon with Cap's shield on loan. And there could be like a touching moment in... Look, they're going to bring back the Avengers characters. I feel like they're working their way around to it because everything else has failed. Sooner or later, they're just going to bring them back. And then you could have the touching, heartfelt moment when Sam Wilson gives the shield back to multiverse Captain America because they'll have to go get him from some other universe. Who even knows? I so don't care. I don't care about Marvel anymore. I just don't care. You can't have seen Secret Invasion and be excited for this movie. You just can't. Well, I didn't say he had to be the star of a trilogy. Morbius saying how many Angel trilogies have we had? Well, what does that have to do with it? I'm just saying. You're saying that, well, okay. Are there other characters with wings? The Vulture, Spider-Man's bad guy, the Vulture has wings. It's kind of lame. You might have a point. You may have a point. Mr. Producer, does Morbius here have a point? Is it make it super gay? Yeah. Mr. Producer agrees with you. He says you have a point and that you're exactly correct about it. Yeah, so there you go. Here's what I will say. I like the spy thriller tone, and there's some cool, it looks like there's some cool action scenes. I don't care about Sam Wilson as Captain America at all. I don't care about the Marvel Cinematic Universe at all anymore whatsoever. And I don't believe, until I see evidence to the contrary, that this is going to be anything approaching a coherent plot. This movie's undergone months and months and months. They've reshot the whole damn movie. It's a shit show. It's been a total shit show. I think it's going to be full, less than before, but I think it's going to be full of a bunch of identity politics crap. We're going to get at least one line. We did. We basically, you're not Steve Rogers, which is clearly a meta comment, which is meant to address the elephant in the room. I just do not have faith that the writers are any good on these projects anymore. So we'll see. But it's weird to me that trailer does not establish a basic hook for the story, but also sort of reveals that the president's the bad guy at the end. I don't understand how that can be an effective trailer. How's that supposed to get people excited? It's key jangling. That's what it is. He's red. It's the Hulk, but he's red. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited because he's red. He was green before, but now it's a different Hulk that's red. Anthony says, Red Bull gives you wings. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Okay, on to Star Wars news. Should I do this? Yeah, we'll do the Dave Cullen video. I like Dave Cullen a lot. He's like the opposite. He's the opposite of the passive-aggressive English shill. Here we go. He's like just as polite, but he actually is. He's a great Star Trek analyst. He's excellent at analyzing Star Trek, and I appreciate that. Go, Dave Cullen.
They're doing it again. They're never going to learn, are they? Honestly, I'm talking about Disney Lucasfilm here. The Star Wars sequel trilogy gave us a kind of quasi-remake of Episode 4 with The Force Awakens, which I think could have worked better if Han Solo hadn't been so needlessly and brutally killed off. As a result, Luke, Han, and Leia obviously never got to share screen time together. a huge missed opportunity. Now, The Last Jedi was, well, it was pretty rough, wasn't it? Luke becoming a broken, cynical monk sitting alone on an island waiting to die. What fan wanted that to be his fate? Completely undeserving to a very...
They totally betrayed the promise of the premise. That's what they did.
Very much loved character. And the opening scene where he takes the lightsaber from Rey and just throws it over his shoulder. To many fans, that was symbolic of what was wrong with Star Wars at that point.
I'm going to go so far as to say that that was the most anticlimactic moment in a movie I've ever seen. Because I was so excited. Like, I was... the ending, it's such a perfect J.J. Abrams ending when you think about it, because he loves to, like... He opens a loop, but he never closes it. That's what J.J. Abrams does. It's like Lost, Alias, all the shows where he made his name. Right? He would open a loop, but then he wouldn't know how to close it, right? So it's perfect. It's perfect. We get all the way to the end of Force Awakens. We have Rey offering the lightsaber to Luke, and Luke looks at it with this sort of haunted expression, and that's the end of the movie. And it gets us really excited about what is Luke going to do. And we have to wait 2 years to see what Luke is going to do, right? And I desperately wanted to see what was going to happen next. And I could have imagined 1,000 possible scenarios. At the very bottom of that list, you would still not have even found what actually happens when Luke just takes the lightsaber and throws it over his shoulder like it's a piece of trash. It was, what's funny is I didn't fully understand how bad it was at a conscious level yet, because I hadn't, all the processing of the film and the fallout and all that stuff, that hadn't happened yet. I'm just sitting here watching the film, and I remember thinking, what? I was so frustrated. I had that unsettled feeling in my gut of like, something's not, this is weird. This isn't quite right. But that's the moment when, at least in my case, I still had hope, for the film. I was already, like, annoyed. This was distracting to me. I was already very distracted by the bombers in space dropping bombs on the Resistance Star, or the First Order Star Cruisers, and how they fell in a zero-gravity environment. They fell. That was bugging the shit out of me. I'm like... eh. But then we get to the island, and Luke tosses the lightsaber, and I'm like, what? And then I'm thinking, well, all right. Clearly, there's a reason, we're gonna get the story of why he's given up. He's gonna get re-inspired, and he's gonna train her to be a Jedi. That's kind of what I'm expecting. And I keep waiting as that movie keeps going. I keep waiting and waiting and waiting, and it never happens. And it gets worse and worse and worse. And then it's like, and then she just becomes a Jedi anyway. I was so mad. Ugh.
Which is that the film just tried to subvert fan expectations to the point where the film felt like it was merely wearing the veneer of Star Wars. The heart and soul of the legacy of the story was just missing. It was hardly surprising that it underperformed at the box.
The Last Jedi, Luke turned into Mark Hamill. He just about Trump.
Finally, was Rise. I think compensate a little bit. They were trying to play it a bit more safe. Be a little bit too safe, reducing the film to being a somewhat adequate but ultimately bland and paint-by-numbers generic conclusion that felt like the writers were trying their best to not make mistakes as opposed to trying their best to tell a great story. Since then, Disney Lucasfilm have focused on mostly Star Wars TV series with mixed results, and a few duds here and there, including the most recently panned and cancelled Acolyte TV series. Now, a Rey movie has been in the works, but now there might also be a new trilogy. So again, oh boy, Star Wars feels like a franchise with no new ground left to break. But here we go again, with potentially 3 more films. This article is from Empire.com. Star Wars movie trilogy reportedly coming from Simon Kinberg. 10 years ago today, Disney and Lucasfilm celebrated principal photography finishing on the first film in their new Star Wars trilogy.
Has it already been 10 years? Has it already been 10 years? Think about this, folks. They have been trying to get Star Wars off the ground for 10 years, a decade.
Revealing its name, The Force Awakens, to the world and spawning a gazillion fan theories in the process. Now, 1 decade, 5 films, a fistful of Disney Plus series, and a whole lot of online discourse later, today appears to mark the beginning of a bold new chapter for the universe George Lucas built. Per Deadline's reporting, Lucasfilm and Disney have sealed a deal for X-Men franchise alumnus and Rebels co-creator Simon Kinberg to write and produce an all-new trilogy of Star Wars movies. Whilst Deadline...
All right, if they were serious about this, here's what they would do. I mean, if I were in their shoes, I would decanonize the entire Disney, just everything. Everything Force Awakens and after. Decanonize all of it. All of it. And just start over. That's what I would do. And but assuming I were in their position and had to continue with the garbage that they've created, I would just fast forward 500 years. Go 500 years into the future and tell a totally new story with new characters, even reworking the aesthetic of the galaxy far, far away a little bit. That's what I would do. Not a whole overhaul, just rework it a little bit is what I would do. And just reimagine it. I would almost do kind of what Battlestar Galactica, the reimagined series, did with the original Battlestar Galactica. Now, I'm not saying that this would be well-liked or that it would be a success. I'm saying if you're not going to decanonize what you did wrong and get it right, and you want to move forward, then you need to find a new story to tell. But you know what they're going to do? This is never getting made, folks. This is never getting made. They're not going to make this. This is, what was it? It's like 14 of these now that they've announced. So we're up to 14 announced Star Wars films that have not even gotten to like principal photography. That's such a shit show. They're such a shit show. These dumb people never learn. Why do I say they eat glue? This is why. Kathleen Kennedy, she just keeps doing it. She just oh, you know what's worked for us? Not even once. The last 10, 11 times we tried it, announcing a film and then announcing it was not happening or just forgetting about it and hoping everyone just let it memory hole. No, but let's do it again anyway. How can you be this stupid? I'm serious. Like, how can you be this stupid? Stop announcing movies. Just make one. Shut the fuck up and just make one. God, they're so corporate. They're such goons. Goons. Go 500 years in the future of the create your own identity in this universe. Try to honor what came before, but create a new experience. I even think that's something Lucas would potentially get behind. Like reinvent the universe a little. But what they're gonna do, if this ever gets made, it's not getting made, but if it did, they're just gonna rehash. They're gonna rehash the dark side versus the light side. They're gonna rehash the Jedi Order. They're gonna rehash everything that's been done now to death. They're just gonna have a new empire. Oh, the Empire Part 2 has risen, and they have a super duper Death Star. Oh, great. We haven't seen that story before. Oh, and now there's a resistance, and the resistance is going to stop the super duper duper Death Star. And then we have a new emperor who's a super duper duper clone of the old emperor. That's what they're going to do. And it's going to be, and we're going to see Green Planet, and we're going to see Desert Planet, and we're going to see Other Desert Planet, and we're going to see Coruscant, and we're going to see the Coruscant all-purpose DMV. And fat Jedi and fat X-Wing pilots. That's what we're going to get. And nobody's going to like it. It's going to suck. Roll tape.
Were initially led to believe that Kinberg's new trilogy would comprise episodes 10 through 12 of the Skywalker saga. Industry insiders have
10 through 12 of the fucking Skywalker saga. 10 through 12. All the Skywalkers are dead. They're dead. Oh, Rey is a Skywalker now. She self-identifies as a Skywalker. Oh, fuck off with, miss me with that shit. Look, listen, honest to God, even if I just could overlook the total hubris and arrogance of making Rey a Skywalker, it's still not the Skywalker saga. That is over. God, it's even worse than I even just said it would be. It's even worse. They want to continue the Skywalker saga. There's going to be 99 entries in the Skywalker saga. What a disaster. What a disaster these people are. They're unbelievable. They have millions of dollars, unlimited resources at their disposal. And they're like the dumbest people you've ever seen. They are the equivalent of like loser middle management people that we all know in our personal lives. Somewhere you know someone like this. They have a little fiefdom in their job somewhere, and they lord what little power they have. They lord it over a couple of people they can kind of bully. And they just do the same thing, and whenever they get something wrong, they just blame someone else for it. They're just low-quality people. Everybody knows at least one. Except imagine that person with millions of dollars, millions, and running Lucasfilm. And they just, I don't know why. The fans are toxic bigots. Anyway, we're going to make 3 more movies. Your everything else you've done has been a failure. Yeah, well, that's just because the fans suck. But we're going to make more. Okay. Yeah, whatever you want, sir. Yes. Okay, sir. I'll get, I'll make sure to put a cover sheet on the TPS report for that new Star Wars trilogy that we're definitely going to make. Oh, I'm going to make it this time. Why? Do you doubt me? No, sir, I don't doubt you. We'll definitely make it this time. Good. That's a can-do attitude. That's what we like around here.
Since repudiated that intel, instead suggesting that these 3 new movies will in fact mark the beginning of a new saga entirely within the Star Wars franchise. That mightn't be a bad thing at all. And whilst at this stage no filmmakers, actors, plot details or titles are in the mix for Kinberg's proposed trilogy.
And there never will be. Let's face it, there never will be. I can't help but think about it. Daisy Ridley on that pathetic, sad Zoom call. And they're like, oh, is there a release date? Can you tell me? She's like, there definitely are things happening. It's like, there's nothing happening. You don't know anything.
With the High Republic era now firmly established, both on page and screen, the New Republic era set to continue being explored in the upcoming Skeleton Crew series, and plans still afoot to explore what comes next for Daisy Ridley's Rey in a new Jedi Order movie. There are no shortage of exciting directions the franchise could shoot off in next. Now, what I will say is, if Star Wars can finally innovate beyond the Luke and Anakin Skywalker story arc, which has ultimately been at the heart of all of the prequel movies and TV series, as well as the sequels, I think that's what it needs to do. It's this legacy story that binds everything together, and Star Wars just doesn't seem to want to get away from it. Maybe there's a chance if they go off and do something new, like a totally new direction for the universe to explore.
That's precisely my point. That's the only way, other than just a mulligan, leaving that aside. That's the only way to do it. You have to create a new Star Wars, totally. Now, I'm not saying they should. I'm saying that this is the only, in terms of creativity, I'm looking at this as a creative. This is the only, you've got to have something new to say. Originality is part of what you're pursuing in art. And the problem with Disney is they're caught between the worst of both worlds. They are simply rehashing the old material, but they're also not doing a good job of rehashing the old material.
And that could be a great thing. But is there an appetite there among the fan base at this point, particularly when you consider how lackluster, just underwhelming Star Wars has been in recent years? And also, I would argue, divisive in many respects. I just don't think the franchise has ever been able to top the first 3 movies. And I'm probably in...
I basically agree with that. But, Revenge of the Sith is pretty damn good. I love Revenge.
The minority here as well, but I was not a fan of the prequels. I thought they were cringe, childish, campy, and kind of goofy.
Star Wars is not like, it's always been a little campy. I mean, come on, let's be fair.
That's not going to be popular for me to say, for sure. I certainly didn't like the sequel trilogy, like I say. Personally, I think Star Wars was a satisfying, contained trilogy. Told across 3 movies, I think that was the...
The problem with the prequels is very simple. It's both part of their problem and part of their charm at the same time. The prequels are the backstory of Luke Skywalker's story. That's what they are. Now, that's by definition, it's never going to be as good as the original trilogy because it's a backstory. It's basically an extended flashback, which, if they're viewed that way, they're actually quite charming and enjoyable, and I like them a lot in that context. But we did not watch Anakin Skywalker go on a hero's journey for 2 important reasons. Number one, he starts as a child in Phantom Menace, which was odd, and it sort of undermined us having a clear trajectory for him as a man, because we essentially got only 2 movies where he's a man, which is really when his adventure begins, is when he's a young man. So seeing him as a child, that was a mistake on Lucas's part. I think it was a huge mistake. He should have been a young man at the beginning of Phantom Menace. Second problem is he gives in to temptation at the end, which is fine. That's his story. But by giving in to temptation, he does not actually deliver a hero's story at all. He delivers a story of a man who accepted the deal with the devil. So, and I like that, don't get me wrong, but it does not make for a standalone story or adventure. It's a backstory. And a good one. But what we really need now is a new hero. We need again, I'm playing a little bit devil's advocate here. I'm saying that's what you would have to do to tell a new original story.
Absolute height of the franchise. Most everything that's come since then feels like...
Fu Man Blue, are you saying F you to your dear captain? What did I do? I'm just telling you what I think.
A little bit of...
I gotta... Fu Man Blue is lighting me up. He's lighting me up, chat. Oh, I love it. This is what I live for. Where is it? There it is. Fu Man Blue says, saying Star Wars has always been campy is like saying Star Trek has always been woke. It is not at all like that, Fu Man Blue. He's like, F you, swords and starships. My chat is turning on me. Stop it! They're mutinying, stop it! Well, what I'm saying is Dave Cullen is arguing that the prequels were campy and corny, and he's implying that the original trilogy were somehow much more sober and grounded, but they're not in that context. What I'm saying is to say that the prequels are somehow more campy than the original trilogy, I don't think is fair. Because in the original trilogy, you know, we've got Salacious Crumb, you know, which is great. I'm saying that's a good thing as part of its charm. We've got, what was the example I was thinking of? Obviously, the famous Star Wars bar scene, but the Ewoks. That's what I was thinking of. The Ewoks. That's one of the campiest things I've ever seen. Now, I'm not saying it isn't, don't misunderstand, though. I'm not saying it isn't a grounded story, because the Ewoks don't know that they're silly looking. They just are what they are. And the story plays it that way. So don't misunderstand. I'm not saying that that's necessarily a bad thing. I'm saying I disagree with Dave Cullen implying that the prequels are somehow more campy than the original trilogy. I don't think they are. Now, I will say plot and dialogue-wise, the prequels are more clunky. Definitely, they're more clunky than the original trilogy, and that's fair. But campy, I just disagree with that. Star Wars, it's kind of a melodrama. That's kind of what it is, and not in a bad way. It kind of is. It's a sort of Greek tragedy of sorts. Well, at least prequels certainly are more of a Greek tragedy. But what else was in the chat? Star Fury says, imagine an Obi-Wan type along with a Darth Maul type sent out as an advanced scouting team looking for signs of the enemy, along with two trying to get along given their disparate views of the Force. Yeah, that's what the Acolyte should have been. Right there, Star Fury. That would be a better approach to the Acolyte. Grandmaster says, Andor looks good, so I'll give him credit for that. We'll see. I mean, it's coming out in freaking April, and they're already, like, hammering that thing. I'm like, April? It's 5 months away. Give it a rest. But, you know, we'll see. I'll watch it. Grandmaster says Skeleton Crew is coming, and they have an Earth planet. If you watch the trailer, they have suburbs and everything on rails. They have rails in Star Wars. Oh, don't worry. I've hit this one, Grandmaster. I think the Skeleton Crew planets look dumb as hell. I think it's all wrong. I think they're trying to capture a weird 80s movie vibe that doesn't fit Star Wars at all. Star Fury says, if they are doing new Star Wars, they need to look to an existential threat from outside the galaxy coming into the galaxy to destroy it. You could have a Jedi and Sith team up to deal with the threat. That's not a bad suggestion. Well, look, honestly, Ahsoka was sort of an opportunity to do that, right? Because the idea was they had to go get Thrawn, they had to go get Ezra from the other galaxy and stop Thrawn from coming back. I'm telling you right now, here's what the plot for Ahsoka should have been. Thrawn has been exiled in this other galaxy for like however many years. And what has he been sitting there getting fat? No. He has enslaved like 1,000 planets, and he's got a whole empire because he's Thrawn and he's freaking been building an empire. There you go. That's basically that story. It'd be awesome. It'd be awesome. That's a way better story. And he already knows, like, he's already like figured out how to like create he's created a bunch of technologies to trap Jedi. Oh, it'd be freaking great. The first time Ahsoka just charges at him, you know, he just, and of course, he acts like she's beating him. Oh no, what am I going to do? And then he just taps the thing on it and it's a brrr, and he catches Ahsoka. And it's like, oh no, my Force powers are useless. And he's like, I've had 20 years to figure out how to defeat your Force powers. You know, how cool would that have been? I would be so here for that. And I'm sorry that I now have to turn the guns on your poor friends. And he wipes out some village or something. I don't know. Why couldn't we have that? Because Dave Filoni's a moron. That's why. Grandmaster says, the funniest story regarding Kennedy is this one. She invites Daisy to a celebration. Kathleen then says to Daisy, would you like to be Rey again? Daisy says yes. Okay, to the stage and make the announcement. That's how they did it? If true, Grandmaster, that is horrible. She sandbagged poor Daisy. That would be terrible. What did you say about, what do you think of Kinberg? Grandmaster says Simon Kinberg says he's working on many Star Trek shows first, then we'll look at doing Star Wars. Oh, whatever. I don't want to see any Star Trek either. I'm done with Star Trek. Star Fury says, let's break out cutlasses to protect the captain. Yes, thank you, Star Fury. Your loyalty is noted, sir. Noted. Morbius says, the Ewoks are like the hobbits. The littlest people make the most difference. But they're a little campy. That's all. They're little walking teddy bears. It's a little campy. I'm not saying that as a critic. I'm not a giant fan of the Ewok situation, but yes, hobbits are better, I would argue. Yes, Grandmaster, I would sort of agree with that. Look, the Ewok part of the story is totally fine on like the first couple viewings, but like when I'm re-watching it, I'm just super bored at the Ewok parts. The whole thing of like, oh, they're gonna roast us for dinner. Talk to them, C-3PO. It just bores me, okay? It just bores the hell out of me. I don't dislike the story that it's telling. I don't dislike the idea that they've rallied these natives and that the Empire sort of underestimated them. The Empires, in their arrogance, they deployed weapons into a thick forest, a densely wooded forest, where they can't be used to their full effect, and the Ewok used that against them. I think that's a basically serviceable story, if a bit of a stretch. Fu Man Blue. Yes. Very funny Fu Man Blue. All right. Let's finish up this video. Hat tip Dave Cullen.
A retread. And I just don't think the same level of imagination is there anymore. Now, unless there's some major new thematic departure for the franchise going forward, I'm not convinced that this new trilogy will be any better than recent Disney Lucasfilm productions that we've seen in recent years.
Okay, hat tip Dave Cullen. He's basically on the same page with me. Like, I agree. We need a thematic reimagining set in a time that is distant from the Skywalker trilogy. And what you do is you honor it. It's the history of this new world that you're telling a story in. The legend, I mean, listen, Disney has ruined all that because they've ruined it. But what I'm saying is, in theory, if the Skywalker saga had a satisfying conclusion, which it did in Return of the Jedi, you could at least say, oh, this was the history of this world. And that would be cool. They'd be like legends. They'd be like ancient heroes. And that would be cool. One of the big problems with Lucasfilm is that it's in the clutches of corporate goons that are dumb. They're not creatives. They don't have actual creative talent. Now, let's go to the IMDb page for Simon. What was his name? Simon Kinberg. I want to see what this guy's, like, chops are here. I want to see his credits. Known for The Martian, producer. That's not a writing credit. I want to see writing credits. Here we go. Previous writing credits. Why are you giving me... No, I don't want... Oh, I accidentally hit his producer credits. I'm looking for writer. Okay, here we go. Mr. and Mrs. Smith TV series. Invasion TV series. The 355, the Twilight. I haven't seen any of this. X-Men Dark Phoenix, widely regarded as the worst X-Men film, basically. It's basically the worst one, isn't it? This is written by Simon Kinberg. Star Wars Rebels, which is not nearly as good as the Clone Wars, but there were some good episodes in Rebels. Mostly it's kid stuff that was kind of boring to me. But there were some good ones. X-Men Apocalypse, also widely regarded as a shit X-Men movie. Oh my God, the terrible Fantastic Four remake. Oh no! He did Dark Phoenix, the Fantastic Four remake, and X-Men Apocalypse. Now, how is this possible? He also wrote X-Men Days of Future Past, which is the best X-Men film. Days of Future Past is like a 10 out of 10. I love that film. It's an excellent excellent. It's definitely by a mile the best X-Men film. So he wrote that. So he's one for 4 so far. This Means War, haven't seen it. Sherlock Holmes with Robert Downey Jr., which was decent. That was a decent film. He wrote the screenplay. Jumper, mid. That's a mid film. I've seen that was with Hayden Christensen. Jumper. This was before the years of the MCU when you could just have sort of rando superheroes like this Jumper movie. The Mr. and Mrs. Smith film with Angelina Jolie. And was that Brad Pitt, I think? X-Men Last Stand, not well regarded either. Triple X State of the Union with Vin Diesel. I'm seeing more misses than hits here. I'm seeing a lot of misses, a lot of mid, and a couple good ones. X-Men Days of Future Past, Sherlock Holmes, those are both pretty good. Everything else I'm seeing on this list is not encouraging. This is a very hit or miss writer that we're dealing with here. Fascinating. Who else was the writer on X-Men Days of Future Past? And look, to be fair, sometimes you just get lucky and write a banger. You know, you just outdo yourself. Well, this had 3 writers on it. This had Simon Kinberg, Jane Goldman, and Matthew Vaughn were the writers of X-Men Days of Future Past. Let's see who was on the writing team of Dark Phoenix. Just Simon Kinberg. Well, the plot thickens. Who was... Oh my God, these ads. Who was on the writing team of X-Men Apocalypse? Simon Kinberg, Bryan Singer, Michael Dougherty. Interesting. All right, kill that tab. So there you go. Yeah, based on that filmography, this is not a good sign. I think Simon Kinberg has had, I think when he's on his own as a writer, he's not terribly good at it. Not terribly good at it at all. Star Fury fairly nailed it. Lots of hits and misses. Agree. Grandmaster says, I always wanted this from Star Wars. Dark Empire. A storyline of a Jedi turning to the dark side, then turning back to a Jedi. That would be a great trilogy. Possibly. I think that Disney has really burned through a lot of that in their movies. I think they burned through a lot of that kind of storyline, and it's kind of depressing. But you never know. I'll tell you what. Godzilla -1 was the Godzilla film I've always wanted. Like it was always what I thought a Godzilla story could be, and it finally was, which is a human-centered story about Godzilla as this nightmare scenario. And it's not that previous Godzilla films didn't get close to that. It's just that the people were always kind of the least interesting part of the story. And I always felt that was not, I'm really excited. By the way, Takashi Yamazaki, totally off topic here, but Takashi Yamazaki is going to be writing and directing the next Godzilla film, which I'm very excited about. And I'd love to see him take us into like the 80s and kind of do a sort of reimagining of Godzilla 1985, which is another film I love a lot. I'm very excited for that. But yeah, you never know. There's a lot of potential there. This is probably going to be a bit of a hot take, but I'm sort of tired of the dark side versus light side story. I'm just sort of tired of it. It seems a bit reductive in many ways. There's not a lot of nuance to it anymore. And I'm not saying it has to be that way. I'm saying that nobody seems to have an idea for a story about the Jedi and the Sith that is new and interesting, and least of all, Leslie Headland, who just seemed to want to reimagine the Jedi as evil and the Sith as kind of like just they're just basically social pariahs that are rising up against an oppressive system, moral relativism, basically. And that's a terrible way of getting at it. I think there's a lot of complexity in any story, but it has to start that's possible, but it has to start with the characters. And I think that's really what we've lost, is that the characters all seem like a redo of Luke Skywalker. And I think that's a big mistake. Or Han Solo, quite frankly. That's basically it. They redo Luke Skywalker or they redo Han Solo. That's basically all they can do in modern Star Wars. And, you know, The Mandalorian was one of the few Disney projects that seemed kind of to be in the direction I'm talking about, which is something kind of unique, something kind of different. It's about a Mandalorian, a different culture, a different philosophy, a different way of living, a bounty hunter. He's not Han Solo, you know, just a rogue smuggler living by his wits. Neither is he a Jedi or a Sith. He's a lone wanderer taking jobs. And there was a lot of potential there. In the first couple seasons of Mandalorian, I thought was the most original thing that Disney Star Wars had done. And look at what was happening. You had Cara Dune, Gina Carano's character, who was this rebel drop trooper, which is a totally new they were introducing a new concept, but that was part of the rebellion. That was cool. I like that a lot. They were introducing kind of new ideas. And look, in the beginning, I thought Baby Yoda was a great idea. Fill in the backstory of Yoda's species. That was a cool idea. Like, what's their life cycle like? There were some really intriguing ideas behind that. Of like, I love that line about some species age differently, which makes sense because Yoda was 900 years old. So there was all this potential there. But then look what they did in season 3. The way. Have you heard of the Mythosaur? It just devolved. It just degenerated into key jangling with Baby Yoda, and because they just wanted to sell toys, and just retreading everything that they'd already established. And it's like it was such a missed opportunity. If we're going to do the light side versus the dark side, I want to see something new. And I just don't think... I think that the story has been told with the Jedi. It really has. Like, the Jedi are what they are. The Sith are what they are. That story's over, in my view. But Fu Man Blue says, a Sith that goes light then finds it all a lie, like Captain Flying Black. Okay. Yeah, maybe. Star Fury says, also sometimes writers' stuff gets screwed by people making the film. Yeah, that's fair. I'm saying Kinberg, it's more misses than hits. It's possible. It's possible that, yeah, there's other factors there. One never knows. But seriously, this is not a guy that hits home runs, right? Why if you're Lucasfilm, are you going to take a risk on a guy that's not going to hit a home run? You know what I mean? Grandmaster says, writers write scripts all the time, but when they are pitched, they get trashed. True. Unless you're pitching to Netflix, they just greenlight everything. Grandmaster says, and Fu Man Blue making the point that Lucas was not a good solo writer, and I would agree. Grandmaster says Lucas was an executive producer. He oversaw many other people. That was his strength, but when George had to do things alone, he mostly failed. George Lucas was an unparalleled genius when it came to vision, and especially special effects vision. Like, that was the thing Lucas understood, that, you know, it's often overlooked that the first Star Wars film, in terms of the special effects, it was a total shit show. It was a total disaster. It was falling apart. Lucas went in there, and much like Takashi Yamazaki in Godzilla -1, Lucas oversaw the entire VFX overhaul of Industrial Light and Magic. He basically built THX, which is the sound system company. He built the sound effects, he built the visual effects from the ground up. He oversaw all of that, and he had the singular vision. Now, look, Lucas is a great artist. I'll never deny that. George Lucas is a great artist. And his best art was visual effects and the overall vision of the universe. He does totally understand that. He had a clear motif that he wanted for the Star Wars galaxy. He had clear thematic elements that he wanted, and he understood that. When it comes to the nuts and bolts of writing, not the best writer. And actually, as a film director, he was good at a lot of things, but I don't think he was very good at directing actors. I think he wasn't able to get really good performances out of even Natalie Portman, who is a great actor. He just wasn't able to get good performances out of. I take that back. They were decent. He wasn't able to get really great performances out of Hayden Christensen, Jake Lloyd. Even Natalie Portman seemed clunky at times in the prequels, which is kind of strange because she is such a good actress. I always thought that. But I love the prequels in spite of their flaws. But I do think Lucas deserves credit for one thing that is it's almost never present in Hollywood now, which is vision. Vision. Singular vision. Like Lucas had that. Absolutely had that. Fu Man Blue, I love all the Star Wars. That's a quote from Leslie Headland. I love all the Star Wars, especially the ones about Jedi being, child brainwashing, massacre. Child brainwashing war criminals. That's my favorite one. That's my favorite Star Wars. Okay, Leslie. Grandmaster saying he loves how Kathleen threw lesbian headlamp under the bus. Of course she did. These people eat each other. They're shitty people. Kathleen Kennedy, Leslie Headland, they're corporate climbers. They are knife fighters. That's what they are. That's what they're good at. So this brings me to another video that hit my feed. I don't know if we'll watch all of it, but I'm curious about this. It's from Star Wars Theory, and it involves one of my favorite science fiction actors, Katie Sackhoff, and I'm nervous about this because it's Katie Sackhoff and Sam Witwer from both from Battlestar Galactica, the reimagined series. And the title of this video is Sam Witwer, not Whitmer. Sam Witwer and Katie Sackhoff discuss when will fans be happy? I have no idea what their answer to this hypothetical question is. I really hope that Katie does not say something really terrible. She's one of the good ones, you know? She's one of the good ones. Okay, did I share screen? Mr. Producer. Yes, share screen. Thank you.
On, guys. So as we all know, there's a lot of division in the Star Wars fandom. And whatever your reason for it, you ask one sect what the answer is, they'll give you a totally different answer. And they think they know exactly what they're talking about, whereas the other side will give you and they think they know exactly what they're talking about. Now, I think there's two sides to the coin. Here we have the official actors. You got Bo-Katan, Darth Maul, Starkiller, Sam Witwer, and Katie Sackhoff. I guess talking about when will Star Wars fans be happy. I didn't watch this. I don't know what they're about to say, but
Sam Witwer plays Darth Maul. I did not know that. In the animated show? Must be the animated show.
I'd love to listen to it, and if it's worthy of a cool reaction, and maybe a couple sentiments that I can add to it as a fan, as a unhappy Star Wars fan, most cases, I think it could be a cool video for a lot of you guys to chime in. So let's get to it.
You were right for this role the moment we hired you.
Mm-hmm.
Just do what you do.
Yeah.
As Bo, you know this character better than anybody. Just do that.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, okay. But he did. He believed in me so much, and I leaned on that multiple times.
Cool.
Because
kind of wish we got that kind of directing with Rian Johnson and Mark Hamill. Mark knows Luke better than anybody.
Bo-Katan is so boring. I don't understand what she's talking about. I love Katie Sackhoff, and her character of Starbuck is one of the most brilliant performances in a TV show I've ever seen. But Bo-Katan is as flat, boring, and lifeless a character as I've ever seen.
Like, Ryan Johnson had to come in there and try to educate him on his own character, and there were lots of back and forths when it came to The Last Jedi where they literally would sit down and Mark would be telling him, look, like, this is how the character actually is, this is how he should be after Return of the Jedi, and Ryan just had a different view, and ultimately, that's what we got. So it's kind of cool that John was totally down with, hey, look, like, you know this character better than me, better than anybody, you do your thing. That's awesome. That's the kind of leadership that we need when it comes to making Star
Wars. I sort of disagree with Star Wars theory here. That doesn't sound like direction at all. Part of the reason I think Bo-Katan is boring is because she doesn't really have a personality. She doesn't really have a backstory. She's sitting on this throne, in the like, I think it's the first episode of Mandalorian season 3. She's sitting on this throne, and it's in this giant empty hall. There's no one there, no guards, nothing. It's empty. She's just sitting on a throne. What's she doing? It doesn't tell me anything about her personality. It doesn't tell me anything about who she is as a character. And it is the director's job to supply that to the actor, to say, like, this is what your childhood was like. This is, this is what's motivating you. This is what's animating you. Like, that's the job of a director. I don't agree with theory here. I think that a lazy director is going to be like, yeah, just you know your character. You just do your character.
Star Wars projects.
And I would get into what people were going to say and what they were going to think of my performance.
Because it's Star Wars and everyone's going to see it.
Because everyone's going to say something. It's
Everyone's
Star Wars.
Everyone's going to say something.
Everyone's going to have an opinion.
Yeah.
And going in, you can't win them all.
No.
So I knew going in, I was split. You know that. There's going to be a group of people that think you're terrible. And that if you allow that to get into your head.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's not just Star Wars. That's everywhere. Even if you're not on the internet, even if you're not a movie star like them, and you're not.
I don't know. I don't think that's true. I mean, yes. Is there always going to be someone who doesn't like something? Of course. But, the interesting thing is I think people tend to get behind characters that are really good and really well presented. People like those characters. They do get behind characters that animate. I'm trying to think of I mean, who didn't like Tony Stark? Who didn't like Chris Evans' portrayal of Steve Rogers? I remember the introduction of Chadwick Boseman as Black Panther in Captain America: Civil War. Like, he was the character that stole the show. Like, everyone was talking about him. Everyone was talking about him. So, and look, everybody's talking about Sophia Gigante in The Penguin. Like, she is an absolute standout in that show. She's just so brilliant. I haven't heard anyone say a bad word about that character. Everyone loves that character that's watching the show that I've heard from. And quite frankly, Katie, it was the director who failed you, because it was the director's job to determine what is the vision of this character. Honestly, I disagree completely with Katie here. Your character should be polarizing. In other words, a majority love it, you love your character, or a majority hate your character. Perfect example. Kristen Cole in House of the Dragon. Kristen Cole, House of the Dragon. People despise that character. Joffrey is another good example. King Joffrey in Game of Thrones, right? Polarizing. He provokes a visceral response from the audience. So you should be having that effect. Either everyone hates your character because you took a risk and it didn't work, or you're doing a really good job of playing an odious character, or everyone loves you because your character really connected. I don't think that you should have about an even split. I think if you have an even split, it means you're a master of none.
Famous. In regular life, how many of us just have people that don't like us flat out, in our own little circle or outside of that? A friend of a friend, oh, they don't like you. It's just the way it is. You're not going to be like that.
No, it's beloved. What? My buddy David Collins, who is the
Okay, no disrespect to Star Wars theory, but I kind of just want to go to this video directly. And hang on a sec. Let me find it. When will what was the when will fans be happy? Let me see if I can find it here. There it is. I got when will fans finally find the original video? There it is. I got it. It's like an 11-minute video. Oh, no, it's a reaction video. Hang on. Katie Sackhoff. I guess those are my options. My options are watch it. Oh, here it is. I found her channel. Okay, cool. Oh, no. No, it's an hour-long podcast. Okay, never mind. We're doing Star Wars there. I just want to hear what she's saying. Hang on. Present screen. I might have to skip through this a little bit because I want to get to kind of the what they're getting at
I
here.
think that's just with the prequel trilogy, which was, I would say, with, the public just being overall unhappy. And I have to say to that, to answer kind of my own question, is we'll be happy when they start just revamp it. Super
Clone Wars, and these are like heavy hitter showrunners, big shows going, you were in Clone Wars. You were, oh my God, Clone Wars. Tell us all about Clone Wars. And you're
Christina is in the chat. Says, howdy, everyone. Howdy, Christina. Welcome aboard.
like, this was the little show that everyone told us we were wasting our time on.
Yeah.
And George had really lost the plot, man. And George doesn't know what he's doing and all this. So you don't know. You don't know. So that's the fun thing is like,
I love it how people were saying to George he doesn't know what he's doing with his own franchise. I will never get over that. I think that's just the most ridiculous shit ever.
You seem to be escaping unscathed even now. So I think in the 10 or 20 years,
They'll hate me.
it's going to be no. They generally only
They don't go
with it. It doesn't
They don't
generally
go the other
fall into
direction.
yeah.
They don't
So
go
I
the
think
other
you're
direction.
fine. I think
Thank
you're fine.
God.
I don't
Wrangler.
think anybody hated
Wrangler's in the chat.
Bo-Katan in The Mandalorian at all. I think
I don't hate Bo-Katan. I just don't care about Bo-Katan. She's a boring character. Frankly, I don't understand what even Star Wars Theory sees in this character. She's not interesting. That's all it is. Now, she might have been kind of interesting in the Clone Wars, but what is she doing on that planet? I don't understand.
everyone loved her. I loved her. I thought she was great.
I'm turning into Asmongold. I don't understand. This is my Asmongold impression. Like, I don't understand why people say that. Why would you say that? Because at the end of the day, Bo-Katan is not an interesting character. She's not like an interesting character at all. And who would think this is a good character? I just don't understand.
I was confused why they focused so much on her on season 3. Definitely they deviated from Mando and Grogu. That episode with Jack Black and Lizzo was just waste of time, stupid. The whole season in general, I think, was just a miss. Not sure what happened there. I guess we'll never maybe lead in magic with the meat.
Okay, I've had enough of this video. I like Star Wars Theory, but he's not getting to the point. Okay, well, that was a dud. Let's move on. Moving on. What else do I have in the stack of stuff? Okay, here we go. This hat tip that Park Place. Lucasfilm creative director goes on ugly tirade against majority of Americans that could influence. Yes, that is the majority of Americans that could influence Gina Carano lawsuit. And here it is. A Lucasfilm employee went on an angry tirade against the majority of Americans. Now many are wondering why the seeming double standard is so strong for Disney employees with moderate and or conservative viewpoints versus those with abrasive, ugly, and awful statements against them. Has Star Wars truly lost its shine? Lucasfilm creative director Joel Aaron posted on X some of the most vile commentary you'll ever see about his fellow Americans. Following the election, Mr. Aaron told the majority of Americans to blank themselves in a profane post that would make a Sarlacc blush with embarrassment. Although the post was later deleted, it was plenty long enough for others. It was up long enough for others to screenshot and save what could be the nastiest tirade we've seen from Lucasfilm lately. Close quote. Now, folks, think about this for a second. Isn't it interesting? Isn't it interesting that the democracy crowd, they always ultimately direct their hate towards the people that vote against what they want? I say it all the time on this channel, you know. Everyone's welcome on the Swords and Starships channel, whether you voted for the Orange Man, long may he reign, or not. You are welcome here, and your ideas are welcome here. While I disagree and while I have trouble understanding it, I will never think that someone doesn't have a right to vote for Kamala. I don't know why you would. I really don't. I don't know how much pain you need in your life before you'll change your mind. But that being said, I believe in the social contract that is your choice. That is your right. Notice how we don't get the same courtesy. So here's what was posted by this Lucasfilm wacko, Joel Aaron. Hang on. Damn ads. He says of Trump, fuck this disgusting scrotum skin sack and all those who support him. Have we made you angry? Have we made you angry, leftist wackos? Have we upset you? If you want to be a deranged, resentful, bitter, unhappy lunatic all the time, going around and blaming everyone in the world for your problems, that's your business. But it makes you a very unappealing person, and it's a recipe for never... You know, maybe you should put a little more energy into creating good Star Wars. You're the creative director of Lucasfilm, and you are presiding over a full-blown catastrophe that is lighting money on fire, and you want to tell us that the Orange Man is the problem. People that don't accomplish things in their actual life, I've noticed, I'm not saying this is, you know, true across the board. I've just noticed that the type of people that really hate the Orange Man are often people who tend to think success is not possible for them. That's not how they would phrase it. The way they phrase it is, oh, you know, you'll never get ahead. The system is rigged. You know, in other words, they blame everyone but themselves for their lack of success. And I've noticed that that type of personality despises the Orange Man. This strikes me as that type of a personality. What else did he say? This is the company. Disney allows these wackos to basically tar and feather the entire country and make up malicious lies about this country. And this is why I cannot stand people that love that go on and on about the Hamilton play. Oh my God, Hamilton was such a great founder of the country. Name one other founder of the country. Well, that's not the point. The point is Hamilton was great. America's great. It's also a racist hellhole. But Hamilton was great. He's not going to throw away his shot. I love how diverse the play is. Oh, really? It's like, and then we have to be treated to them talking about how, like, this is the thing that drives me the most crazy, right? For the last 4 years, we've been sitting here listening to how half the country are fascist, Yahtzees. Just basically, they're causing mass death in the society. Every horrific slur you could possibly say. He's literally the guy he's like the villain of World War II. That's who he is. He's going to end democracy. He'll be a dictator. And then when he wins, the same people come out there and say, well, everything's going to be fine. This is Biden I'm speaking of. Democracy is, democracy took place, and I wish the new president well. And I'm like, what? You stated in a creepy Emperor Palpatine speech, flanked by Marines and draped in like a freaking red, creepy background. You gave a speech to the entire country talking about how half the country are a bunch of wacko fascists that are going to turn it into a dictatorship. And then today, you're like, oh, everything's fine. Democracy took place. We're all good. It's all chill. What? And we have to listen to the creative director at Lucasfilm tell us that we're bad people. Let me tell you something. This guy's got issues. That would be, what's his name again? He's not important enough for me to fucking remember his name. Joel Aaron, the creative, the non-creative director of Lucasfilm. He's big mad because the Orange Man won. Well, Joel, that's a you problem. That's a you problem. You being mentally unhinged is not my problem. That's not the problem of the majority of us regular Americans. Chivalry by proxy is a terrible disease. It is debilitating. It's crippling. I understand, Joel. You suffer. You suffer. And I wish I could help you. I do. But we just don't have the time. Because we're making America great again. And we are smashing the woke collective. Woke storytelling, woke Hollywood, wokeness in general. It's dead. I wanted to get this video because, screw it. I just want to play this video for the hell of it. I've got it. It's practically bookmarked. It's one of the best. This is like, just roll tape. It'll speak for itself. Share screen. Here we go. From the movie Dread with Carl Urban, which, God, I'd give anything for a sequel to this movie.
Inhabitants of Peach Trees. This is Judge Dredd.
Let him talk.
In case you people have forgotten, this block operates under the same rules as the rest of the city. Mama's not the law. I am the law. Mama is a common criminal. Guilty of murder. Guilty of the manufacture and distribution of the narcotic known as slow-mo. And as of now, under sentence of death. Any who obstruct me in carrying out my duty will be treated as an accessory to her crimes. You have been warned. And as for you, Mama, judgment time.
Oh, it's the best. That is the best part of the whole damn movie. I love it so much. And that's basically how I feel today. Wokeness is not the law. We are the law. And we made that clear last Tuesday. Now, I want to compare a couple of things. So we have Bo-Katan. Let me see. Mandalore Throne. Let me see if I can find this. Can I find it? Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Let me ask you, which is a more compelling character? So this is choice
Where's
one.
the stolen fleet?
Making their way through the galaxy as mercenaries. Do you
Look at this. What does she do all day? What is she doing there? Hey, let me go back a little bit because Mandalorian shows up. Mandalorian. I'm just going to call him Mandalorian. Mandalorian shows up on this planet because he needs Bo-Katan's help, and he's walking down this hall, and it's like, it's a white hall. There's green planet, there's desert planet, and there's white hall.
It is Din Djarin.
Look, there's nobody there. There's nobody there. There's nothing in this place. What's all that space even for? Why does it look that way? Go ask Dave Filoni or Jon Favreau. They don't know. Jon Favreau doesn't know. Because it looks like Star Wars, that's why. Okay.
I'm here to join you.
There's nothing left to join.
What of your plans to retake Mandalore?
When I returned without the Darksaber, my forces melted away.
Where is the stolen fleet?
Making their way through the galaxy as mercenaries. Do you still have the saber?
I do.
Do you still have the saber?
Then you lead them.
Then you lead them.
Wave that thing around, and they'll do whatever you say.
Wave it around, and they will do whatever you say. Oh my God, what a great character. And then you compare that to... Let's try a different character. Here's a different scene for you.
Here we go.
If you're gonna play with the big dogs, no fair.
I'm in.
I want you to notice a couple of things. There's things happening in this scene. There's a story being told without a single word being spoken. We see a lived-in quarters barracks. This is basically the living quarters of a barracks on a starship. You see people in the background playing games. People are holding cigarettes. They've got cards in their hands. Notice, this is a totally fictional world. Just like the Star Wars universe, the Battlestar Galactica universe is not our world. At least when it begins, we don't know that it's our world. It is a totally fictional world of humans. They're not playing poker, by the way. They're playing a totally fictional game that was created just for this series. But notice how real this feels. Look at all the visual cues. She's got a cigarette in her hand. Even the way that, like, she's kind of half out of uniform because it's casual. They're not on duty.
That's you, XO.
I'm in. Oh, Hilo. When are you gonna learn? First you're flying with Brooks, and then ow. And then you're betting against Starbuck.
Starbuck. There's a call sign. Starbuck. Where'd you get that nickname anyway? Is that before you?
There's music. The music is, by the way, totally invented. It's in the background.
You're thrown in the brink as a cadet for drunk and disorderly, or after?
After.
After. That's right, it was after.
I'm in. That's to you, XO.
I'm in.
How's the wife?
Too early for that kind of money.
Oh, it was such a great scene.
Check out that pyramid game on Gemini? What were you doing in Gemini? Just go there, I know.
Even the camera work is great. I love the camera work.
What girl don't you know?
The wife is just fine.
Talked to her lately?
That's to you, Lieutenant.
Just checking to make sure. Make it transformative.
All right. 30 to me. And it looks like I'm gonna bring this lovely little game to a close because full colors. Ah! Woo!
By the way, when I watch this series, I have no idea what full colors is, and yet I understand what that means, don't I? Don't we? We understand what that means, don't we?
Okay, I'm fine.
Hey. Whoa.
far. Now you're done.
Okay, you tell me, my dear chat, which character is interesting, that feels real, that feels, which environment feels lived in, right? That would be Katie Sackhoff as the brilliant character of Starbuck in the Battlestar Galactica Reimagined series. It's like night and day. And you cannot give me the excuse that, oh, well, it's the Star Wars universe. The Star Wars universe is all, totally fictional. Well, the Battlestar Galactica is exactly the same thing. There's no such thing as a Battlestar Galactica. There's no such thing as the 12 colonies of Kobol. Everything in that has to be created from scratch. Everything in that universe is created from scratch. And yet somehow we're able to get the visual cues to know that, like, she's a smart-ass fighter pilot. She's always getting in trouble. That's like basically the scene where, I don't think it's the scene that introduces her, but it's the scene that we get our first real look at this character. That's literally like probably her maybe second or third scene in that episode. That's the first episode of the series, the miniseries. We get an introduction to Saul Tigh, also a great character. Love that character a lot. And we immediately can understand what takes place in this room on a daily basis. We have a sense of why people come here when they're off duty. There's things going on in the background, but they're not random things. Like, if you noticed, there was a officer who picked up a call behind Starbuck in that scene, and it's not germane to what's going on in the scene, but it's a visual cue that, like, oh, there's still people on duty and there's work to be done, and maybe that's the commander calling down with an order. You know what I'm saying? Compare that with Bo-Katan sitting on a throne. There's nobody there. There's nothing going on. There's nothing. It's nothing. I get no feeling whatsoever about that place. So with great respect to Star Wars theory, I don't understand what he's so excited about with this character. It's a waste of a great actress, if you ask me. And if you're on the Swords and Starships channel, then you did ask me. So, what else we got? Now, there is, if you can believe it, there is a type of fan that loves Bo-Katan. They think Bo-Katan is stunning and brave and awesome. In fact, they're even happy that Din Djarin has been broomed aside. Get rid of that disgusting straight male and let's have Bo-Katan. They're excited for, like, the 5th trilogy that Disney has announced, and they believe, just like they did with the 11 other announcements, they believe that this announcement of this new Star Wars trilogy is going to happen, and it's going to be awesome. And we're still going to get Rian Johnson's trilogy, and we're still going to get the Rey movie, and it's all going to be super great. And there's no amount of broken promises. There's no amount of disappointing amount of betrayal of characters that could ever change their mind. As Disney was known as a shill. And they saw it's called shillery by proxy. It's debilitating. It impedes the functioning of life. The prognosis is grim. But there is a man who has a doctoral thesis in shill studies. Unlike most, he has a cast iron stomach. He's able to sift through hours upon hours of their drivel, including a guy who loves Star Wars, Grandmaster, the very shill you're complaining about. He sifts through all of it. And he does it as an act of humanitarian compassion. He studies the shill because this terrible disease, it must be prevented from spreading. There must one day be a cure so that we can cure them of this insanity and welcome them back into the ranks of functional, normal humans. And his name is Grizzy. So without further preamble, I give you Mr. Grizzy. Mr. Producer, that link, if you would. Yes, yes, just there. Thank you. Here we go. This is Disney shills still claim Star Wars fans will bully child actors in Skeleton Crew. Oh, no. No! They think we're not... Dude, you know what's so stupid about this? You know, Peter Pan and Wendy, right? Which was this shitty, awful. Hang on, cough button for a second. Where is it? I don't know my controls in Restream. This terrible Peter Pan and Wendy show, where they have Wendy just acting like this terrible, awful, like childhood bully. You know, it's just one of the worst things I've ever seen. And I'm like, well, listen, I think the kid that plays Peter Pan is just, he's scrawny, he doesn't look like Peter Pan. And I'm like, listen, no offense to the kid. You know, it's not his fault. He was wrong for the part. You know, it's no offense to the kids. They're just doing their thing. Nobody's going to bully the kids, okay? But listen, they're in a movie. We have the right to critique, or a show. We have the right to critique it. It's nothing personal. And quite frankly, you know, if the kids are surrounded by actual professionals and not narcissistic wackos, those professionals should be teaching them how to be a professional and how to respond to criticism and how to weather that and how to look at it. That's actually what the role of a mentor truly is. It's what they should be doing. So, in any case. What was that in the chat? I saw something in the chat. Is my phone having issues or is it his? Christina. Is that a reference to the quality of the stream? Please let me know. Anthony says the scene from Battlestar looked more lived in than the Star Wars scene. Precisely my point. It's exactly right. It's like she's got a cigarette, she's taking a drink. Like, that's just things happening. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Morbius says, what's realistic about that is she had to sucker punch him. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Well, what I like about Starbuck is her character fits that kind of behavior because she does things that will get her in trouble. And she does it without thinking. It's just how she is. So she's a very well done character. Redoubt Productions is in the chat. He says, did we just witness the captain voicing Eric Cartman mocking Bo-Katan? You absolutely did. Redoubt Productions. I got Redoubt Productions to just go full MAGA on his stream. I couldn't help it. I was like, oh, what do you think of the historical significance of the MAGA King returning? And Redoubt Productions just went on a rant. I was like, what do you think about the Amish? Because he's out there in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Thank you. Thank you, Pennsylvania. And thank you, Amish. I know you're probably not watching this stream, but America thanks you. And we won't let you down. We will protect your raw milk. I promise you that. RFK's on it. Don't you worry. Now, dude, I'm going to tell you something. I liked RFK before it was popular to like RFK. Like, I would listen to RFK Jr. speak, and I'm like, I like this guy. I don't think I would vote for him. Certainly not over the Orange Man. But I could see a future where I could vote for this guy. I still do, by the way. If RFK Jr. ever runs for president as, like, at the head of a real ticket where he could win, who knows? It's possible. So, yeah, I was over the moon when he joined the Orange Man, which I did not think that would ever happen. But anyway, let us begin with Grizzy Shills. I got to get the right camera orientation here. God, you know, I just saw on the sidebar here my thumbnail. That is a beautiful thumbnail, isn't it? Seriously, you know what? Actually, hang on, real quick. I gotta grab this. I just have to grab this. This is like one of my favorite thumbnails I've ever created, and I worked so damn hard on it. I even regretted it. I was like, I shouldn't have spent all this time on this. This was way too much of my time to create this because Grok was not able to just generate this. There it is. Look at that. It's beautiful. Wait, hang on. That's the wrong... give me a better angle. Here we go. There it is. Look at that, man. Yes! The Orange Man returns! And he's got a full complement this time. I couldn't find a place for Joe Rogan. I ran out of time. But I was just like, look at that, man. It's the crew. This is way better than the Avengers or the Justice League. This is my vision. Right? It's a Starfleet crew. Frickin' badass, man. It's frickin' badass. Elon's in an operations uniform because Elon would definitely be involved in, like, he's like Data. I wanted to make him look like Data because that's basically what he is. RFK's in a science officer's uniform. It's awesome. God, I miss good Star Trek. I really do. I love Star Trek. In any case, all right, enough of that. Back to the Grizzy shills.
They just dropped this morning a full trailer for Skeleton Crew, and it is fantastic.
That seems so over the top. And it's fantastic! It's fantastic! Jeez, chill out there, Campia. Don't blow a gasket, man.
So we are just about a month out from Star Wars Skeleton Crew after the official trailer dropped last week, and Jesus Christ, here we go again.
Here we go again.
Now, I think
let me just, I haven't seen this yet, but I'm probably ahead of Grizzy. Grizzy's probably about to say almost exactly this, but like, this is the pattern. This is the cycle we go through every single time. Star Wars show, oh, dang it, I'm on the wrong thing. There we go. That's better. Of course, now I need the side shot there. So we begin with an announcement of a show. Oh my God, it's going to be so great. It's going to be so great. I bet this is going to happen and that's going to happen and this is going to happen. Show comes out. Oh my God, it's the best show that's ever been. Wonder when this is going to happen. And then it's like, oh, that's not really happening, but it's still great. The lightsaber is red. It's red. And then it just goes downhill, crashes and burn. It's terrible. All the things they thought were going to happen don't really happen. It's not as good as they thought it was going to be. And then everyone starts shitting on it. And then by the end, oh my God, the only reason this failed is because of all the toxic man babies. But before all that, it was going to save Star Wars. It was going to be the best one ever. It was going to be incredible. Nobody was going to be able to criticize it. Every single time it repeats. Every single time. It's unbelievable, man. The pattern is beginning. This is the beginning of the pattern. It's so good. There's nothing to criticize. It's probably the best thing Disney's ever done ever. It's exactly the pattern, man.
it's pretty obvious that this is going to be the least viewed Star
Oh, and also, by the way, the preemptive fan attacks also, because usually it's like, oh, there's a black actor in this, which means they better prepare for all the toxic racists. In this case, it's like, well, these are child actors. They better prepare for how mean all of the internet's going to be to them.
Star Wars series on Disney Plus, but that is not stopping the Disney Star Wars shills from being really excited for it.
I love this. We need this. Our country needs this.
And my inner child is so excited for this series, I can't even tell you.
Like this to me feels like what George Lucas wanted to bring back with Star Wars.
You must be on crack.
Kids on speeder bikes? Come on, dude. Yeah, man. Sure. I'm getting goosebumps just saying that.
It's like, God, my God. It's like being on Groundhog Day. Nobody gets that reference anymore. It's too old of a reference. Groundhog Day with Bill Murray. He's a weatherman that gets stuck in a small town he hates, and he winds up living the same day over and over and over again in that town. It's called Groundhog Day. It's a phenomenal film. It's a great film. In fact, it should probably be in one of my like top, maybe not top 10, but it's like in my top 50 films of all time, I would say. It's like one of the best, my favorite comedies. I watch it all the time. And a lot of people hated it at the time because by definition, it's a repetitive movie. But I don't think it is though. Anyway. But he literally, how many times have we seen this, right? All they can react to, is he reacting to a story hook? What do I always talk about? What's the hook for the story, right? Isn't it funny how he's not saying like, wow, this could be a great story about insert hook, right? But they don't say that. What they say is, oh, kids on speeder bikes. What does that sound like to me? You know what that sounds like to me? It's red. The lightsaber is Anakin. Anakin is in it. Ewan McGregor. McGregor is in it. I don't know if you know this, but he played Obi-Wan Kenobi in the prequels, and he's also playing Obi-Wan Kenobi in this. He Vadered! He Vadered! You know what I mean? It's the same thing. Kids are on speeders. As if that's it. That's the story. That's all you need.
Freaks me the out.
But unfortunately for these idiots, blindly praising Disney Star Wars projects is not enough to get them invited to Disney Lucasfilm, which is why they come out and false narratives like Star Wars fans are going to bully the children of Skeleton Crew.
As we look forward to the Skeleton Crew, let's make sure we're part of the solution. Let's protect these young actors from the harassment we've seen in the past.
The suit of armor around.
Oh my God. These people are so insufferable. Look, listen, asshole. You know what? 99% of people either loving this show or criticizing this show are not going to be attacking children. Criticizing their work in the show, yes, of course, that is possible. But nobody's going to be attacking them or harassing them or saying mean things like directly to them or no one's going to be doing that. But there are going to be lunatics on the internet because and trolls, let's face it, trolls. They're in the public eye. There's no avoiding that. Any responsible adult who enters their child into acting is out of their mind if they think that part of their job isn't to help prepare their kid for being in the public eye. They're going to be in the public eye. You have to prepare them for that. Yes, there's going to be a few lunatics and trolls out there. You're never going to get around that. Nobody can. Even I have a troll. Fu Man Blue trolled me. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Fu Man Blue. It's like, but to defame and lie about the Star Wars fan fellowship and claim that they're going to bully these children. This is the same shit. This is the same shit they do. They slander us. They slander us. They're the wackos, not us.
Around the kids.
And you
gotta
and
save the
I
kids.
are going to bully them so badly that it's going to ruin their lives forever. Just like we apparently ruined Jake Lloyd's life forever, according to the shills.
We've got to make sure that these kids don't get treated like Jake Lloyd did during The Phantom Menace.
We are not
Christina says they do prepare them. They give them participation trophies.
going to have another Jake Lloyd incident in this fandom.
Jake Lloyd, who played...
With all due respect, this is Kyle Katarn, right? If I'm not mistaken. Listen to how these people talk all the time, as if it's in your power.
Just like we apparently ruined Jake Lloyd's life forever, according to the shills.
We've got to make sure that these kids don't get treated like Jake Lloyd did during The Phantom Menace.
We are not going to have another Jake Lloyd incident in this.
As if you're the fucking authority. Like, oh yeah, all the trolls on the internet are going to listen to you. I'm going to just grandstand and finger wag and that'll make it all better. You have no authority or power here. Like, what are you talking about? Typical wacko leftist arrogance. This is why you lost the election, loser. This is why you lost. Because you're annoying little sniveling, holier-than-thou hall monitors who think you know everything and everyone else is just dumb, and you just go around lying to everybody and yourselves, believing your own lies, sniffing your own farts. Oh, no! Oh, no! The Orange Man is winning. How did this happen? Because you still haven't figured it out, loser. It's not all about you.
This fandom.
Jake Lloyd, who played young Anakin Skywalker in The Phantom Menace, was relentlessly attacked.
If you have a fandom
by the media
that historically ruined Jake Lloyd's life.
Social media trolls and YouTubers, even though neither of those things existed back then, ruined Jake.
I didn't even catch that. He said YouTuber. Look, they rewrite history. You know, they just rewrite it.
Lloyd's life.
Ruined Jake Lloyd's life, you know, has affected actual people. Like, they've gone after the actor so so many times.
Now, don't get greedy, Star Fury. Star Fury is saying, can I have my hall pass and go vote, sir? Are you talking about voting in America? Like a hall pass to vote in America? Because we'd love to have you, Star Fury. But you can't, because you're a Brit. You've got a prime minister to vote for, or like the pontiff of the courts, or whatever bizarre English things you vote for over there. That's what you have to go vote for. Grandmaster says, are these people serious, or are they saying this to get noticed by Disney? Yeah, well, that's what Grizzy is saying. He's saying that they desperately want Disney to, like, you know, invite them over to Lucasfilm, and they can have a little gift box, a little gift package. They get stickers. You know, they sell their souls for fucking stickers. Oh, look, these are, you've got a bunch of Grogu decals that we're sending you home with, and you get $5 off of your $4,000 stay in the now defunct Galactic Star Cruiser. You get one free California sushi roll at the Disney Star Wars experience. One free cup of blue milk. Yeah. Star Fury says these arseholes are so fucking ignorant. They have no idea of the truth. They're just regurgitating garbage they read online, says Fu Man Blue. Yes, the NPC patch. Star Fury says, I'm an illegal. Can't I vote too? Well, they tried that. It didn't work out this time. You see, in 2016, we, that is regular Americans, had the element of surprise. In 2020, the deep state and all of the, shall we say, the entrenched bureaucratic class, the machine, had the element of surprise. In 2024, all the cards were on the table, and we played for all the marbles, and both sides were ready. Actually, I think, you know, that was my assessment the night of, but actually I think I'm revising that a little. At least for the sake media in Hollywood, they had no idea what was coming. They had no idea what was coming, which is kind of stunning to me. It's stunning to me how freaking arrogant they are. But that's for another day. Grandmaster says, Fu Man, time to open a can of whoop ass on the captain. For what? What did I do? What? Look, are you not entertained? I'm just doing my best here, man. What did I do? You know, that's like what did I do? That's what the dad in Stranger Things says. What did I do? That's what I say.
For our right to live.
That's me. We're fighting for our right to live. I want to hear Star Fury. Oh, wait, I got his answer. Yeah. Wrangler says, Star Fury, you're probably too melanin deficient to vote as an illegal. Said Wrangler. Star Fury says, what happened to those 8 million votes that Biden got? It was 20 million, Star Fury. That magically, oh yes, we were watching this time. Yes. Continue, as you were, chat, as you were.
This is a lie that all of these Disney Star Wars shills constantly push. Jake Lloyd was attacked by the media and his classmates, not Star Wars fans. His mother confirmed this in a recent article, calling it a common misconception that an avalanche of negative reaction to The Phantom Menace drove Jake to quit acting and contributed to his mental illness. She said, quote, "It would have happened anyway," pointing to a history of schizophrenia on his biological father's side of the family.
And by the way, I just like to pause here. I didn't know that. I didn't know that about the schizophrenia thing. Great job, Grizzy. That was excellent. Excellent background. I love that you did your research on like the shill. But I would expect nothing less from a professor of shill study. But I will say that, like, that is super sad. Like, that's so sad to hear that Jake Lloyd suffered from schizophrenia and it kind of destroyed his acting career. And You know what's funny is I saw Phantom Menace when I was still, I think, a freshman or a sophomore in high school when that movie came out. And I remember thinking that he was a little bit annoying as I did not dislike him. I thought he was mostly pretty cool in the movie. In retrospect, it should have been young man Anakin, not child Anakin, but we've already discussed that. But what I will say is I thought I blamed George Lucas for Jake Lloyd's performance. And I think that bears out because I also blame George Lucas for some of the wooden performance of Natalie Portman, some of the odd performance of Hayden Christensen. I just feel that Lucas is not the best at directing actors. And this is what I felt at the time when I saw Phantom Menace. So I never really blamed Jake Lloyd. I felt like maybe he wasn't the best casting, but I just thought that, like, listen, directing kids in a movie is very difficult. Steven Spielberg was famous for being good at this, but it's not easy to get really good performances out of children. It just isn't. Morbius of Krell with a $5 super chat. Mr. Producer, I'm still getting used to this new system. All right, sorry about that. Here we go. Morbius of Krell says President Trump won the popular vote, which means he has a mandate from the American people to make America great again. The commie Dems have nothing. I'll read that again because sometimes the audio cuts out when I'm doing the applause. President Trump won the popular vote, which means he has a mandate from the American people to make America great again. The commie Dems have nothing. And yet, what did I say at the beginning of the stream? Morbius of Krell, I never, ever underestimate my enemy. I never do. Wait, are you saying woke progressive wackos that hate America are your enemy? Yes. They're my enemy. Now, just ideologically and politically. That's all that means. Doesn't mean I don't wish them well personally. I mean, I hope they recover from their insanity and rejoin the ranks of regular Americans. But until that time, we stand at cross purposes. We stand at cross purposes. Thank you, Morbius of Krell, for that generous $5 super chat. I appreciate it. Staffide says, Wrangler, I'm half Spanish too, so I am half white trash. Yeah, what's that? Because Star Fury, say, oh, Christina's take it off. Good night, Christina. Thank you for joining the chat. I will let the chat continue hashing out Star Fury's patentage.
These Disney shills, these pieces of shit continue to ignore that, exploit, and use his mental illness for the sole purpose of defending Disney Star Wars. Disgusting behavior. Consider that thumbs up button a middle finger to these freaks, and please smash the shit out of it.
Already smashed.
Skeleton Crew is coming out in a month, and it's another swing. It's something different that we haven't seen in the Star Wars universe.
No, it's not. It's not, though. It's the same corporate, it's the corporate committee algorithm wood chipper. It's the same shit.
Universe.
It's just more grist for the mill. It's nothing new.
And already on Twitter, people are going bananas about why they already hate it, and we don't know even what the goddamn story is.
No less than you are already riding its dick. You know what? You're already preemptively defending a show, and you don't know what the story is. The trailer doesn't know what the story is. What's the hook for the story, sir? Some kids find a ship. Oh, my God. I was so wrong. That sounds great. Jude Law is in it. Jude Law is in it. Well, that's checkmate, Chill. That's checkmate for me.
Now, wait a minute. Didn't we just watch earlier in this video a bunch of NPCs go bananas about how fantastic this trailer and show look?
And it is fantastic.
And that's just fine. But when we dare say that Disney Star Wars does not deserve the benefit of the doubt anymore, that's unacceptable to these shills.
Yeah.
People are going bananas about why they already hate it, and we don't know even what the goddamn.
No, I don't hate the show. I haven't seen the show. I hate the trailer. The trailer's trash. I hate the idea of the show. I hate how it's... Yeah, I hate it. I hate it. But it's... What I really hate is the pattern. It's the pattern, Sir, Madam, or it, however you identify. How many times? How many times must we go through this exercise? How many failures? How many flops? How many elections do you have to lose before you understand what is not working?
Story is.
And the reason they act this way is simply because we trigger them.
Yes, we do.
Damn right. Damn right. Damn right. Yeah.
All right, back to the Skeleton Crew bullying campaign being planned.
The child actors in this, and the last thing that you need is for them to have to, be assaulted by the worst elements of the online community.
Of all...
Oh my God, he is the worst. That is the worst shill for me. That, hands down. And the last thing that we want is for any of these racist pigs, these despicable bullies, to bully these children. And I'm certainly one of the nicest people you'll ever meet, not threatening in any way. I just simply think that these disgusting subhumans, bullies, they simply must be dealt with. It's like, oh, you're such a nice guy.
Shows to be a human about, to be a person. Please do it with this show because these are kids.
We've seen race.
No, sir. No, of course we'll be kind to the children, but we are not letting this show off the... Nice try, Shill. Nice try. We're not letting this show off the hook because there's kids in it. They think they finally want, oh yeah, call us racist, doesn't matter. Call us misogynist, doesn't matter. Maybe if we accuse you preemptively of bullying children, we can insulate the show from criticism. Nice try, Shill.
Racism. We've seen sexism. We've seen just plain bigotry.
Oh my God, there it is. Jeez. You don't even have to they spell it out for you. Isn't it incredible? I'm sitting here telling you that the implication, this guy just says it. He just says it.
Rear their ugly heads in part of the fandom.
And as always, these people have zero proof of this.
The community is shouting loud and clear, we cannot let these kids go through this same kind of hate and bigotry. And they're 100% right. These kids should not have to deal with it at all.
And we all know what this is at the end of the day. This is virtue signaling. This is, hey, look at me, I'm a good person. This is Disney shills patting themselves on the back. And this is them trying to get noticed by Disney Lucasfilm so that they can get invited to the Skeleton Crew.
That is incredible. This is a post he's got on the screen here for, I'll have to check. Dang it. The words are in the way here. Saying day 3 of posting a picture of Neil. How the hell do you know the name of this character? Nobody knows the name of this character, Shill. You went and looked that up on IMDb so you could make this fucking next post. Neil. Who? Rook Cast is in it. Who is that? I don't know. I don't know who that is. Day 3 of posting a picture of Neil in the hopes of getting invited to the Skeleton Crew premiere.
However, some of these people are so delusional that they actually think we're going to track down these kids on social media and berate them in their DMs.
And it's not just about protecting their careers. It's about protecting their mental health and well-being.
Star Fury says Garrus Vakarian would have voted Trump. Are you kidding me? He would have been campaigning for Trump. Garrus Vakarian? Dude, he's the Punisher. Vakarian is literally the Punisher in the Mass Effect universe. He's fantastic. Dude, I gotta tell you, Star Fury, tell me if you can identify with this. You start playing Mass Effect 2, which really is the best of the series, right? Mass Effect 2 begins with Commander Shepard's ship getting blown out of the sky, and you, as Commander Shepard, die, and then you get revived by Cerberus, one of your mortal enemies from the first game, and then you tell the Elusive Man, played by Martin Sheen, my favorite villain, fictional villain of all time, is the Elusive Man. And then the Elusive Man tells you, oh, none of your old crew are available. You're going to have to work with these Cerberus guys I'm just assigning to you. It's the loneliest moment. You, as this character, you're so lonely in the game at this point. And you do get Joker back, and then he gives you a new Normandy, and that's great. You're like, oh, thank God. But there's this AI, and it's a different ship, and it all feels weird. And you've got this creepy Elusive Man setting you on missions. And then you go to recruit Archangel, this like Batman Punisher kind of vigilante on Omega who's just knocking off criminals, and you just want to recruit him. And then he takes off the helmet and reveals that it's Garrus, and then Shepard goes, Garrus! And it was exactly how I felt. I was like, Garrus! Oh, I'm so happy to see you, buddy! My ship got blown up. None of my guys are with me, but you're here. You know, it was like the happiest. I was so happy. It was like, I wish that was one of the best moments in a video game I've ever experienced. Like, I literally was just shouting. I was so happy to see him. Is that not your experience? That was my experience. He's the best character in Mass Effect. He just is. Garrus is our boy.
They don't have the equipment in order to, like you're messing with the development of a person, not a fully formed person.
Your opinion's not important enough to then go on and send hate by DM to any of these actors.
Wow. We're going to rip the show. We're going to rip Neil because for some reason you all are just completely obsessed with him. And as always, we are going to rip the Disney shills. And there's nothing you can do to stop us. Thanks for watching. And
yes! There is nothing you can do to stop us, shill! No, we're not going to send hate in the kids' DM. No, what kind of freaking psycho's going to do that? That's something a shill would do. Oh my God. If one of those kids, could you just imagine? Just imagine one of those kids from Skeleton Crew. Imagine that they post like a picture of them with a MAGA hat. And they're like, so glad Trump won. We're going to make America great again. Oh, who do you think's going to be in their DMs then, shill? Fucking you are. You're going to be. Oh my God. What's wrong with you? Your parents failed you, you disgusting Trump supporting kid. You know it. You know that's what's going to happen. We aren't the psychopaths that go harass children in DMs. You lunatics do shit like that. And you project that on us. Oh my God. Hey, Shill. Hey, Shill. Come here, Shill. Do you want to know why you lost the election? You want to know why? Because you're a shill. Because you're deluded. Because you are listening to people who lie to you. God, all the polls. Kamala's gonna win. Kamala's gonna, hat tip D-Day Cobra, Jeremy over there, he was so right about this. The more that woman, he said this well before they coronated old Kamala. Which is the pronunciation of her name that everyone says is bad and you're a bad person? Is it Kamala? I want to pronounce it that way. I think it's Kamala. Let me go to Google. Google will help me out here. How to correctly pronounce Kamala. I thought they've got it queued up. Oh my God, you know what? I gotta do this. Oh my God, I'm gonna have so much fun with this. Play it.
She's a U.S. Senator now running to be vice president, but some people still don't know how to say her first name. In 2016, she released a video about it with some help from some little friends.
It's not Kamala. It's not Kamala.
Who is it that uses children? This is unbelievable. I wasn't even looking for that situation, but there you go. They trot out kids. Tell me how to pronounce it, dear child.
It's not Kamala. It's Kamala. Kamala.
It's Kamala. Okay, cool. Thank you for telling me how to pronounce it. Okay, so he D-Day Cobra was basically saying that the more Kamala talks, or was it Camilla? Kamala, the more this dumb human being opens her mouth, the less people like her. And he was exactly right. We all knew that. We all knew that. Why didn't you know that, Shill? Go ask Rachel Madcow. Don't ask me. Star Fury. Oh, got that one. Is Star Fury off to bed yet? Is he still with us? There's more to go. Star Fury says, I have an ism for you. Skepticism. Skepticism. Star Fury says Mass Effect 2 is the best by a mile. It's pretty rad. Like, the suicide mission, like, you're Jack Bauer in space. It's, like, just the best thing ever. You're Jack Bauer in space. It's so good. You've just got a secret suicide mission. I love it. I love Mass Effect 2. Star Fury says, I don't feel like Shepard until I get Vicarian back. Dude, I could have said it better myself, Star Fury. That's exactly right, because up until that point, you don't feel like Shepard. You feel like you're this reanimated super soldier, and it's like they're just telling you that you're the most important soldier in the galaxy and you've got to save us, and you just feel so alone. You feel like nothing is the way it was before, and then Garrus takes off that helmet and he's there, and it's like, yes, we are back, baby! It's the Normandy crew. It's so good. I do love Mass Effect 3, though. I really love Mass Effect 3 a lot. With the extended cut ending, that is. Starfear. No, don't say that. Starfear says. He says, I am that psycho. Don't Starfury. Jeez, I'm trying to defend us here. You're not making this easy, Starfear. I'm trying to ward off the unfounded attacks of the shell. It's Kamala Harris, who is officially nobody. She's officially nobody. There's not going to be any grand book tours. There's not going to be any future campaigns. Nobody's good. She is officially completely forgotten. And I'm speaking of her own people, like her own people. She is nobody now. See ya! 15 minutes over, babe. Skunk's Workshop says, LOL, my son and I say Kamala on purpose. Right, Kamala. Wait, what did the kids tell us was the right one? It's Kamala. It's Kamala. It's Kamala. It's Camel Toe. It's who the hell cares? It's you're fired is what it is. These people are always like this. They're like, we demand respect. Also, screw you, fascists. You're garbage. You're deplorables. But how dare you disrespect someone we respect? Screw you. Like, it's unbelievable. Like, this is exactly like the shills with Star Wars, right? They're like, now listen, Kyle Katarn up there on his high horse. Now you listen here, Star Wars fandom. We ain't gonna be having no baseless bullying and attacks on these kids. And now that I've said it, you're gonna do it. It's like, who are you? Like, who the hell do you think you're talking to? This is why you lose, because you think that everybody in the world owes you a living. Welcome to the real world. Captain's fired up today. Am I too fired up, chat? I don't know. There is a game called Dragon Age the Veilguard, and it's a complete shit show. Should I play it, chat? You want me to play it for you? Like play the game and stream it? I might. Who knows? But basically, I'm sorry if the sound of my chair squeaking. It's my desk situation is not optimal. It's a new chair. It's not Fartgate, I promise. Now, Dragon Age the Veilguard is a pile of shit. BioWare is compromised. It is populated by wacko activists who are insanely stupid people who eat large, unhealthy quantities of lead-based glue. And it's already failing. Hat tip Asmongold, who I definitely don't agree with the guy all the time, but I kind of enjoy his snotty attitude. It's kind of fun for me for some reason. I love it when his chat says things, because he's got some loons in his chat. And I love it when his chat will literally say something that's like a total NPC thing. Like, Trump said he would be a dictator on day one. And then Asmongold, just in his very dry monotone, he's just like, what? No, he won't. No, he didn't say that. That was a joke. That's like not going to happen. It's like I love that. He doesn't get animated. He doesn't get triggered. He doesn't argue with it. He just very flatly tells them they're wrong. It's so funny. Why don't I do it? I should have done that with Fu Man Blue. When Fu Man Blue said how wrong I was about something, which I wasn't. But what was it, Fu Man Blue? What was it I was wrong about? I don't remember now. About the campiness in Star Wars. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. It'd be like, so Fu Man Blue says, no, how dare you compare the original trilogy to say that the original trilogy is campy. If I were doing it the Asmongold way, I'd just be like, original trilogy is campy. It's basically undisputed. That's undisputable. You're wrong. It's like, I watched the original trilogy and the Ewoks. And they're campy as hell. That's the only word for it. It's the only word I would use. They're campy. So you're just wrong about that. You're just wrong. It's just not true. I don't understand. I just don't understand. I love that's Asmongold, man. It's super funny. I just love that stuff. I could never be like that. As you can tell, I'm kind of more animated. But here we go.
Insider told me that refunds are skyrocketing for Dragon Age Veilguard, and the whole Trump thing has caused BioWare devs to lose their collective minds. Legacy Gaming Media, who assured us all Dragon Age Veilguard was a total success.
Wait. We have Grandmaster in the chat says, Kamala. Kamala, is that the respectful way to say it? Kamala is going to have a battler. How I lost the election. No, she's not. I know what you're saying, Grandmaster. I appreciate it. I appreciate the joke. Let me do the way Asmongold did it. No, she's not. She's not going to have a best. She's not going to write anything. She's not going to have a book. It's not going to happen. Nobody cares. No one wants to read a book from her. And if she did write one, it's not going to make any money. It just isn't. It's just not going to happen. Morbius says Asmongold cleaned up his house, which is unfortunate. I don't know the lore with Asmongold. I'm very new to Asmongold, so I literally don't know the lore. I'm totally coming to him, just hearing what he says and making my own conclusion. Fu Man Blue says, if I wanted to deal with Asmongold, I wouldn't be here. I like your reaction way better. Oh, jeez. Well, we're not dealing with Asmongold. We are. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying my impression. Yeah. No, it's my impression. Thank you, Fu Man Blue. Thank you for saying that you appreciate my more animated style than Asmongold's kind of dry. It's funny though. I listen to a guy like Asmongold and I think maybe I'm doing this all wrong. Like I'm always yelling and I'm always getting animated and I'm just like, and I think dropping F-bombs. Maybe I should be more like a guy like Asmongold or Chris Gore, who just says things in mostly a calm, collected kind of manner. And it's like, I don't know. I'm more like Mark Levin in that way. Mark Levin loves to yell at the microphone. I always appreciated that about Mark Levin. Wrangler's like, at Fu Man Blue, you're wrong, Captain. I'll think of a reason later. Look at them. Don't fight. Fight. Anthony Tibbet says Camel Toe Harris. Kamala Harris. I'm voting for Kamala. If all us rednecks been voting for Kamala, and I can use that impression because I'm part redneck now. If all us rednecks are voting Kamala, nobody cares how we pronounce it. But we weren't voting Kamala. We were voting MAGA. Hey, Shell, Not Asmongold, but hey, Shills! We won! We won! I mean, the Orange Man reigns. Long may he reign. Roll tape!
The game didn't just underperform, it cratered. Hardly 75,000 in pre-orders, less than 500,000 copies sold, and 30,000 refunds. Man.
30,000 refunds already. Dude, you know what's incredible? I have to listen to Shills say, well, now we have to be careful. Just because it had a slightly low player count compared to a free game, that doesn't mean anything. Like, it's like, no, listen, I don't need all that. I don't need the data. By the way, I didn't need the polls to know that in a fair election, Trump was going to win. I knew there was zero chance he was going to lose in a fair election. The only reason I was concerned was because I think we all know it's not quite that simple. And I'll just leave it at that. I didn't know that based on data. I knew that because I understand that a walking dementia patient, who's going to vote for that? Like, nobody's going to vote for that. Just the same way that I look at Veilguard and I see top surgery scars and pronoun selection, and I just know. I know that a bunch of woke, wacko, far-left lunatics who don't know anything, nor do they give a shit about actual game design, are going to run this straight into the ground because everything woke turns to shit. Every time. Every time. How many shows have we gone through on this? Every single one of them. Because woke storytelling is garbage. It just is. So listen, I don't need a bunch of data to tell me that Veilguard is going to fail. It's going to fail because it's woke trash, and woke trash fails. This was always going to happen. The Acolyte was always going to happen. Secret Invasion was always going to happen. It was destiny. It was unnecessary, but it was going to happen. The Orange Man was always going to return. So long as we could overcome certain unfair advantages. However, it is nice to have it confirmed by actual data, and this is the data to prove that I was right, as I was always going to be right. By the way, they're making a Mass Effect TV show. It's going to be trash. How do I know that? How do you know that, Captain? Because a bunch of woke wackos have got their hooks in it. I knew the Fallout show was going to be trash. I knew it was going to be trash. How did I know that? Because I knew that the very thing that is the wrong thing to fixate on in the Fallout universe, that is the wacky, Red Scare sort of propaganda thematic elements of the world, that was the wrong thing to focus on, and it was exactly the thing, like a moth to a flame, that all those Hollywood creatives in their ivory towers were just going to love. That sort of vaguely American critical Red Scare paranoia, wacky adventures in the wasteland. That was exactly the thing they were going to latch onto. And it's the wrong approach. And what they produced was a incoherent, complete mess that listen, if you just strip away the Fallout iconography, it is the most boring and unimaginable post-apocalyptic story I have ever seen. I'd rather watch The Walking Dead than Fallout. It's a more interesting post-apocalyptic world. See if I'm wrong. Go watch it. Pretend you don't know anything about Fallout. You're just a normie interested in a post-apocalyptic story. Watch it again with those eyes, and I promise you'll see it. There's nothing to see. It's key jangling. That's all it is. And I watched the first episode. I'm like, the long man's going to tear it to shreds. And sure enough, he did. And everybody else was liking it. Everybody else in the Fellowship was like, oh, Fallout's good. The Critical Drinker even liked it. I said, not the long man, not the surgeon. He'll hate it. You see if I'm wrong. And I wasn't. Mass Effect perhaps cannot be saved, but will damn sure avenge it.
It's not looking good, huh? That's pretty bad. Yeah, it is. I can't believe Anthem sold better. There are tons of games that sold way better than that.
At its peak, Dragon Age the Veilguard had a Steam rating of around 80%. And for days now, it's been steadily declining, back down to around 70. And it looks like the public opinion over on the Dragon Age subreddit is also
You know what's really funny? Is that this was 1 day ago, and it's already gone down by another 20,000.
To shift. You may have seen previously how Asmongold posted that he was
He was being sarcastic. He was being sarcastic.
Did I do that?
Decided to play Dragon Age Veilguard over on that subreddit, to which he was extremely swiftly banned from the entire thing. Apparently, moderators even went on to set some auto-mod function up that instantly
Asmon was banned, LOL.
Anyone subscribe?
Reddit is such a shithole. You know what the left always says X is? That's what Reddit is. That's what they say. X is a right-wing echo chamber that doesn't allow dissent. It's a right-wing propaganda arm. No, but there's no free speech on X, which is exactly what Reddit is, but for the left. You say one thing that crosses these wackos on Reddit, banned. You say anything that they don't like, you're banned. They are just rabid shitheads. And you know what they do? They start a little Reddit thread. Kamala's gonna win. Kamala's gonna win because she's way up in that Iowa poll. Then a conservative wanders into the thread and says, actually, that poll's bogus and the media's lying to you. Banned! Yo, banned! Then they lose the election. They're like, how did we lose? That's exactly what it is. And then they say, we're the echo chamber. God, it's so delicious. It is a beautiful day in America. It is a beautiful day in America.
Subscribe to Asmon's subreddit too.
That's right.
Then I saw some reports from a few other subreddits that this was also occurring.
That's also known as racism. So yeah, it's a racist subreddit, and Reddit is racist against me and other gamers. Other based gamers, they're racist against us.
There, where similarly anyone subscribed to those subreddits were also automatically banned from our Dragon Age.
Yeah, there it is. The moderators probably checked my account and saw that I was following Asmongold. So this is what happened. Any person who has ever made a post or done any level of interaction with my subreddit will be categorically banned from other subreddits. We're basically getting quarantined by all the soft boys on Reddit. That's right. That's the Bad Boys Club, bro. It's Roach Ranch, which, by the way, I think we have 15,000 members in it now. Yeah, you're right. I said that on Twitter. I said that they banned my subreddits because they thought my subreddit had an inferior culture.
Dude, that's a badge of honor. That's a badge of honor. Oh, I gotta tell you this, chat. So on election night, right? On election night, I get a text from a guy he's a film director. I've mentioned him before on the stream, you know. And he said, and honestly, I didn't know what his politics were exactly, but he texted me, said, "Are you ready for the clown show tonight?" And I'm thinking, you know, the fate of all freedom hangs in the balance, in my opinion. So this is no clown show. There's no reason for joking around. This isn't some horse race I'm watching. And I basically said that much. I said, this isn't a horse race. I'm hoping evil is defeated tonight. That's where I'm at. So whatever. And he said, yeah, I just meant that I can't stand watching the news. And I said, I don't watch the news. I watch YouTubers, and they watch the news for me. And I was watching D-Day Cobra's, the Cobra Cast. I was watching all day long, all the way into the night until it was called. And he said, really? Well, what are you watching? I want to watch it. I don't want to watch this MSNBC drivel. And I'm like, Jesus, you're watching NBC? God, that's even, you know. So I said, yeah, here you go. And I texted him the link to Cobra Cast. In fact, I probably increased the stream's viewership by minimum 5 people that night. Because people kept texting me and you know, oh my God, 2020 is happening again. Oh my God, calm down. We got to stay focused. Yes, it's looking good. We're a little worried, but trust me, it's not like last time. But I'm so afraid. Let me send you this link. You'll feel better. And so I kept sending the CobraCast link to people. So I sent it to this guy. And he asks me, who are these YouTubers? And I said, they are self-described retards and low-quality YouTubers. Which is exactly true. And he said, awesome. Sounds like my kind of people. And he loved it. He loved it. He thanked me. The next day, he's like, thank you for sending me that stream. It was so much fun. That's way better than watching NBC all night. And I'm like, well, no shit. And then I sent it to so many other people, and they were all wound up watching it. It was great. I just had such a great time. How did I get on that point? I didn't even remember how I got on that. Yes, Anthony, Mass Effect TV show. I'm going back to drinking, says Anthony. Don't do that. Let me grab that article real quick, and we'll come back to Asmongold. Let me load this up here. Hat tip, that Park Place. Oh my God. This is the news I have been dreading for a decade, my dear sailors and star nuts. I have been dreading this day. I have even said it. You've heard me say it if you've been watching this channel. I've said it. God, I hope they never do this. I don't know how they haven't. I don't know. How do you leave this on the table as a potential movie or TV series? I don't know. But God, I hope they never do this. But they're doing it. Amazon is developing a Mass Effect TV series from the Fast and the Furious saga writer, the Fast 9. Fast 9. Oh my God. I cannot believe this. Amazon MGM Studios is reportedly developing a Mass Effect television series from F9, the Fast Saga writer Daniel Casey. Variety's Joe Otterson reports, quote, a Mass Effect TV series is officially in development at Amazon MGM Studios. Now hear this, now hear this. He adds that Daniel Casey will not only write the show, but he will executive produce as well, so he's the showrunner. He's joined by Kareem Zreik and Cedar Tree Productions, as well as Aria Rod and EA's Michael Gamble, who is currently working on the 5th installment of Mass Effect. Oh, make sure the pronouns are in it. Make sure we have minimum 5 trans characters. Well, is it a compelling science fiction story? Well, who cares about that? We have other priorities. It was reported back in November 2021 that Prime was working on a deal to develop a Mass Effect series. I hoped it wouldn't come to fruition, quite frankly. Deadline's Nelly Andreeva reported at the time, one of the company's newest hopefuls in the arena is Mass Effect. Anything else I want to see here? Oh, there he is, the elusive man. Just such a great character. Just one of my favorite all-time fictional characters. He's just so damn good. He's so brilliant. No plot details about the series. Blah, blah, blah. The rest is filler. Now, I want to look up this guy, Daniel Casey. Fast and the Furious 9. I'm not a fan of the Fast and the Furious series. We'll just get that out of the way. Nothing against anyone that likes them. They just ain't my thing. But that being said, if anyone's a Fast fan, let me know. Was F9 any good? Dom and the crew must take on an international terrorist who turns out to be Dom and Mia's estranged brother. I think I remember the trailer for this one. Is this the one where they're like hanging off a bridge or something? So we got Daniel Casey with 2 other writers on the project, so we don't really know based on the quality of this. What else has he got? Writer credits. Okay, so he's got Kin. What is that? I don't know. Drone. Don't know what that is. Dead Man's Hour. The Butcher's Daughter. The Death of Michael Smith. Secrets of Fenville. And The Passage. Wow. That's it? That's it? That's all he's done? Oh, man. We're so boned. Director, TV show credits, not really interesting. What about producer credits? What's he produced? Does he have any producer credits? There we go. Producer. The Fire's Howling. That's a short. Shorts. That's it. Just shorts. Old hat, short. The Death of Michael Smith and The Passage. Oh my God. He sounds like a glue eater. So there you have it, Anthony. Star Fury. This is why. This is why we do this. Because they will find every franchise we love. And they will destroy every single one of them. We are fighting back and we are inflicting defeat after defeat after defeat. But we got to keep up the pressure. As Commander Shepard said. Roll tape.
Oh, God. People were mad about that one. Oh, jeez. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
We like to have a little bit of fun. What can I say?
Oh, dear Star Fury. I'm so with you. So that writer has written nothing. I just vomited in my mouth. Shepard is fucked. Oh, what do you think the chances are it's a male Shepard? What do you think the chances are that it's a male Shepard? If it's a male Shepard, they will have to shoehorn like a femme shep kind of character in there with him. They will have to. He will not be allowed to just be the star as just a male protagonist. Now that's a good question also. Are they good? Yeah, Star Fury says 0. That's the correct answer, Star Fury. 0. Now the question is, are they going to adapt Shepard, or are they going to adapt like something totally different, like tell a different story? Anthony says Shepard will be trans. Oh, no. Oh, I guarantee you there's going to be a non-binary they-them character in it. Oh, I guarantee. Dude, the identity politics. Oh, dude, do you know what they're going to do? They're going to make the Asari they-thems. Oh, my God. That's what they're going to do. I have proof of this. I have proof of this, chat. You want to see something really sick? Like, really sick? No, wrong tab, Mr. Producer. No, Mr. Producer, I don't need that one. Here it is. Yes, thank you. That's the one. Yeah, of course. I didn't raise my voice. What are you talking about? This is how I talk. Of course I appreciate you. I say it all the time. Jeez. So needy. Share this tab. Czech publisher for Mass Effect Priority Hagala's board game says localized release will drop pronouns from character sheets. Quote, they don't make any sense at all. So this is unbelievable, chat. Look at this picture on the screen. So there is a card game or a board. I think it's a card game or a board game. It's called Priority Hagala's. It's from the Mass Effect universe. Okay. The cards for all of the characters have pronouns under the character's name. So you have Tally. Does it say Tally, engineer, tech expert? No. It says Tally, she/her. Rex. As if Rex needs this. Tell me you don't understand the Krogan without telling me you don't understand the Krogan. Oh my God. A non-binary Krogan is like, that's the last thing you'll ever see. Well, at least when Mass Effect was Mass Effect. But yeah, Rex is he, him. Look at what they did to Liara. Look at this. Liara is a she, they. Garrus. Oh my God, Garrus. He, him. Not Garrus. Ex-cop, Omega Vigilante, Sniper. No, Garrus, he/him. These fucking wackos are destroying everything. Oh no, he's triggered because of pronouns. No, I'm triggered because you wackos are insane. I'm triggered because the idea that the pronouns of the character should be the subtitle to their name is insane. It's pathetic. And we will inflict the defeat you suffered on Tuesday. That's nothing. There's more on the way. So they're going to have Shepard with freaking pronouns. You just know that they're going to do that. They're going to have some non-binary character that's going to be a little struggle session. It's going to be about how misunderstood they are. They are going to, oh my God, it's going to be such a disaster. It's going to be such a freaking disaster. And if they adapt Shepard's story, like literally the most impossible thing to adapt, it's going to be worse than Master Chief in Halo with butt face. Pablo Schreiber, a man with a face shaped like a butt, who plays Master Chief in the nude, usually crying like a bitch. It's going to be worse than that. It's going to be worse than that. Why is it a problem to have Master Chief played with his helmet off all the time and in the nude? Because that's not the character. Because we, the player, are Master Chief. We identify with Master Chief. He's us. Shepard is even worse than that because Shepard is a character you literally create. They will be destroying canon if they do this. They'll be destroying the player's canon because the entire canon of the game is organized so that you as the player are never contradicted when you've designed your Shepard. Male, female, tech expert, biotic, like you design all of that. And the game doesn't contradict you because the lore is set up that way. So by creating effectively a canon Shepard in this TV show, it's going to be a complete disaster. If they don't do Shepard, it's definitely going to be a chick. It's definitely going to be a chick as the main character. She's going to be a total girl boss. Skunk says, I had to go be dad for like half an hour. Did I miss any Galaxyborn? You sure didn't, Skunks. I'm confused. Wrangler said Skunks is a woman, and now Skunks is saying I was being dad. Star Fury says, if it is a man, he will be a cuck Shepard. It's going to be, listen, the wackos, oh man, I just have seen how much they've coveted BioWare for so long. Like they have been on them. They have been on them for years about there needs to be, Mass Effect 3 introduced same-sex companions. And I still remember the conversations about anytime anything new BioWare was released. Will there be plenty and lots of same-sex options in it? And I remember like the devs would be responding to these comments on Facebook, to tell you how long ago this was. And they'd be saying, I don't see any reason why not. It's like these wackos, man. They never sleep. They're always on it. It's like, it's the only thing they care about. Fu Man Blue says, no established quality writer is ever going to work in their world. Maybe not in their world, but like the idea that like a great writer would not be interested in Mass Effect that's incomprehensible to me. The Mass Effect world is so damn rich. I mean, really what they should have done is hire Drew Karpyshyn to write the show and show run it. That's what they should have done. Go get Drew Karpyshyn. But the thing about Mass Effect is it's not freaking Kurtzman Trek. It's not even Star Trek. It is a sober, grounded military science fiction story. It's a really based game. The original games are very based. And they're very fair. They're very fair to like what the future might be like, but the pros and the cons. One of the things I love about Mass Effect is the moral complexity. Nothing is ever totally black and white, but there is definitely like a good and evil, a hero, villain, thing going on, but there's still complexity. You know, nothing is exactly cut and dry, like real life, basically. I love it. It's such a sober, grounded. It's very much like The Expanse. If you're a fan of The Expanse, it's just very grounded and nuanced. What writer would not be interested in that? But the wackos have control of it. There is an absolute loon named Trick Weeks who has been involved in BioWare for a long time. He's running Veilguard. He's a they, them, literally. It's a they, them. Green hair. Pronouns in bio. Total psychopath. And Dragon Age Veilguard is full of outrageous, like, dude, you wouldn't even believe this. I have a video that's coming out. I think it's tomorrow, probably at the latest. I'm going to be publishing a video on this. There is another Dragon Age scene in the game where literally the non-binary character... No, it's a non-binary Canary. I forgot about this. It's a non-binary Canary arguing with her religiously uptight Canary mother about why she can't just accept her non-binary pronouns. I'm not shitting you, chat. It's insane. It's so bad. Star Fury correctly observing that Asari are monogender, therefore they cannot be they them. No, they're she's. They're a race of all women. Believe it or not, that actually makes a certain degree of sense biologically, because if you had a race that was only one gender, chances they would be female, because female is the template for mammalian life. It is. Why do men have nipples? Because the female form is the template for mammalian life. The Y chromosome alters that. So it actually makes sense that the default human is female. That's basically the default mammal is female. So in a monogendered society, the default would be the female form. I love the Asari. I think they're a very grounded scientific concept that also happen to be super duper hot. And I'm okay with that. They're basically the equivalent of Kirk's green women. You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying. Skunk says, LOL, no, Joseph Ricci says I'm a woman. Oh, he does? Oh, okay. Okay. I thought he was serious. Dang it. My female watch percentage just dropped back to 0. Well, wait, no, Christina was here. Christina was here. Skunk says, I don't know why. I don't bother correcting him because it's funny. Okay, cool. Skunk says, speaking of Richie, where has he been? I don't know. I don't know. I think Joseph Ritchie, he's mad that I like Penguin. I don't know. I don't know. He's probably got things to do. I'm sure there are some things that are more important to do than watching me for 5 hours on a Sunday. That's possible. I mean, I don't understand it, but it's possible. I have to allow that. I mean, I am a skeptic at heart, and I have to allow the potentiality. It's because I desperately want to talk to Joseph Ricci about not to tell him he's wrong or anything. I want to debate. I want to debate this because I think Sofia Gigante, now there's a couple episodes left. I think Sofia Gigante is turning out to, and it was Falcone. She changed her name to Gigante. There's a story reason for that. She's turned out to be just a dazzling character, just a fantastic character. And, she is the antagonist to Oz in the show, which is great. And there's a really great power struggle. And I want to talk to him about it because he seemed to not like that character for some reason. I want his thoughts on it. Unlike the shill, unlike a Redditor, I enjoy disagreement and debate. I enjoyed it when Fu Man Blue put me on blast and was like, screw you, Captain. The prequels are, the original series is not campy in Star Wars. I love that. I thrive on that. It got me excited. I'm fired up. Fu Man Blue saying they stifle ideas in lieu of propaganda. Star Fury says, if they wanted to be a woman in the Dragon Age world, they would use magic to change sex and there would be none of that struggle session bullshit. Yeah, I've mentioned it before. There is a transgender character in Dragon Age Inquisition named Krem. He is a member of Iron Bull's regiment, and if you you can have it's basically a supporting character, and you can have a conversation with Krem in the tavern in between missions or whatever. And if you pursue like the investigate dialogue options, you'll eventually uncover. It's pretty obvious. You're like, I don't think that's a he exactly. So if you ask the character about it, the character responds, but the conversation is not like, oh, well, I'm non-binary and I use the... No, it's none of that bullshit. The character responds as if a character in a medieval fantasy world would explain it, which is, well, I don't really know. When I was a kid, I just always felt more comfortable acting like a boy. And when I grew up, I just kept doing it. And that's just how everyone thinks of me now. And it's fine. That's basically how the character explains it. And then you can ask, well, have you ever considered using magic to like make it a more permanent transformation? And the character literally responds, are you crazy? Let a mage like mess with me? No way. And it's kind of funny. He basically says, I'm fine with a well-placed sock and deepening my voice a little. That suits me fine. And I'm like, so my point is, number one, the conversation is not anachronistic. Like, it fits within the world of a fantasy world. Like, he's not saying anything that sounds out of place for the type of world that you're in. Number two, it's kind of a clever little dialogue about how this character has grown up in this world and how this character reconciles this in a world that generally would not be very tolerant of that. And three, the game is not educating you about anything. It's literally just a curious conversation you can have if you're curious. As a player, your character can be curious about this and ask questions about it. And that's it. There's nothing wrong with that. That's fine. And it's grounded. It makes sense for the character. It's not a big deal. And nobody would care. Nobody even knows that character's there. Unless you look for it. Right? That's my point. So yeah, but I do love that you literally had in Dragon Age Inquisition, you have a transgender character saying that like they would not want to use magic to make, which implies that that's how people would do it in that world. There wouldn't be surgery. Wackos, man. Starfury says, where are the green bitches at? That's what I'm saying. Roll tape.
It looks like people over on our Dragon Age really didn't want any negative opinions about the game being posted there. There were a few critique posts I saw getting through, but they were only like the most mild of critiques, and they were few and far between, especially when compared to the overwhelming amount of posts there that were just shilling for the game. As mentioned a moment ago, however, it looks like things are starting to change. Either they've given up trying to keep it just an echo chamber, or the game's biggest offenders are finally admitting that the game's not as good as they were trying to say it is. It's like
it's crazy that Jason Schreier deleted his post talking about the game doing well. That is unbelievable. And do you want to know why I bet he deleted his post? I bet he deleted his post because he got information, like inside information from. I bet he's unbelievable. And because he got information.
What
that
was
he deleted
that? I'm
his
trying
post.
to find it.
I bet he.
I don't know how to show you this because it's too small. But in the bottom right-hand corner, I think there's like an emoji of, well, let's just say some fornicating. I'll just leave it at that.
Deleted his post because he got information.
Starfury says, at the captain, how dare you say that there is something more important than watching this channel on a Sunday? Heresy. Thank you, dear Starfury. You're too kind. I appreciate that. Grandmaster says God created man. Man was then bored. Then God took a rib from a man and created a woman. Isn't that true? You didn't complete the story, Grandmaster. Yes, then man got with woman. Then man got bored again. Then man decided to become woman. And then woman objected, and man said, too bad, I'm in your locker room. Deal with it, bitch.
Information like inside information from BioWare or from somebody who he trusts that knows, and he's like, oh, geez, oh, all right, get rid of this, get out of here.
Is being dropped. Perhaps what's going on is a combination of both things. Regardless, let's take a look. From 21 hours ago, a top post reads, soft reboot, devoid of life.
Soft reboot.
So obviously avoided spoilers in the intro to this post, but I'll delve into some in-game spoilers later. This game doesn't feel like a Dragon Age game. It feels...
No fucking shit. I could have told you that from the stupid purple mobile slot machine motif.
Feels like a spin-off made by writers who didn't read the material beforehand or who hate this game. Let it be known
that's true.
The entire game's not bad. Solus has some good moments, but overall the writing and story are a dumpster fire. A good example is Morgan.
Anytime that I see a character that was previously sexualized in a story that is made less sexualized, or the character is less less attractive, I automatically assume that the entire game is bad.
100%. I 100% agree with that. Like, that is bang on the money right there. Bang on the money. Because it's the canary in the coal mine. If you have desexualized Morgan, she is in the game. She's a very sexualized character. It even comes up in dialogue. You can even ask her about it. Don't you think it's a little bit dangerous to go walking around because she's an apostate in Dragon Age. In the world of Dragon Age, if you are a mage, you are required to be part of a circle and put under heavy guard for the rest of your life. So if you don't do that and you're out in the world by yourself without permission from the Templars and essentially the church, it's what's called the Chantry in Dragon Age, you are what they call an apostate, and they can hunt you down and kill you. So she is an apostate witch who's living out in the wilds, and she joins your party, and you can ask her about, like, well, isn't it dangerous to go, you're an apostate and you dress like that? And she basically says, I do what I want because I like to do what I want. And it's part of her character. She is who she is. She's sassy. She's a great character, by the way. I love Morgan in Dragon Age Origins. So yeah, he's exactly right. If you desexualize a character, that is the canary in the coal mine that tells me that you are a woke wacko, probably with pronouns and Ukraine flags in bio. And you don't give a shit, nor do you know anything about great game design, storytelling, or any of the other important ingredients, so long as there's freaking pronouns in it. That's all you give a shit. Pronouns and sticking it to toxic gamers. So he's right about this.
And I know this might sound like, wow, you insane idiot. Why would you do that? But if you think about it the way that I think about it, ask yourself the question, why would you do that?
Anthony Timmons says, never cared about Dragon Age anyway. Well, gee, rub it in, why don't you? Unfortunately, some of us actually played Dragon Age Origins, and it was awesome.
Why would you take a character that is very attractive and that players clearly like, and then make it worse? Well, I'll tell you why. It's because, number one, you don't respect the source material, and number two, you want to use the source material as a vehicle for your worldview. And I think that people that do those two things oftentimes aren't going to tell good stories because their focus isn't about telling a good story. It's about telling their story. That's the reason. And I think that any time that you ever see a video game and they have uglified characters, you should immediately assume that the game is garbage.
Agreed.
Because it's been infected with a sense of, with a sort of rot that will permeate the entire game.
100%.
For me, it's called
Aspen, let me help you. It's called wokeness. It's a disease, and it makes me sick.
It is a canary in the coal mine.
In Origins was a distant, cold, but somewhat caring individual once she got to know you. The crew slowly turns her to be kinder as time goes on. And if she had Kieran, a popular choice with the Warden usually, she ends up being a far more caring figure. In Inquisition, where we see her next, even without Kieran, she's grown slightly warmer, if only because of her affection for the hero of Faldrin, and her friends like Leliana.
It's pronounced Ferelden, but who is Kieran? I must have never made that choice in the game, because that doesn't ring any bells. Kieran. I have no idea what that's referring to.
And yet Veilguard feels like it's butchered that in a way. You see her in-game as a Deus Ex Machina. She appears when the plot demands it.
Deus Ex Machina.
It drops off lore and tidbits and leaves. You can have no interaction.
I'm such an asshole. I'm such an asshole. I'm part of the snooty intellectual critic class. It's pronounced Deus Ex Machina. You absolute barbarian. You Philistine.
Actions with her outside of cutscenes and can't prod her or get to know her as the Inquisitor did. Did she have Kieran and marry the Warden? It's implied that she at least had Kieran.
Oh, Kieran's her baby. Okay, yeah, now I remember. I gotcha.
Because Solus takes a massive portion of power from Mythal, and she's at her strongest with that plot point, but the game makes no effort to actually speak about this. And the Warden, who is teased to be hunting a Kieran Inquisition, is not mentioned. Did he live, die, Kieran?
This is what I was saying before, is that people that have no respect for the source material have no respect for the source material. And that doesn't just end with making a character more woke or less attractive. It will permeate the entire story. And this is the exact example.
You know, I'm not going to say that believing in woke ideas means you're a bad person, because I don't think that it does, necessarily. But subscribing to that set of ideas, it will make you a less successful, less capable, less competent person. And go deep enough, and yes, it will eventually make you a bad person. Like, it will make you someone who blames everyone but yourself. It will make you someone who believes that you do not have to succeed on actual results. You will feel that you owe no one anything. They owe you. It just makes you shit. It makes you absolute shit to be a woke activist. And then when you don't get your way, you go on TikTok and you film yourself ugly crying like an absolute pathetic spoiled child. And everyone laughs at you because it's embarrassing and you just don't know it. It's such a pathetic, it is the worldview of losers. It absolutely is. Literally, see Tuesday for examples.
We'll never know. Not that it matters by the halfway point of the game.
See?
So much of this game feels empty and devoid of life because the NPCs sit around doing nothing.
That's the thing. Is like everybody always gets mad at me. They say, "Oh, he's just saying what's obvious." I know. I fucking know. I'm not a wizard. How the fuck are people like, "Oh, wow. Why do I need to say this? It should be fucking obvious." But it's not. Nobody sees it. I feel like I'm taking fucking crazy pills. I go on the internet, I read these comments. These people aren't even living in reality. What the fuck is going on? I don't know.
And the NPCs we know from previous games either don't act the way we expect them to, or are so distant from who they used to be, it makes no sense.
Yeah.
Even Morgan, who was in character, wasn't given a chance to finish her plot thread. Kieran basically doesn't exist. And the game treats all of the prequels to this as if they're taboo topics. I feel like even if this game's writing and story were better, which I don't think it does, it wouldn't get close to what the previous games had because the world feels devoid of all life and care once put into it. And
just like Starfield. Isn't that interesting? Just like Starfield. Empty, barren, boring. Fascinating, isn't it? Every woke project ends in the same place. The desert.
The ending really helped cement the idea that they did this to distance themselves as much as they...
God, it's even true of Star Wars. What do I always say? There are two settings in Disney Star Wars. Two. Well, three. Green planet, desert planet, and Coruscant establishing shot. Those are the only three settings in all of freaking Star Wars now.
they could from the Dragon Age Keep, and the Sea of Choice is transferred over from just 9 hours ago.
Man.
Another top post reads, "Am I the only one who can't stand Tosh? I need to..."
Uh-oh. It looks like we've got a bigot.
Yeah. Bigot alert!
We've got a
bigot
fucking
alert.
bigot in here. Oh, wow. That's real bad. Do you think BioWare will be closed before the next Mass Effect? No.
God, I hope so. Oh, I hope so. Nothing would make me happier than to hear this stupid TV show's been canceled. Mass Effect 5, 4, whatever fucking number it is, has been canceled. BioWare closed. Everybody fired. Goodbye. Thank you for the memories. Sadly, woke wackos only ever seem to fail upward these days.
I think usually you need 2 points on a graph in order for a studio like this to fail, especially if it's a big studio like this.
2 points on the graph. Anthem failed. They have multiple failures. Andromeda failed.
Like BioWare. So they'll probably need Mass Effect 5 to fail too. And then they'll be done. Anthem? Well, who made Anthem?
BioWare.
Oh,
They wanted to copy Destiny, Bungie's Destiny, and Destiny's a piece of shit too. Bungie should have stayed with Halo, the dumbasses.
Oh,
yes, that would be, yes. Oh, he's being sarcastic. See, he's so dry, I can't tell. He's being sarcastic. He's doing the Matt Walsh thing where he's acting like he's feigning ignorance. Thank you, thank you, Mr. Producer. You could have told me. Now I look like a fool. The entire audience heard the whole thing. It's too late for that. No, you know what? It's fine. It's fine. No, you don't need to apologize. No, I'm just saying.
Oh, geez. Oh, wow. Oh, shit. Man. Wow. That was back.
They've got like 5 points of failure because there's another game, I forget the name of it. They have another game that got totally, it fell apart in production. Anthem was a failure. Dragon Age 2 was half of a failure. Okay, Dragon Age Inquisition, smash success, no doubts there. Andromeda, total failure. They have multiple points of failure.
And I was only playing WoW. I didn't know that.
The place to vent. Just got done with the scene
Is
where I
he
had a home
serious? I
peacemaker
can't tell
between
if he's
them and
serious.
Emmerich, and the
Yeah.
nerve on this Canary. They're constantly portrayed as this moody, angsty teenager and trash on everyone else, but especially Emmerich. I get being wary of necromancy, but
Dude, they have absolutely gutted the Canary. Oh my God. The Canary, I'm going to tell you something. The Canary are one of the most original fantasy species / cultures they've ever created. Because if I have one complaint about the Dragon Age world, most of it is pretty derivative, right? You've got the dwarves, they live underground, they mine for gold. You've got the elves, they live in the trees, and they believe in nature, magic. That's all pretty derivative. We've seen that 1,000 times before. But the Canary, that would be the guys with the horns, they're actually really original because the idea is they came from another continent. They are this race of people that have a very strict religious code that they live by, and it's called the Qun. And the Qun basically is a caste system, which says you're born into a caste based on like what the Qun thinks you should be doing. So if you should be a carpenter, you're a carpenter. If you should be, like a teacher, you're a teacher. And the Qun figures all that out for you. And the Qun tells you how to live life. So it's basically a rigid, religious way of living, right? But it's also very much steeped in the idea of spirituality, presence, meditation, accepting life as it is, not wanting more than you need. Like that's basically their whole philosophy, right? Why am I bringing this up? Because the Canary, they're very spiritual, they're very pragmatic, and they are very rigid in their beliefs. Like you literally, in their worldview, you cannot go against the Qun, okay? they're fairly brilliant in terms of like the actual story-driven potential of them. Another word for what the Canary are is based. They're based in modern parlance. Because they don't take shit. Their lives are absolutely rigid. Their lives are absolutely predetermined. If you defy the Qun, you are no longer a Qunari. You are what they call shit, what was the name for it? It was in Dragon Age 2. I can't believe it's right on the tip of my tongue. Canary that leave the Qun. What are they called? Talvashoth. Okay, that's what it is. Talvashoth. So the Talvashoth are Canary they're apostates, basically, is what they are. They are apostates. And their lives are forfeit, by the way. So my point is, this guy is saying that the Canary in Dragon Age Veilguard have been turned into a bunch of whiny teenagers angsting about their pronouns and how their parents don't love them. Dude, that would never happen. Like, it would never happen. The Canary have disciplined minds. That's the whole point. They're extraordinarily stoic and disciplined. They see human, elvish, and dwarf. They see human, elvish, and dwarf society as greedy, chaotic, and a mess. And they don't like it. They have absolutely gutted the world of Dragon Age. And I'm going to tell you something, I have no hope that Mike Gamble over there at Mass Effect is going to fix it, because he's out there defending these wackos that have destroyed the Dragon Age lore. He's out there saying, oh, I don't agree with you that they've done it like Pixar. Developing a fantasy game is a different tone. But don't worry, Mass Effect will remain mature. No, it won't. 5 minutes in, we're going to get the fucking pronoun lecture.
Guy hasn't earned the bullying Tosh was giving him. In fact, Tosh comes across as the bully to everyone. How old are they supposed to be anyway? 18? I'm trying to be patient with them and see through the end of their storyline, but it doesn't help that...
Well, the reason why that character is written that way is because the way that you have to write characters that are of like a unique gender identity is you have to treat them like they're children that are never wrong about anything. Because you can't have a non-binary person with flaws, because if you have that, that means that you're saying that non-binary people are flawed. This is Twitter logic. That's the way it works.
Twitter logic, yes!
Brooke can't call them out on their behavior at all. It can only be nice to them. It's like they're...
Wrangler says, so the Canary are autistic? Yeah, well, no, they're really not, though. What they are like, I mean, I guess they clearly are something of an analog to, I would say... strict Muslims or maybe Orthodox Catholics, Russian Orthodox Catholics. That's basically what they're roughly like, or maybe Confucian monks. In other words, a very strict religious orthodoxy, but more importantly, they're stoic. They're stoic, which used to be common in human civilization. That was in other words, being able to, you British, Starfury, you call it having a stiff upper lip. In other words, life throws shit at you and you don't cry about it in your TikTok video. You take it like a man and you do what you got to do. That's stoicism, right? That's how the Canary are. They're stoic, and they are like that from birth. They are raised with a strict sense of discipline and purpose their entire lives. They simply, you would never encounter an immature Canary, because when there is, in the rare occasion, a Canary that does not know their place, they get whipped into shape really damn fast.
Their writers were playing favorites and made sure Tosh was protected. Yeah, Tosh overall has to be
one
of the...
Oh my god. Oh my god. What in the hell even is that? They've got a purple Canary. This is the shittiest artwork I've ever seen in a BioWare game. BioWare, what have you done? What have you done?
The weirdest things about Veilguard. It's hilarious.
No, this is a very common. It's a very common pattern and you'll see this in a lot of games, is that characters that are put into games for what would be considered to be a diversity reason are oftentimes the most like morally good, intelligent, and always come out of every interaction being the one that's on top.
Always, yeah.
This is extremely common.
Just that the devs have tried to push Tosh as this like flagship character of the game, but the character.
Star Fury says Orthodox are not Catholics. Oh, thank you for the correction, Star Fury. Orthodox Christians. Orthodox Church is, by definition, not the Catholic Church. Okay. I don't know much about the Orthodox, which I have just demonstrated. So thank you for letting me know. Wrangler says the canary in the coal mine, and that makes me angry, Wrangler. No. Star Fury goes on to say, Orthodoxy claims to be the most authentic version of Christianity with a direct lineage to the apostles. Well, don't we all? Don't we all claim that? Isn't that the point? Every human religion basically claims to have the most direct source to God.
It just sucks. And I'll never get over how creepy this thumbnail is. Like, what were they thinking?
Ugh. Dude, that is a woke expression if I've ever seen one. Just that, yeah, use my pronouns, you bigot. You're damn right. Dude, maybe I'll just show this clip, but there is a clip from the game where literally this character is basically shaming his or her or whatever the fuck it is, shaming its mother. Because the mother is sitting there trying to apologize. The mother's trying to apologize and being shamed away from the table. It's pathetic.
Heck, even their storyline is so far the most boring. Like, we went to explore Dragon Nest, where I thought we would finally get to see their dragon hunting skills in action, and nothing. It was another therapy session. I'm sorry, I know some people might enjoy those scenes or relate to them, but I can't bring myself to care about their storyline at all. At this point, I don't even care that they're hunting a dragon or whatever. Darvin and I already took down an Archdemon anyway, and if I need dragon hunting tips, I can always ask the Inquisitor. Sucks that all companions are essential. I would have sent Tosh packing ages ago. Wonder if that's why the writers made them essential. Dang, so yeah, that was absolutely destroyed, Tosh. Get wrecked.
That's why we recruited her.
Actually, Tosh uses them for themselves now.
They asked.
What is this? Like the 10th dialogue in the game that is a freaking pronoun struggle? Dude, there are multiple scenes in this game explaining pronouns. Multiple scenes. I can't even believe it. Every time you turn around, there's another one.
Just to let folks know.
If you use they, them pronouns, you're a fucking wacko. That's just all there is to it. You are a whack job. You are attempting to overturn thousands of years of human interaction for the benefit of your own narcissism. Your own unhinged delusion. I cannot believe that our society has spent the last decade bending over backwards for this insanity. This howling at the moon, crackpot non-science. Wokeness is over. It's just a matter of time until they find out.
So now you do. Yeah. I appreciate it.
How is it that...
Thank you for telling me. That's why we recruited them.
So yeah, I think we've all seen...
How is it that I just keep seeing more clips of this game that are like this? I feel like, because I'm the kind of person, like, if I see one clip getting passed around, I'm like, okay, everybody's just talking shit about this one thing that happened, because it's like, what else are we going to do? But, like, man, I just keep seeing more and more of these. There's more? Yes. It's like, how deep does this go? It's the whole game. That's amazing. I don't even know what to say. Time to do a Brave? Yeah, I can't believe this.
The barf misgendering scene, but there was another one. Like shoving in as many of these things as they possibly can. The comments are hilarious. This game is so cringe, it's ridiculous. Is this real? This gotta be a joke. DEI simulator. That's why I play Space Marine.
The comments are amazing. Skunk's Workshop says, I mean, unless you're conjoined with a sibling, LOL. Yeah, exactly. Well, listen, if you were conjoined with a sibling and you're both different sexes, or what, is that possible? I don't think that's possible. You have to be the same sex to be conjoined with the sibling. But your pronouns would be them. They, them, because you're two people. Two people get they, them pronouns.
That's why. Hopping back over to the Dragon Age subreddit and the
But the conjoined twins themselves would still be individuals. You know, something stunning just occurred to me. There's this character in Mass Effect 2 and 3 called Legion, okay? Legion is a Geth platform. Why do I say platform? Because the Geth are basically a collective consciousness. There are no individuals. There's the individual programs network and become like a larger consciousness, right? So in a way, they're more like a colony of consciousness rather than like an individual, right? So you meet this Geth, which is basically a machine. You meet this Geth machine, and Shepard asks the machine, okay, what should I call you? What's your name? And the Geth machine just says, we are Geth. And then Shepard gets a little annoyed and says, no, what is the individual in front of me? And the machine says, there is no individual. We are all Geth. and it's great. And then Shepard says, I need a name. And then Edie, the AI on board, says, she quotes from the Bible, we are Legion, right? And then Geth says, Legion. We accept this as an appropriate metaphor. So that becomes the name of the Geth platform that has thousands of Geth consciousnesses within it, right? So you refer to Legion as Legion, and Legion refers to itself as we, because it's referring to the collective of all the different Geth programs running within it. So it says we. But then when the other characters refer to Legion, they usually will say he or it. Those are usually the two ways that other characters in the game refer to Legion. Why do I bring this up? Because if this were made now, that whole conversation with Shepard, guess what it would be? Well, we prefer they, them pronouns, and we don't like to refer to ourselves as he, him. Those are human gender binary conforming cons. Oh my God, it would be a total, absolute BS activist session. Nobody had to talk about pronouns with Legion. It wasn't even needed. Nobody said a word about pronouns. Because as a player, as a science fiction aficionado, as any Mass Effect player is, and as certainly I am, it's understood. There are multiple consciousnesses operating within this machine. Therefore, it doesn't need anyone to unpack it for us. It's obvious. It's a machine to those who want to dehumanize it, such as the Elusive Man. It's it's a machine, has no rights, or we just call it he. It's just a he. It has a male voice, so we refer to it as he. If it had a female voice, it'd be she. Edie, which is an AI, has a female voice played by the magnificent Tricia Helfer. So it's a she. Technically, the AI has no gender, but we refer to it as a she because the voice is female. Oh my God, Edie would be a they. Oh my God, Edie would be a they, them. You'd probably have an entire conversation about how Edie enjoys flipping between genders and therefore is gender non-conforming. Oh my God. Wokeness is such a cancer. It's such an absolute transgender ideology is synonymous with delusion. And just crazy pills. We have too much time on our hands as a society if these are the things we wring our hands over.
Post about Tosh that we just read. One of the top responses says, kind of ironic how a non-binary character that has a whole arc about her pronouns is forcing a label on Emmerich and refusing to call him what he identifies as, even after telling Tosh it upsets him.
What an insanely fucking good point. Oh my God.
Wow.
Wow. Holy shit. She does what? So this guy like is referring to like himself as like a necromancer or whatever, what you are, and she's like insisting that like she's going to call him another word or another phrase.
Yeah, so he's talking about there's a character in Veilguard called Emmerich, and he calls himself he's like a necromancer or something, and he prefers to be called that. But Tosh, the non-binary character who engages you in multiple Maoist pronoun struggle sessions, has a line of dialogue in which she says, what? You are a death mage. She calls him a death mage, which he does not like. He doesn't want to be called a death mage. So she fucking calls him something he doesn't want to be called that he finds insulting. This is perfect. It's classic. It's like a perfect example. Wokeness has no principles. None. There's no such thing as a principle in wokeness because the minute it's inconvenient, they abandon it. Democracy is great until Trump supporters vote. Free speech is wonderful until there's hate speech. Black people should always be listened to until they say they're MAGA. And you should always call someone by their preferred name and pronouns, unless that same character wants to call someone else a death mage because that's what they are. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. How, how stupid do you have to be to not even see what you wrote? You have to be a stupid human being to write this, run it through editors, run it through playtesting, run it through every firewall that it takes to get a game across the finish line, and you never caught it. You never caught it. Unbelievable, man.
That sounds bad. Play the clip? I don't know. I'd have to find it. That's the irony. Yeah, exactly.
I love this comment. Can no one in the writer's room see the irony here? No, they can't see the irony because they are stupid people obsessed with pronouns and they eat blue hair dye and glue. It seeped into their brain.
Like calling normal people cis? Was that the point? Yeah, it's completely hypocritical.
Good night, Star Fury. We shall miss you, our sweet prince across the pond.
And when he's called a death mage / corpse guy instead of his name. Tosh's response is, what? You are a death mage. Can no one in the writer's room see the irony here? Once again, I'm reminded of multiple occasions where these weirdo Twitter activist types of people were getting all mad about femboy characters. A few months ago, there was like this femboy anime that came out, and they kept misgendering him as a woman, saying it's a trans woman. Some of the people misgendering this character.
Oh my god. This kind of stuff, I know it might sound crazy, but this kind of stuff is the reason why people vote for people like Trump.
Oh my god, that is the line of the night. Dude, Asmongold is just hitting home runs. Hitting absolute home runs. What have I been saying? Hey, wackos. Hey, blue hair wackos having a good cry over the Orange Man. Do you want to know why you lost? Do you want to know why you lost? Asmongold just explained it to you. Let's hear it again. I love it. He's so right about this. Because basically the example being given here is how a bunch of these wackos on Twitter, right? They were misgendering. These are the pronoun police people. There was a femboy character, in other words, an effeminate male, right? A male who identifies as a male but likes to dress effeminately, right? That's the idea. And he's in this game. Also, by the way, it used to be a thing in gay men. Gay men used to sometimes be effeminate. But you see, you can't even have that anymore. So anyway, so this femboy is going by the he, him pronouns because that's what he identifies as, the character in the game. And these wackos are like, they're misgendering him. He is a trans woman.
Femboy anime that came out, and they kept misgendering him as a woman, saying it's a trans woman. Some of the people misgendering this character.
Oh my god. This kind of stuff, I know it might sound crazy, but this kind of stuff is the reason why people vote for people like Trump.
Because if nothing else, and believe me, the Orange Man is many things, and he is, there's a lot of great, awesome policy reasons to vote for Trump. Don't misunderstand, but I'll tell you something. If nothing else, if Trump had nothing else to offer, the fact that he is a giant middle finger to these freaks that's good enough for me. Absolutely good enough for me. You hear that, wackos? I hope you do. Good enough for me. Fortunately, there's a lot more substance than that. But that's worth the ticket price, baby.
It's because it's so fucking ridiculous. It's so outrageous that it just makes people furious. I actually think that like Democrats have done such a bad job at like removing these like weird gender activists from their space. I think that it's done so much damage. Honesty is a big factor. Yeah, it's huge.
Or even trans women. You think they would want to, gender people properly? But nah, to them
No.
it was okay when they do it. Talk about double standards. And then, of course, way before that, there was the situation with that femboy.
Yeah, that's how narcissism works. Like, that's what it is. That's the pathology of narcissism. That's why they don't have any principles, because to have principles, you'd have to have empathy, but you would also have to be able to have what's called, psychologists call it a theory of mind, right? In other words, you have to be able to imagine that someone other than you has a mind and agency. Like small children, like, 2-year-olds, for example, are famously bad at this. They have a hard time picturing other humans' thoughts. That's why their lives are very terrible. That's why, I think J.D. Vance actually gave the example of his toddler ate a cookie when he wasn't looking, and when he came back and said, "Where'd the cookie go?" the lie that his toddler gave him was, "You ate it, Daddy," as if his daddy would believe that. Why? Because the toddler has a hard time understanding that his father's mind is a separate mind and can think different thoughts and sees different things. It's called the theory of mind. Narcissists struggle with this. So they're not capable of projecting themselves into the mind of the other person and saying, oh, well, he looks like a trans woman, but he identifies as a femboy, and he'd rather be called by male pronouns. Oh, I understand. That's different than how I think, but that's how he thinks. No, they can't think that way because they are pathological.
Manga, where the localizer similarly turned the femboy character into a trans woman. The rights holders.
This is the problem, bro. Like,
it's also the reason why, it's another good one. They take feudal Japan in Assassin's Creed Shadows, the golden opportunity to have a samurai character set in feudal Japan. They steal this role from a Japanese character, and they put a foreign character, in this case, a black character, in the role of historical feudal samurai. And then, when Japanese people complain about this online, they claim that they're bots. They say that's not possible. Japanese people are diverse. And as diverse people, they understand how important diversity is, so there's no reason why they'd be offended. Because they lack a theory of mind. They fail to understand that Japanese people are not them. That they are an entirely different culture with different social mores, and they have their own thoughts about things. The woke lunatics can't understand that. Because they are part of a sick worldview.
people don't understand it. And like, I even made a chart for this because it was so problematic. Let me see if I can I find the chart here? Yeah, here we go. And so, again, you guys can go ahead and, there's a lot of young people
I love this
that
chart.
might.
I wish Tarbury were still here. learning the differences between sexual identifications. A boy, drag, cross-dressing, femboy, non-binary, trap, futari. Oh my God. Ryan Kinnell, the angriest man on the internet. This would send him into orbit. He would go straight into orbit if he saw this. a bunch of degenerates.
Not be as certain about how this chart works, but we do actually have the chart between boy, drag queen, cross-dressing, femboy, non-binary, traps, futanari, tomboys, and girls. Yeah, it's very, very simple. Anybody who's been on the internet and is a loser already knows all this.
That's so good. Anybody who's already been on the internet and is a loser understands all this.
Getting so upset they forced
Make
it.
asylums great again.
Make asylums great
True.
again. Oh, 100%.
Users similarly turned the femboy character into a trans woman. The rights holders getting so upset they forced it to get translated again the proper way.
What the fuck? So they tried to force transgender on? Oh my God. This is insane.
But you had some localizers defending the mistranslation, including that Katrina lady. Anyways, continuing with comments on the Tosh post, this one reads, very juvenile type character. Supposed to be early 20s, but they act like 14 years old. Really weird that you can romance someone with that sort of personality. It's like romancing a child. Blah. Tosh is
That's a really weird way of saying it, and I think they're completely right. I never thought of it in that perspective, but yeah, true.
Someone self-insert or
It's
wish
weird.
fulfillment character that's designed to exist so they
Yeah.
can teach everyone how to treat non-binary folk, except they made them super unlikable and creepy.
Absolutely.
The character's a jerk.
Every single non-binary character like this is like that. There's one in Kurtzman Trek. They're always like that. It's why the girl boss is insufferable, because they are a character created expressly to instruct you about how evil the male gaze is, and how wrong the patriarchy is, and how stunning and brave women are, and how they can do everything a man can do. They don't exist to be characters. They exist to instruct the audience.
Unnecessarily to innocent people. They're hypocrites who don't respect others enough to use their names. And because this game is designed by people who don't want you to be mean ever, you can't call them out.
See, Dragon Age, it would have been absolutely fucking based if, in the story, there was, an option for you to, ignore the person's pronouns. And
oh my God, that would be so good. And by the way, early BioWare would have had options like that. Early BioWare would have had dialogue options like that.
You can make this the evil option where it's no, I'm not going to use your pronouns. You're not they, you're a her. I don't want to hear about it. But
and there also would have been a character that would have been I don't give a shit. There's always the one thing that Mass Effect and Dragon Age used to be really good at in the early days was they would have an assortment of characters with different personalities that were foils to each other. So for example, Liara in Mass Effect 1, she's very scientific, she's very nerdy, she's also a little bit naive and sheltered, but she's very plucky and likable and happy, and she kind of tends to have an optimistic view of things in the first game. Then you have Garrus, who is this burnt-out cop, and he's got kind of a negative attitude, and he wants to kind of be the Punisher already. Then you have Rex, who is a mercenary who basically is on the point of telling you to fuck off at about every point you talk to him until he really starts to like you. He's basically like, screw you, Shepard. That's basically what he is. So they would have had a character, at least one, that's just an asshole to this person. And there's nothing wrong with that because it would represent different personalities.
They would never do something like that, right? And I think that when you have situations like that happen, it becomes very evident that you're not playing an RPG. You're playing a tool that's designed to teach you a lesson.
The way I like to put it is when you are observing woke art, like a woke movie, for example, You are not observing the film. The film is observing you to test your moral purity. And the same is true of a game. You are not playing the game. The game is playing you.
On it in a way that makes sense.
Yeah, and it should say, like, Tosh did not like that. And then, like, if you misgender the character, like, 5 times, it starts, like, a hidden quest where you have to fight them. And they try to, like, kill you or something.
Oddish has joined the chat. Welcome, Oddish. Says Wolf Warrior activism fell off the path of righteousness. I'm not sure to what you refer. Wolf Warrior activism, is that a YouTube channel? Let me know, Oddish.
Now, that would be an actual RPG. That would be cinema. And that'd be worth it, you know? Because, like, you can go along with it or not. It's not the fact that it's in the game. It's the fact that it's in the game and there's no freedom to approach it. That'd be good. Yeah, you're saying, yeah. And then, oh yeah, right. If you do the duel with her and you beat her in the duel, you get banned for a hate crime. And they make it so you can't log into the game anymore. Now that would be, it's like, you know, somebody said in like Microsoft Flight Simulator, if you fly the plane into the Twin Towers, they ban you. I don't know if that's true. I kind of wanted to try it, but like I never really, I never really felt the time. And I think like Frogan was going to do something like that, but we'll have to wait for our ban to be out and then, you know, we'll see what happens. Anyway, yes, abso-fucking-lutely, people love that shit. And the reason why is because it's fucking funny. It's funny. And it allows the person freedom to approach it in a way that's interesting. It absolutely does not ban you. Didn't you say that you wanted to become a terrorist when you were a kid? It was a lot more complicated than that. Okay? That was not exactly what I said. Let me explain. Now, anyway, let me move on. Yeah, let's move on. There's a lot of context to
I have no idea what the lore is there, but that's
It's actually a problem in RPGs with no good evil role-playing. Exactly. Like, and that's why you want to know one game that really did.
Yeah, Dragon Age Origins gave you some evil options. Like, you had some evil options in that game. You could kill people. There were things you could do.
That super well. You know it, I know it, and everybody knows it. And yes, okay, all right. Yes, where is it? Baldur's Gate 3. Again, guys, in order for me to play Baldur's Gate 3, I have to beat every single other turn-based game that's been made. After I do that, then I will play Baldur's Gate 3. So yes, 5 hours played. Well, yeah, in 2020, I played the game for a stream. There's even a VOD of it on YouTube. But yeah, there's no, you can't be evil. Are you doing with metaphor? No, I'm not.
It's all acceptance or pivoting. I firmly believe that if it were possible to not recruit companions, get rid of them, kill them beforehand, early on, etc., Tosh would be one of the most disposed of companions in the game, if not the absolute most removed from all the push
exactly
fans have been given.
And do you remember what happened? You want to?
Yeah. This is why they can't figure out why Trump won, right? They can't figure out why the Orange Man won. I couldn't understand why the country is so racist. I can't believe that. Because you go around putting you put everything on rails. You curate reality. Fake polls, fake media, fake stories. Oh, just look at how the games journos report on Veilguard. IGN gives it an 8.5 out of 10. Nobody thinks that about this game. Nobody thinks it's an 8.5, but nevertheless, that doesn't stop them. Look at the shills with Star Wars. Oh my God, Skeleton Crew's going to be so good. And the only reason anyone would hate it is because they're evil, rotten to the core, and they hate children. What? You know what I mean? So they curate all of reality so that they see no evil, hear no evil. They see nothing that ever contradicts their worldview. And it's like literally a freight train is coming and they can't see it because they put a curtain in front of it. A freight train is on the way. It's honking the horn, and they put curtains on it. They put, like, noise-canceling headphones on. And this game is exactly the same thing. So in the first Dragon Age Origins, you could tell a character that was going to be a companion, you could tell them to fuck off. They asked to join the group and you say, go away, I don't want you. And then there were other situations where if you pissed them off, they would leave, right? So my point is, and his point as well, is if you let this non-binary character in the game have that option, everyone would tell her, fuck off, I don't want you in my party. Or they'd piss her off and she'd leave, and she'd be one of the most abandoned characters in the game. Nobody play her, nobody like her. But you see, their worldview requires reality to be on rails. And so naturally, they create an RPG on rails where it's all linear, it's a thin story, there's no actual conflict between your companions, there's no actual options, moral-wise, there's no actual variance in the story, because if their worldview requires reality to be curated and on rails for them, how the hell are they going to make a role-playing game? How are they going to do that?
Here a really great example of that. So I got sponsored by Dragon's Dogma 2, and they had me make a pawn of myself. And when the game came out, one of the most popular tweets of the game were people picking up my pawn and throwing it into the brine and killing it, and figuring out different ways to kill my pawn. He was so bad. Wait, no, he wasn't. Get the fuck out of here. No, it was good. What do you mean I use your pawn? Yes. And so, of course, that's what people did. The Brian Hungers, I guess so.
His chat, that one of them said deserved. His chat's just being mean to him.
How they were handled. Every time I type their name, my autocorrect almost changes it to trash. And while I would never call them that, the way the character behaves and is handled certainly lives up to
I would.
Autocorrection. That's on the writers, and whoever decided this character was a good idea. I mean, look, if the character's trash...
Autocorrects to trash. Let me see if mine does that. Oh, God. Give me a minute. Insider told me that refunds are skyrocketing for Dragon Age.
Well, they just dropped this morning.
Hang on, sorry, operator.
Throwing it into the brine and killing it. And
while I would never call them that, the way the character behaves.
Okay. I want to show you guys something. I just tried this. Okay. Okay. I got what, and then you guys can see where it even does the emoji. It even added in the fucking emoji for the trash can. Man. Speech. When is it starting? When does the speech start?
Percentage of the dialogue in this game is one of these 3 lines. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. Are you okay?
Dude, I love that a significant percentage of the dialogue in the game is these 3 lines. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. Are you okay?
I'm sorry for what you're going through. I understand you. Like, yeah, most of the dialogue is therapy.
In conversation, at least one comes up. People in Northern Thetis are very polite. While the echo chamber is starting to crack over on our Dragon Age, 3 days ago, that wasn't quite the case. This post being made instead over on our RPG game, saying, I played Dragon Age Veilguard. Goodness grief, man. I've been an avid RPG for probably... You've been an RPG? Probably RPG fan. That sounds funny, though.
Well, he is playing
I've been an avid RPG for probably centuries now.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Hold up. That doesn't make any sense even as fans.
Just let him cook. Let him cook.
This guy's freaking some like centuries old person to Inquisition, Witcher 1 through 3, Wasteland 3, Persona 5 Royal, etc., etc. Somehow I never felt disinterested the longer I kept playing an RPG before. The more I play this game, the more draining it gets. It gets tiring. I'm probably 20 hours into this game now. Yeah, dude, this game freaking hurt this person's mind. Like, their brain is suffering, and we can already tell. I feel bad.
I didn't think it was this bad, but I know what this person's talking about. So, when I played Star Wars Outlaws, it felt like I speed ran having a 30-year career at an Amazon fulfillment warehouse. Like, I finished that, and I finished the stream, and I just sat out in my backyard on, like, a lawn chair, and I just, like, I kind of, like, hoped that I would turn into a lizard. You know, and just, like, forget about everything that happened in my life.
For this person, too much Veilguard. Man thinks he's like 300 years old or something. I don't know either.
I saw that this was actually, it's really funny that that comes up. So if you guys can believe this, I actually made a tweet yesterday. And so somebody asked me, PC Gamer. PC Gamer stands actually for, wait, no, not this one. It stands for Politically Correct Gamer. And so they said Metaphor ReFantasio's success is further proof that politics are good in video games, actually, no matter what reactionaries tell you. And I replied to it and I said, no real people have a problem with politics in games. Metal Gear Solid and Metaphor prove this. The thing people have a problem with is political ideology and social ideology being inserted into a game in a heavy-handed, one-dimensional, and patronizing way. And so obviously a lot of people agreed with that. Somebody asked, the only politics I see in video games are people getting upset when there's black or gay people as characters or women aren't hot enough. I said there's only two races in video games. There's white and then there's woke. But otherwise, yeah, nobody has a problem with political video games. Clearly, nobody has a problem with it.
Mass Effect is an incredibly politically nuanced world. It is. And there's great political nuance in Dragon Age. You know, one of the interesting thematic elements in Dragon Age, I'm speaking of pre-Veilguard, is that the elves historically were enslaved by humans, and they have an axe to grind. And so there's this, and there's a lot of racism against the elves. But what's interesting is that the game also sometimes humanizes humans who are attacked by Dalish elves on the road and have reasons to have grievances against them. So the game still finds a way to portray kind of the other side of the story in all quarters. So when politics is done with complexity and nuance in a story-driven way that is appropriate for the world and the time and the place, nobody has a problem with it. In fact, it enriches the game. It makes it more interesting. It gives you things to think about. It, like great Star Trek or great Doctor Who, it gives you difficult moral questions to ponder, right? One of the great things I love about Mass Effect, especially the original trilogy, is that the decisions you make are always difficult, right? Because, for example, if you spare the Rachni Queen, who is the last of her kind, or you have mercy on her and let her go, there's dire possible consequences to either. On the one hand, if you kill the last of her kind, you've essentially completed an act of genocide, which is sort of terrible. On the other hand, this is a species that before humans even got on the galactic stage had nearly wiped out all of civilization in the galaxy, and an entire horrific war was fought to stop them, and they were thought to be extinct. So even though this queen is claiming that she'll be peaceful, what if her descendants aren't? What if she's lying? What if by letting her go, you've just unleashed this species on the galaxy again that's going to wipe out all civilization, this time Earth included, right? So you as the player really don't have a good choice there, because it's either genocide or it's I risk the whole galaxy being conquered by these things because of my act of mercy. Almost every major decision you have to make in those games is stacked that way, so that there is not really a perfect answer on either side. And I think that nobody has a problem with that. Nobody has a problem with politics if it's complex and there's actual nuance on both sides.
Everybody knows that. But the problem is that it's written like a child has written it. That's exactly what's going on.
And I have Pocket 57 over on the Rumble chat says, Trump won, woke, go broke. Amen, brother. There's a new crew of the Enterprise, if you haven't noticed.
You feel the writing is
You have a problem
leagues
with that
apart when you
writing.
compare
Yeah,
this
exactly.
to DA Origins or Witcher 3 or Baldur's Gate 3. Examples such
Or
as these
any
games
other
had
good game.
passion all over its
Yeah.
writing quality and doesn't treat the audience's intelligence like a child. The combat's just basic and that's about it. It's flashy prime and detonation
Mm-hmm.
combo. The builds can be varied, but there isn't any tactical RPG aspect or lacking thereof to the combat.
No, it's
I'm
easy.
just rushing through the main story. Afterwards, I go back to Metaphor ReFantazio, which is a great JRPG that came out recently. Maybe I revisit Veilguard some
Yeah,
other
after I beat Metaphor, I think I'm going to play maybe Persona 3. And I might also play, I haven't decided, but I might also play, what's the other game? I'm trying to remember what it is. Oh yeah, that Unicorn Overlord game. It was going to be like another 5 first. Yeah, I might try that. I don't really know. But
things are just getting worse and
Yeah.
worse for Veilguard, even on the main Dragon Age subreddit. As mentioned at the very start, the Steam reviews are also trending down. But let me know what you think about this stuff in the comments. Also consider liking and or subscribing to the channel if you enjoyed my coverage. Appreciate you, and I'll see you in the next one.
I think this is what's going to happen more and more is that, and also like what's going to happen with a game like Dragon Age now that it's failed. I think that what's going to end up happening is that people like watch this.
If that's why the writers made them essential. Dang, so yeah, that post absolutely destroyed Tosh. Get wrecked.
That's why we recruited her.
Actually, Tosh uses them for themselves now.
You know what's fascinating about this? Conversations is like the same way. They use one character, Miss J. And then an ally, an ally comes in and white knights for him and basically says, well, Tosh prefers these pronouns. You know, just like a Karen at fucking Starbucks just wagging the finger. Well, isn't it weird? Every single one of these, because this isn't the only one. There's a conversation I showed you last week with Isabella. It's the same thing. It's like, oh, that's right. So these characters never speak for themselves. It's always an ally or the guilty party that has to say it. It's weird.
They asked us to let folks know, so now you do.
Yeah. I appreciate it. Thank you for telling me.
Look, that's what it is. That's what it is. See how everybody's an ally but you? See how everybody else understands? But that's okay. You've been educated. Bend the knee, slave. Bend the knee.
That's why we recruited them.
So yeah, I think we've all seen the
I love it. Oh my god. Oh, it's so insufferable. You can't, there's no dialogue option where you could be like, I don't care. There should be a dialogue option. I don't give a fuck, you know? But then you have to listen to them saying that like, oh, that's why they're on the team. Because they have weird pronouns and they get everybody to white knight for them. That's why. That's our Tosh. I cannot believe how absolutely just horse fucked BioWare is. It's worse than I even predicted it would be. I knew that BioWare was going to fall into the clutch of these wackos. I knew they were headed for that. I guess some naive part of me held on to hope that they would kind of push back a little bit. This is as bad as like Conquered or Dustborn, Star Wars Outlaws, Assassin's Creed Shadows. What was the other one that was like a complete like pronoun? Oh, Starfield. It's as bad or worse.
It would be crazy if one
Skunk's Workshop says Dragon Age The Struggle Sessions. Wrangler says Drag Show Age. That's a good one.
character in one game killed BioWare. It would really be nuts. How is it worse every
Weirdo Age says Anthony Timmons.
time? Because I paused it and I told a joke in the middle, so you forgot how cringe it was. That's the reason why. Who the fuck signed off on that? someone who is afraid to get labeled a bigot for not signing off on it.
Exactly.
Obviously. That it creates a feedback loop of toxic positivity because nobody wants to call this stuff out for what it is because they're afraid of being labeled as a bad person.
I've experienced this in my life. I've only met one person in my entire life who's ever tried to tell me that they use other pronouns. Okay. And the person who is someone I care about and I like dearly, and had never said this to me before, but this person basically said, I will answer to she, her pronouns or they, them pronouns. And I remember sitting there, there's a lot of reasons for this, but I was in a position where it was like, I know that if I say what I really think about this, it's just going to make this a bad situation. You know what I mean? It's like, I can't say I don't believe in that. I think it's a bunch of bullshit. If I say that, this person who I do care about and have friendship with is going to think that I have a problem with them. You know what I'm saying? That I have a problem with her, basically. And they're going to take it personally, and they're not going to be able to hear anything else. On the other hand, I'm sitting here thinking this is nonsense. But what can I say, right? And I just remember somehow the conversation just moved on too quickly, and I was happy to let the matter drop, and I just let it move on. And they said, she said, I'll answer to she, her. Okay, fine. Then nothing has changed. Great. Thanks. Appreciate that. But I just thought about it later, and I was like, what could I have said? Like, what could I have said that would just not be bending the knee to this, but at the same time, not completely disparaging, making this person feel attacked, right? That's kind of what I was trying to figure out. I was like, how could I have structured that conversation? And what I landed at was probably what I should have done was started asking questions. That's what I should have done. I should have just started asking questions. Okay, you say you answer to they, them pronouns. First, why? Why do you feel uncomfortable with someone referring to you as she or her? Why is that uncomfortable for you? This is someone who's a biological female. This is someone who's biologically a female. And it just, because here's what I believe about it. I believe that this person has been indoctrinated to be ashamed of being who she is as a she. I think society has made her feel in some way like she has to be ashamed of that. And she doesn't. You know what I'm saying? Like, she doesn't. So in a weird way, we're the ones considered misogynist, but I actually think the misogyny is on the woke side, because what else can you call it but misogyny if you are indoctrinating an entire generation of women to think that there could be something wrong with thinking of yourself as a woman? What else can that be? Like, if you're a tomboy, oh, well, maybe you shouldn't be using she, her pronouns if you're a tomboy. As if there's something wrong with being a woman who tends to be on the masculine side. Right? You see what I'm saying? So I should have just asked questions. And one of the things that I wish is a strong word. I was happy enough that the conversation moved on because I didn't want to create some kind of situation. It wouldn't have been worth it. You know what I'm saying? But if the conversation were pressed and I had to engage in it, then what I would have wanted to ask was, how can you not view that as dehumanizing? To refer to yourself in the plural pronoun, the nondescript plural pronoun. How can you not see that as dehumanizing? Because it erases your individuality to use the they, them pronoun. Right? You know what I'm saying? So I would have asked questions, and I would have tried to partly to understand, but more to get her thinking about it, right? Because the one thing about this insane ideology is that it's not curious, it doesn't ask questions, it has an almost religious doctrinal belief system that is not to be questioned. And so by questioning it, you're forcing them to actually start wondering about it. You know what I'm saying? So I can't remember what got me on that, but there you have it.
This makes pronouns people look worse. Oh, it absolutely does.
Good night, Anthony. Thanks for joining the Captain's Cast. Captain salute.
Like I think that I'm the same as a lot of you guys, where it's like I try to be compassionate and positive towards people. So like if they have a gender problem, a gender identity problem, I try to work with them, and I don't want to like insult them or like degrade them or anything like that. And so that's what I think is really so negative about this, is that it provides such a one-dimensional and cynical viewpoint on people that have these gender identity problems, is that it treats them like they are aggressive children, and the way they should be treated is with kid gloves, because if you accidentally say something that offends them, they could get upset and get really mad at you.
Except that an aggressive child should not be treated with kid gloves, you know, or else they're going to get worse. So anyway, but hat tip, Asmongold, a great video breaking down the total collapse of BioWare. It is a damn shame. That was a pretty good video, I have to say. Let me do that. There we go. That's the good. We'll do that screen. Okay. Something to close it out with, shall we? I have not seen this trailer. How many hours have we done? I'm trying to do less than 5 from now. Oh geez, we're already at 4 hours 56. I'm trying to rein it in a little. Skunks won't be happy about that, but you know. I feel like it's a lot to ask of you to do 5 hours. And I don't ask that you stay here the whole 5 hours, but I want my audience to always get good value for their time. You know what I mean? So maybe it's weird, but I want you to always get good value for your time. I feel like if I go too long, you're not getting good value. Skunks, well, yes, Skunks, we're winding it down. Well, we've got one more in the stack of stuff, Skunks, so don't worry yet. We got one more. I have not reacted to the Marvel Thunderbolts new footage that just dropped. You want to watch this, Skunks? Here we go. Share screen.
Oh, America's so big. You ever drive through Oklahoma? It's so flat.
You got a convoy approaching fast. Step on it.
Come on, baby.
Okay, a bit faster, please.
Lexi!
Okay, don't worry.
All right, got to pause it for a second. Got to be transformative now. Got to be careful. So far, so good. This reaction up front seems a little odd to me. That, oh, you got a convoy approaching. Like, I mean, I get that you're supposed to be like badasses and this is no big deal, but also this is a big deal. Like Ethan Hunt in the Mission Impossible films, who is a phenomenal character, right? And he's very talented. He can handle any situation. Like, I feel like he would take this seriously. I feel like Ethan Hunt would not seem bored in the back seat when he sees 3 heavily armed vehicles that are clearly going to outclass this vehicle for speed. It's just an odd reaction to me.
Engaging defensive measures.
Oh my god.
Wait, that's not supposed
Oh my god. Luca, shield!
I am so fucking tired of MCU humor. I am so tired of it. I don't even want to see another Marvel movie. Like, you know what's funny is after Endgame, I remember thinking like, man, I'm sad because there's not going to be more Marvel movies. You know, it's like, well, there will be, but what will they be about and what will the story be? And then they came out with what was it, the trailer for Eternals, and I remember seeing it and I was a little bit excited at the idea that there were new Marvel movies, but you know what I was excited for? I was like, "Oh, cool. This is a warm-up for the real Marvel movie." That's what I thought. I was like, "Oh yeah, this is like one of the little side ones that they're doing so that when the main Captain America movie or whatever comes out, it'll be awesome." And I remember thinking that, yeah, this one doesn't look that interesting. Wait, why were these guys here all this time and they didn't help with Thanos? Like, that was a little annoying, but I didn't think it was going to be bad necessarily. I just wasn't that interested in it. Then you had Shang-Chi, and that felt like, oh, okay, this is definitely going to be one of the more mainline characters. Back then, I was jonesing, man. I was jonesing for another Marvel movie. I was excited. I was disappointed. I would say that Spider-Man No Way Home kind of made me think that I thought the Marvel universe had life in it still because of No Way Home, right? Now look at where we are. It's like I think about it's not even so much just that it's the wokeness and the MCU and the girl boss and all that sucks. Don't get me wrong. The bad writing, the endless algorithm wood chipper of inane, boring TV shows. Like, sure, all that's bad, but I am just so fucking tired of every single one of these has the same tone, the same drab, boring, oh, look, he's awkward and he's making mistakes in battle. Oh, isn't he so dumb? I am so tired of this. By the way, I'm not alone. The entire preponderance of the audience is tired of this. Nobody is showing up to these movies anymore. Nobody gets excited for these movies anymore. Every single one of these is a flop. Every single one of them bombs in the box office. The shows bomb in the Nielsen and Samba TV ratings. Every single time. Every single one. The only people clapping for these are the shills. Why is that? Because everybody is sick of this. They call it superhero fatigue. No. It's Marvel being dumb Marvel fatigue is what it is. Deadpool and Wolverine made $1 billion faster than Thanos could snap. It stayed in the theater and routinely beat newer movies over and over again for months. Nobody has superhero fatigue. Nobody. Christopher Nolan announces he's doing Dark Knight 4 tomorrow. It is going to be lit. It is going to be legendary. Social media is going to explode. There's going to be so much buzz and excitement for that movie. I'm going to be going crazy. I'm going to be total fangirl for Nolan. You're going to hate it. It's going to be the Nolan channel. Christopher Nolan and Christian Bale's coming back. Morgan Freeman is coming back as Lucius Fox. Michael Caine's going to reprise Alfred. It's going to be Nolan. The Return of Batman. The Dark Knight Returns. He could do that now. He could do The Dark Knight Returns. Nobody's got superhero fatigue if that announcement comes tomorrow. This garbage is what we're tired of. Describe this movie in one word so far. Lethargic. They look bored. They look disappointed that they're in this movie.
Is that Bucky? It's a win.
Bucky is in it. That's Bucky Barnes is in it.
The soldier. That guy's so cool.
Oh my God! Now oh my God! They have to say it. They have to tell the audience. They have to tell the audience that you think he's cool. There is one example of this in the MCU that was great though. That was really well done, and that is when Scott Lang, who is kind of a bit of a dweeb, and he's kind of a guy that sort of stumbled into being a superhero. So he's not really. He's an ex-thief, an ex-con. So he's not like what you would typically picture for a superhero. So when he gets all starstruck with Captain America, it's actually funny. Like, it's funny and it fits his character. I loved that. Oh, wow. Wow, you're Captain America. Wow, thank you so much for considering me. Like, I love that because he was working at Baskin Robbins in the first movie, right? Now he's hanging out with Captain America. Now that's funny. That makes sense. Why? Because it's character-driven. It's character-driven. There is a very specific character-driven reason why Scott Lang is starstruck with Steve Rogers. But this crap of like, oh wow, that is Winter Soldier. You think he's cool, don't you, Shill? What do you mean you'll admit you like Ant-Man Skunk's Workshop? There's nothing wrong with that. I liked Ant-Man. It's a good heist movie. It's a Golden Fleece story, the first Ant-Man. It's a pretty good one. See, that's the thing, is the original Marvel movies had, don't misunderstand, I'm using this in its original context. They had diversity in them in the sense that they were different styles of film, right? The Ant-Man movie is basically a heist movie about a guy that's kind of a loser who gets a second chance. Like, that's a great story, right? Thor is kind of like an epic fantasy hero's fable. It's like a Beowulf, right? Cool. Captain America, the First Avenger, is basically a World War II film, which is cool. That's so cool. And then Winter Soldier was like a spy thriller with, get this, Nick Fury being a spy. What a revelation that is. And then you had Iron Man, which is like your classic superhero story, except that with Iron Man, he's this billionaire playboy who loves hot rods. Like, it was cool, man. But the problem is that now all of these are the same. They're all the same. Wrangler says, I can't stand the MCU version of Taskmaster. Tony Masters as a character has a fun personality. There's none of that in this version. I like the first two Ant-Man movies. The reason the third one sucked is because there was no Luis doing his story recaps. What was the third Ant-Man? Oh, that's right. Quantum Mania. Oh, my God. What a nauseous fever dream that was. Oh, don't remind me. Wow. I almost didn't even remember there was a third one. I don't even think of it as Ant-Man 3. I just think of it as quantum nausea. That's what I think of it. But yeah, what was the first... I don't even, honest to God, I don't even think I can tell you the plot of the second Ant-Man. I really don't remember it. But the first movie is very charming. I like the first movie a lot. The first movie was really good. Yeah. I look, my favorite Marvel films are Iron Man 1, The Winter Soldier, Civil War, Avengers 1, Avengers 2, and Avengers Endgame. I like Avengers Endgame. I'm really, I like Infinity War. Don't get me wrong. Infinity War is fine. I don't understand why people love it so much. I understand the critiques of Endgame. Don't get me wrong. I understand the critiques of Endgame. Everybody tells me Infinity War is the best. Everyone says it. I don't understand why. I really don't. I don't think it's the best. I prefer Age of Ultron to Infinity War. Is it just because everybody's in it? I find it's not that I don't like it. Don't misunderstand. I just don't understand. It feels overrated to me. I guess that's what I'm saying in a very circuitous way. Skunk says, "Oh yeah, Quantum Mania. Totally forgot about that one. Yeah, of course you did because you want to forget that nightmare." Roll tape.
What they talk about!
That's not good.
Why don't they just make Bucky Captain America? That would be cool.
How crazy is it to think of all the monumental fights that happened exactly here where you're standing? I mean, wasn't she? It's got optics.
She's a very Tulsi Gabbard. It's really, I hate that. You know what? Roll tape.
Look at you. You are all so adorable.
Eat shit, Valentina.
Why are they copying the Suicide Squad from This is the weird. We have slipped into a weird time warp. Do you remember when Marvel was ascendant and like DC kept tripping over their feet and Marvel came out with the Avengers. The Avengers was a smash hit, the likes of which I don't think we had seen since like Star Wars, quite frankly. I mean, it was massive. It was a cultural earthquake, that movie. I'm speaking of the first Avengers film. And DC was jealous. They were jealous as hell. They wanted all of that. So they rushed Justice League into production, and it was a total shit show because they hadn't introduced all the characters yet. They'd only just had Man of Steel and Batman v Superman, the worst superhero film of all time. And that was it. And so they had to shoehorn all of these characters into Batman v Superman in order to rush Justice League through, and then that was a total shit show because Zack Snyder left the project. They brought in Joss Whedon, and he mangled it. So what I'm saying is that like DC was the idiot that was trying to copy Marvel and failing. Now Marvel is trying to copy the idiot DC and failing. What? Why are you copying Suicide Squad? Make up your mind. DC sucks. These movies are failing. Why are you copying a failing model?
The assignment is... Oh, wait, hang on. Assignment is complete.
What kind of super serum did you get?
I don't know, regular. Hydra.
Hydra? Oh, fancy.
Who is this old Santa?
The Red Guardian.
What?
Everyone here has done bad things. Shadow ops. Contra kills.
And you, former Red Room assassin. God only knows the blood on your hands.
Pretty ludicrous coming from the dime store Captain America.
I'll have you know I was actually the official Captain America, so...
Yeah, for like 2 seconds.
That's not his character. I saw Falcon and the Winter Soldier. This isn't his behavior. He wasn't in it for vanity. That's the thing. What was the name of the character? What was it? Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Was it John Walker, I want to say? I'm kind of grasping at straws here. It's been a while since I saw it. Yeah, it was. It was John Walker. Okay, cool. Yeah. So the character of John Walker is the guy who gets picked to be Captain America. He's not doing it for vanity. He actually wants to serve it. He was a veteran. He was a veteran of war. He wanted to serve his country. He wanted to do good for the United States. He wanted to live up to the reputation of Steve Rogers. He wanted to be a worthy successor to him. There was nothing about him that was like, oh, I want to be a celebrity. I want praise. I want adulation. There's none of that. So the fact that in this scene he's acting annoyed and he's trying to argue with them that, oh, I was Captain America for a little while. Like, this is so beyond out of character. In other words, listen, I've been to a lot of writing groups in my life. I've worked with a lot of other writers as we've all been working to better ourselves and critique each other. One of the things I've noticed, one of the things you will notice if you spend any time with novice writers is that, and it's easy, it's when you're a novice writer, it's an easy mistake to make. All your characters sound the same, right? That's a mistake you can make. That indicates you haven't done enough work developing the characters' deeper layers. It also may be a problem with your voice as a writer. It may be that you're speaking in your own voice and not the voice of your character, which is there's a difference. But basically what happens is if you're reading the dialogue without saying who's speaking, you should be able to hear a difference. This is a good test. If you take out all the dialogue tags like he said, she said, just have it be that you're reading just the lines of dialogue, you should be able to hear a difference in how the different characters are speaking. If they all sound the same, if they're all saying the same things, then you're not developing your characters, right? This is what I hear in modern MCU writing. This is what I hear in this is what modern Star Wars sounds like. Disney Star Wars is like this. Hera sounds the same as Ahsoka, who sounds the same as Sabine. They're the same people. They're not even different people. So in other words, he's just being generic asshat Marvel character. That's what he is. He's generic asshat Marvel character.
God only knows the blood on your hands.
Pretty ludicrous coming from the dime store Captain America.
I'll have you know I was actually the official Captain America, so.
Yeah, for like 2 seconds.
It's getting so tense in here.
Who are you?
This is bizarre. This is meant to be, I guess, sort of a preview of the film, like not in the sense of a trailer, but like a preview. Like, this is footage. It's footage of the film. So it's a special look. That's what they're calling it, a special look. But it's so long and it's so detailed. But can I ask you a question, chat? Serious question, chat. What is this story? What is the story here? What is this about, do you think? It's about bad people being heroes, is it? Well, I guess, but what's the threat? What are they up against? What is their mission? What are they doing? What's the hook for this story? I have no clue what the hook for this story is. I don't know what it's about. We are 2 freaking minutes in on this thing. But Bucky is in it. Bucky, he was in Captain America, and he was in the other Marvel things that I have seen. So that's what it's about. It's about that Bucky is in it, just like Ahsoka was about that Hayden Christensen was in it. That's not a story, Shill.
I'm Bob.
Oh my God, just like Agatha. Just like Agatha. Every single one of these does this. Let's insert a rando character that's just there for comic relief.
We're just drifting. And we don't have purpose.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. So the story is they are bad people that are drifting without purpose. And you
can't escape the past.
And they can't escape their past. Oh, see, it's a great story. That's not a story. That's backstory. That's not story. That's backstory. To be more specific, it's setup. Setup is what happens before the story starts. Setup. Luke is a young man living on a farm and dreams of a better life. That's setup. That's not the story. That's setup to the story.
So you can either do something about it now, or live with it forever.
So what, do we all just punch and shoot?
We are the Thunderbolts!
They said the title. That was the title. Let's go. Let's effing go.
Can't call ourselves that.
Thank God.
The Thunderbolts.
Oh, there it is. Oh, like clockwork. I love it. I love it. What's the story? Well, we don't have a story, but what's the premise, right? What's the premise? Well, it's in the title. It's the Thunderbolts. That's what the movie's about. It's about the Thunderbolts. And what are we treated to? Like every single one of these, we are treated to meta humor that is putting down the concept. Oh, we know, audience, that if we refer to ourselves as Thunderbolts, that's stupid. We know that you think comic books are stupid. Comic book characters in their costumes are stupid. And the name of these characters is stupid. So we're going to have a character, don't worry, audience, we're going to have a character note how stupid it is in the movie for you. I don't want any more Marvel movies. I don't want any more Star Trek shows. I don't want Mass Effect shows. I don't want a Fallout Season 2. I don't want any more of this. I'm out. I don't want any more of this crap. To quote Spock and Kirk in Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country, they're dying, Jim. Let them die.
Old man.
Every single one of these. Every single one of these is just, it's gonna be shit. That, I'll tell you what, I'm being rhetorical here. Let me answer my own question. What is the story to this? There isn't one. It probably went through all kinds of development hell. It probably went through all kinds of reshoots. Those trailers are cleverly, assiduously, I didn't need to use that word. I just felt like it because it's a $6 word. but they are cleverly, painstakingly avoiding like having to tell any kind of story or give you a story hook. They're bad people and they're kicking some ass. Oh, great. It's incredible. I don't know why I have this idea of just like grabbing this real quick. Skunks will be happy because it keeps it going a little longer. But which one do I want? Let's do this one. I haven't seen it in a while. I have no idea if it'll prove my point or not. But John Wick 4 trailer. Let's just see a trailer that gives you a hook for the story. What would it be like if you had an actual hook for the story?
You're going to die. Maybe not.
Goodbye to you, my trusted friend.
A new day.
Honestly, that's it. Game set. That's it. That's the hook for the story. That's a pretty good hook. You're going to die. Maybe not. That's basically... That's the hook for the story, because John Wick, and we know this if we saw the third one, but even if we didn't know that, we were just new to the John Wick franchise and we saw this trailer in isolation. What we just saw was John Wick explaining that he's a dead man walking, but he intends to defy his fate. That's what the movie's going to be about. That is what it's about. He is trying to overturn his fate as a dead man.
Day is dawning. New ideas, new rules. No management.
This is setup. This is setup. That's backstory there. But it's also establishing the antagonist. In other words, what is the force arrayed against our hero? Notice how the Thunderbolts didn't explain that. Notice how the Captain America, Captain African American, they did not establish that. What is the force arrayed against him? There's Red Hulk is in it. He's red. That's not a story, Shell.
Known each other since we were 9 or 10.
Who is this?
The Marquis de Gramont. Challenge him to single combat. Win or lose, it's a way out.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. The plot thickens. We have an antagonist, the Marquis, which, by the way, I love the Marquis. He was so awesome in this movie. The Marquis is an antagonist for John. If he can beat him in single combat, he can escape his fate. We know what John wants. We know who is at cross purposes with John.
I don't sit at the table.
Now we can have fun with the cool stuff. Now we can have fun with the cool stuff.
I don't sit at the table.
Your family does.
Please pray for me. I was the black sheep of the family.
Man has to look his best when it's time to get married.
Skunk says, I think you mean need to watch the John Wick movie. Have you not seen the start with John Wick 1 and just have a ball, Skunks? They're great films, especially the first one. The first one is flawless. I love the first movie. I love all of these weakest for me, but it's style. The John Wick is fantastic. They get a little more outlandish as you go, but it's just such a great ride. I absolutely, and the martial arts in these films is some of the best we've seen in a decade. Easily. Some of the most unique action scenes I've ever seen in films, like flat out, they always find a way to one-up each other, these movies. Like every movie, the action one-ups the previous one. It's fantastic.
Or buried.
I'm going to need a gun.
I love Keanu's delivery. He's so good. I just, he leans into the fact that he's Neo. Like, you know what I mean? And he's with Lawrence Fishburne, who was Morpheus. And they very, very gently tap the fourth wall with that just a little bit. There was like, that's basically what that line is doing. It's Neo saying, I'm going to need a gun. It's fantastic. Oh, man. This action scene in the movie is something else, man. It is so...
If you win, the table will honor its word. You'll have your freedom.
Under the old laws, only one can survive. Failure to meet at sunrise will result in execution.
Last words, Winston?
Just have fun, Albert.
I want you to find your peace. But a good death only comes after a good life.
Look at that, a theme stated. Holy shit, that's incredible. That's unbelievable. It's proving my entire point. Oh, geez, was I on this view? Damn it. Dang it. I should have been looking. That is so well stated. Mr. Producer. It's the theme stated. Oh, geez, what's wrong with my applause? It sounds all weird. Okay, if you don't know, I'm referring to one of the key plot beats that's outlined in Blake Snyder's Save the Cat book, which is a primer. It tells you how to structure a story, right? That's basically what it is. And what in his thesis of writing, what he says is, in every film, usually in the early part of the film, there is a moment called the theme stated, right? And the theme stated is basically when the main character, it's usually the main character. Hang on, I'm trying to fix my view here. What's there? Dude, what's going on here? There we go. All right, so there usually comes a moment, usually early in the film, around the time of the setup, or just before the catalyst happens, or just after it, when someone in the movie states a major theme or the theme of the film, right? And usually it is a supporting character saying it to the main character, right? Often it's in the context of something important that the main character needs to learn, but they don't really hear it, or they hear it differently than they need to, or they don't really listen, or they don't believe it. That's usually what it comes across as in the film. So why I'm getting so excited about that is we just watched this trailer with the Thunderbolts, right? There's no hook for the story. There's no clear antagonist. There's no explanation. We have no understanding of like what they're actually trying to stop. Like, what is even their point? They even say it in the trailer. We're people without a purpose. Well, clearly, you know what I mean? Like, there's no like, oh, there's a terrorist bomb, and if we don't stop it, millions of people are going to die, and we're just the people for the job. Why isn't that in there? And then, as if to put such too fine a point on it, they say in the trailer we have no purpose. So there's not even a theme stated. So what I'm saying is John Wick has given you a hook right in the beginning. It's given you an antagonist. It's given you kind of what the major rising action is going to be about, this conflict of the duel. And then at the end of it, it gives you, this is actually in the early part of the film, it gives you John Wick's theme stated.
A good death only comes after a good life.
A good death only comes after a good life. Meaning, John, it's not just about winning. You have to do something meaningful, right? You have to do something with your life. More than just being a killer. I love it! Which, by the way, is a wonderful bookend for what his wife was trying to tell him from beyond the grave by giving him the dog in the first film. She gives him the dog in the first film almost exactly for that same lesson, which is it's not enough for you to just survive. It's not enough for you to just be what you are. Like, you need to live a good life, like live a full good life, even if I'm gone, which in the case of his wife, she's basically saying, I know I'm gone, but don't let that be your reason to quit. Don't let that be your reason to give up. Like, this dog that she gives him from beyond the grave is a gift and a symbol of her love. And the dog represents that he needs something good in his life to hold on to. Which is why everyone always says the first book is about a man avenging his dog. That's not what it's about. And believe me, I didn't watch the movie for years. For years, I didn't watch John Wick because I thought it looked dopey and I just didn't watch it. And that's what I always heard. Oh, it's about a guy, his dog gets killed and he goes on a rampage. Oh, well, okay, I guess that's one way to do it. But then I watched the movie and it's like the actual meaning of the dog is so much more than that. Like, it's the last dying gift that his wife gave him. And he didn't expect to receive it. And it comes with a note that basically says, you need to have something to love in your life. And that is what they took from him. So it really was as if they had killed his wife. That's really what it was. But anyway, this is such a great theme stated because it connects, it dovetails with what his wife said to him.
Just have fun out there.
I want you to find your peace. But a good death only comes after a good life. You and I left a good life behind a long time ago, my friend.
See, that's what always happens, right? The main character won't listen to the theme stated. That's an important key component of it because that's the beginning of the movie. The end of the movie is when they actually understand the lesson, right? So he's basically arguing with him. Fantastic. Oh, Donnie Yen is a tour de force in this movie. His martial arts, he plays a blind assassin who, if he weren't blind, he probably would have killed John Wick. He's that good. Fantastic. Great film. Now, you tell me which trailer actually gives you a proper hook for a story. Between the Thunderbolts, and I'll just throw in, Captain African American, the Thunderbolts, John Wick 4. Which of those establishes a story that you can actually think, oh, I think I know what this is going to be about, and I'm wondering how it's going to turn out? There you go. I don't know if you can hear that, but my applause is skipping, which makes me unhappy. Makes me very unhappy. So yeah, definitely. Redoubt Production says, how does the captain have such energy? How do I acquire such energy? I don't have such energy. I only have that energy when I'm here with you, my dear sailors and Starnauts. I only have that energy when I'm talking about storytelling, which is like my greatest passion in life. So that's when I have that energy. That done so damn well. Keanu making hits. Yes. Keanu's the work ethic of these films is unbelievable, and they've all been, I think, direct person. Don't quote me on that, but John Wick. These are truly movies that earn their success because, they always say, I think this is probably going to be the last one, unless people want another one. And people, they get, the box office does better and better and better, and people are always clamoring for another one. So they make another one. And they don't just make another one. They try and show you something new, originality. They try, just like George Lucas used to do with Star Wars. He wanted to show you something you hadn't seen before. Not just desert planet, not just green planet. He wanted you to see something new. And the John Wick movies show you something new. Every single movie, every single scene, they show you something new. It's awesome. Let's see here. By this point, the story's gotten kind of ridiculous, in a good way, but kind of over the top. And what's crazy is, like, I'm so excited. I'll watch the fifth one. Like, make the fifth one. I'm gonna watch it. Director is Chad Stahelski, and I think he directed all three. That first one is such a banger, I'll tell you. It's so good. Came from a kickboxing background. Interesting. I'd have to go through. I guess I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he did all three. John Wick, 2014, 10 years ago. Keanu's been playing this character for 10 years, a full decade now. Yeah, Chad Stahelski. So yeah, writer Derek Kolstad. See if John Wick 4 was the same. Shay Hatton, Michael Finch, Derek Kolstad. Yeah, so it's basically the same crew keeps getting together to make these, and they just keep one-upping every movie. And I just admire the work ethic so damn much. Correct, Keanu is now Shadow in the Sonic 3 film. And there's another example of that. Those are films that just keep earning success. They just keep doing it. I don't understand why they throw all this money at, like, Leslie Headland. They just throw all this money at her after they've had failure after failure after failure to do an experimental. Basically, Leslie Headland's Star Wars show was an experiment. Like a totally fringe outlier, like we're taking a risk, we're trying something kind of different for the Star Wars universe. When you've had Mandalorian Season 3 fail, and Ahsoka fail, and Boba Fett fail, and Obi-Wan Kenobi fail, this is not the time to be experimenting with shit like that. So I don't understand that. But you know, this is like the Sonic films, the John Wick films. Those are the success model. Those are the success model. How would I reboot Star Wars? How would I reboot Star Wars after I fired absolutely everyone at Lucasfilm and then waited till the janitor got there after dark and then fired his ass too? Get the hell out. Oh, all right. Actually, the janitor can stay. But I'd ask him if he ever gave them input on the story. And if he said yes, he's fired. You're fired. And then, unless he said, well, I told them not to do it. Whatever. This metaphor is being... I'm torturing this metaphor. Right after all of that, I would start working on one standalone Star Wars film designed to have a hook at the end for a trilogy. The idea would be, if it does well, there's a hook at the end for the trilogy. However, it can stand on its own as a single film, which it is. A New Hope is a single film that could have stood on its own and never had a sequel, or for that matter. But it had plenty of room for the story to continue, right? That was the idea. Dude, what was such a fancy pop circumstance? Have year and D20 all having this actor? It's all we're gonna have Grogu in it. None of that. You just develop it from the ground up. You just take your time. You know, you kind of quietly reach out to some fans or get some feedback on it, see how it's landing. Then when you're closer to the date, then you make some announcements, you see how it's going. And then when the film comes out, if it does well, it earns another one. That's how I would rebuild the Star Wars brand. It's the only way to do it. Skunks. The janitor, you'd fire the poor janitor? You know, I wouldn't fire the janitor. I really am a nice guy. Like, I'm probably one of those little twerp writers would be like, it was Leslie's idea. I was against it all along. I have a family to feed. And I'd probably be like, all right, you can stay. But I'm watching you. I'd be such a softie. You never know. Wrangler saying, I know there's continuity problems, but I did thoroughly enjoy Thor Ragnarok. I liked Ragnarok too. Like I loved Jeff Goldblum, and the guy that he like orders a punishment or something for one of like the people that are in his court, and it like melts him into a bunch of goo, and then Goldblum's like, what? I didn't say the melt stick. Did I say get the melt stick? Jeez, you killed the guy. I thought you wanted the melt stick. I thought that was pretty funny. And of course, Jeff Goldblum, he's so good at that. But that really was one of the first Marvel films where I noticed like everybody was getting frustrated with the sort of Thor clown act, and they were frustrated that the MCU humor was too much. And really, the problem with it was that it was out of character for Thor. Thor is a straight edge. Thor plays it straight. So him suddenly acting like a wacky sort of Tony Stark character didn't make a lot of sense. And you see it right there with John Walker in that Thunderbolts trailer. It's like, that's not John Walker's character. He wouldn't be sort of vainly trying to get credit for being Captain America, but in a really lame way. Like, it's a lame way to try and defend yourself, because he knows it's lame, because he's like, well, I was for a couple minutes or whatever. What? First of all, that's not why he was in it. And second of all, even if he was, he wouldn't have said that, because that's not in his character. So that was what really people were starting to object to, is that this isn't Thor. This isn't how Thor behaves. This is not right for the character. It's fine if Tony Stark is like this, because that's Tony Stark. It's fine if Spider-Man is kind of, making quippy remarks, because that's what Spidey does. But Thor is kind of the serious guy. He's the kind of Shakespearean, if anything, he tends to over-dramatize things a little, and we know that about him. It's why we like him. Everything's super duper serious to him. Like, that's how he should have stayed, I sort of defended that movie, though, at the time, because I thought, well, he's been exposed to Earth and it's rubbing off on him. And I thought that was kind of a fair reason for why he's behaving that way, but I was wrong. And it's rarely, the captain is wrong. It's been known to happen. It's been known to happen from time to time. Do I have... let me see if I can grab something real quick. Talk amongst yourselves, chat. We've had a great stream. We really have. We took a victory lap. A much-deserved victory lap. But, as Q once said, all good things must come to an end. Skunks is going to be mad at me. It's not me, Skunks. It's Mr. Producer. Skunk says first the producer and now the janitor. I know, if I had an actual employee, I would never in a million years treat them this way. I never would. That's why it's so funny. Like, I'm treating Mr. Producer, who is actually real, like the Devil Wears Prada, like, I'm just like, my coffee is not hot enough. I would never do that. Not saying I'm perfect. I get precious about things once in a while. Skunk says fire the producer. Well, Skunks, now you're against the producer. Well, which is it? Well, we've had a good stream, Skunks. He's not too early. It's been 5. Oh my God, I'm rounding the 6-hour mark in 15 minutes. No! All right. Well, I hope you enjoyed this, the Return of the Orange Man celebration stream. The sheriff is back in town, and I'm excited for it. Wokeness has been dealt a serious blow. The Veilguard may be trash, but it's about to be punished for being trash, and I'm here for it. So thank you for joining me on this Sunday. I'll see you next Sunday, my dear sailors and starnauts. And until next time, this is Captain Garrett saying I will see you out there.